Hi, everyone. Our 10:30 panel is going to start momentarily. If you want to grab your seats, thank you very much.
Can you see it in your mind? An end to pollution. An America powered by clean energy. It's a country where we breathe cleaner air and we're healthier. Where all Americans live in communities that are safer and built to last. Where wildfires and hurricanes do not cost human lives and billions of dollars every year. Where the sun and the wind power our homes. Clean energy jobs boost our economy and our bills are cheaper. Where our lives, our work, and our society is shaped to protect us and our planet. Where we use smart investments and new technologies to our greatest advantage. You can see it, right? Now is the time to go all in to cut global emissions in half by the end of this decade. Now is the time to work together to achieve our vision. America's All In is the largest coalition of leaders ever assembled in support of climate action in the United States. We are already 5,000 members strong and growing with cities, states, tribal nations, businesses, schools, faith groups, cultural institutions, and healthcare organizations showing what climate action means in our communities. We are committed to accelerating progress towards this sustainable future by showing what going all in means in every corner of America. Standing up for local businesses and community leadership, fostering collaboration and development of new technologies, championing new ways of investment, celebrating workers and communities as they achieve more. 67% of Americans prioritize developing alternative energy sources like wind and solar. And America is all in, is ready to jumpstart this future that we all want to see. It's time to go all in on climate. Will you join us? Visit americasallin.com.
Get excited. Thank you. How are you? Yeah, sit. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. I know you've probably been in this room for a lengthy period of time, so I plan on keeping you a lot longer, which is how it all works. But I'm really excited about the panel we have today and the discussion that will follow. You probably realize that I'm excited about a lot of things right now. But one of them is that I am now going to be managing co-chair of America is All In. So, and I don't think I need to tell all of you just how extensive this coalition is and how much we are going to build that coalition. Because the time is now, baby. We all have to run, we have to accelerate clean energy, and we have the means and the ability, the technology, the products and the processes to get this done. Look, $370 billion is nothing to sneeze about. This is the Inflation Reduction Act. And we're already seeing in 1 year $278 billion of investments from the private sector to rebuild our manufacturing in this country, to actually move forward with cars you want to drive and you can be proud of. And that list goes on and on. And so today what we're here to talk about is the strength of America is All In. The fact that we're all should be hugely excited about it. I know I'm looking at the range of people that have been helping me with all of the places that we're going across the country to talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. And you've been just amazing to work with. So thanks everybody for that. And today we're going to hear from, some of the leaders of today, some of the folks who have been working in this world for quite a while. I won't say as much as me, but maybe someone might be working in it even longer than I am. And so we're going to open it up and have conversations about the different sectors that America is All In is really working on and the stuff we can look forward to expanding. But I also want to remind you, as a preview, 11:30, there is going to be another terrific opportunity, and you're going to get a chance to meet the newest member of our co-chairs, Lisa Jackson. You may know her name. And she's going to be there. And Jay Inslee, of course, Governor Inslee will be there. But, these are fabulous people. So stick around, do the 11:30 too, because that's going to be a great opportunity. And the other thing I wanted to remind you is I just left an event that I did with Mike Bloomberg and others, and it was really a wonderful opportunity to hear just how aggressive America is All In is getting. They are not sitting on their laurels saying we did pretty good with coal. They've actually committed to go beyond coal to beyond carbon, which means they're going to go back and get rid of the rest of the coal that's out there. And beyond that, they're going to make sure that natural gas isn't sneaking into this race. Mm-hmm. They are not the ones we want to see win. We want clean energy to win. And so it's exciting to see the momentum that's being built. And he's also doing a beyond petrochemical, which is causing a little bit of anxiety in some circles. Not mine. So it's exciting to see all these things moving forward and to know that this is a collaboration, a coalition that is expanding, but its mission's expanding. It's expanding with all of the opportunities we have available to us. So let me introduce our guests. We will still have one more to come, and I will not introduce her till she gets here. It'll be a big surprise. But we have somebody who probably doesn't need any introduction. It's Dr. Robert Bullard, who's the founding director of the Bullard Center for Climate and Environmental Justice. I think folks know his long history in this, and we're going to have a good conversation about this as well. And then we have Rochelle Wengner, who's the System VP for Public Policy and Advocacy Engagement with Common Spirit Health. So thank you. This gives you the range of ideas about how extensive the coalition is and the kind of sector work we want to do. Dr. Bullard, we should start with you, if you don't mind. We actually are going to have an extra guest, but we might as well get started, because you and I know that you've been working in environmental justice for a really long time, and you've joined America is All In this coalition and this campaign. Why? What you got up your sleeve is what I'm asking.
Short answer, why not? Well, seriously, it's really my pleasure to be on the stage and to be a partner. The Bullard Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at Texas Southern University is part of a consortium, our HBCU Climate Change Consortium, and we cover a number of states and HBCUs from Texas going all the way up the Gulf Coast and the Southeast, going all the way up the Mid-Atlantic. And it's important that our HBCUs and the communities where they're located be part of a larger partnership. And when we talk about the issues of climate and the issues of vulnerability and the issues of building resilience, I can't think of any better coalition network partnerships to really join in and have our young people who oftentimes are not in those spaces and places that where their faces are represented and their voices are heard. And so this is why it's a little bit selfish, but I want to see our young people and our community-based organizations and our nonprofit CBOs in this space, speaking for themselves, doing for themselves, and part of this larger entity. Our community is on the front line, fence line, and we are most impacted, and oftentimes our voices are not heard. So lifting up those voices, that's important for us. That's why. That's a long answer.
No, that was a good one. You know, you are known as the father of environmental justice in many circles, but I know that you've been working in the areas in our country that don't get the investment, that do get the pollution, that are challenges with extreme health issues. And so I know you and I have both been working in this kind of area in the same way, but you know, I think this campaign needs to expand. I think it needs those voices heard. And what I wanted to ask is this, are you hearing things about the new all-in on petrochemicals? Are folks beginning to talk about it? Is there any kind of excitement about that or whatever?
Yes, there's tremendous excitement in the communities that we work in. You know, I'm located in the state of Texas, which sometimes thinks it's a country, and I'm located in the Gulf Coast, and the communities along those major chemical corridors are really on the front line. And if we can somehow address the issues of moving beyond petrochemicals and somehow rapidly transition to clean and just energy for those communities that have been historically left out and left behind but overpolluted, then I think we will achieve much more than just an energy transition. We're talking about transformative change in terms of impacting health, impacting lives in terms of economic jobs, et cetera. And the Bullard Center is part of the Beyond Petrochemical campaign, and we were advocating for a lot of the things that these campaigns stand for, and doing a pretty good job, but you can pretty much imagine what you can do with money. And now resources are flowing into those communities to build capacity, to form stronger partnerships, and to accelerate the understanding that the urgency of now is right now, because I live in the Gulf Coast, and we used to plan for disasters June through November. That's hurricane season. But Winter Storm Uri hit Texas and Louisiana in February of 2021. The lights went out. So we had to plan for disasters year-round, because climate change is on us, and we have to address this and have those voices that get hit the hardest, first, worst, and longest in those rooms, at those tables, and ensuring that a center like mine that can provide technical assistance and support to communities, to build the capacities to apply for grants, to get their city council members and county commissioners and legislators to fight for getting strong proposals into the system to get that money to flow to need. And not money following money, money following power, but money following need. Now that's what we're working hard, fast and furious, every day, 24/7. And it has to be done. It's not something that you can just say, well, let somebody else do it. We have to do it, and we are doing it.
You're great, and we'll come back to you, but I thought I'd reach out to Ms. Wegner a little bit and just thank her, because she's not a newbie. You've been working in this coalition for a long time, and how do you sort of see both its strengths and how do we continue to support the collaboration that we need to have? Because we have a big job to do, and 5,000 is a lot of people, but it's a pittance to what we really need to do to engage people and get them excited.
That's right, Gina. Good morning, everyone. Rochelle Reyes-Wenger. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Public Policy and Advocacy Engagement for Common Spirit Health. Before I answer that question, I just wanted to give you a little background about Common Spirit. We are actually a private, not-for-profit healthcare system. Across 22 states, we have about 142 hospitals. And we've got quite the reach. And we know that we are doing this work around climate change because climate and health are inextricable. And we are part of this coalition because we see health in all that you guys do. You know, it's health and environmental justice, it's health and food, it's health and transportation, it's health and immigration, migration issues. Health is in all that we do, and climate change is one of those issues that are cutting across all these social determinants of health, right, Gina? Mm-hmm. And so we really need to deepen our vocabulary and our narrative around where we are and what we're doing so that we continue to elevate what health means to us. And when it's that personal, when that issue is that personal, then I think people can feel and be moved towards climate action, unless it's, you know, something that is right before us and it's touching our very lives. Do we even think about it? And so as a coalition, this is what it means to us for Common Spirit to be a part of you all, is that we're connected, that all that we do are so integrated with one another. I mean, I cannot do my work if it hasn't been for you all cheering us on and shaming us at times too. We are the healthcare, you know, we are the healthcare and trusted voice, and so we should be out there saying more, scaling up, you know, the efforts that we do, because you are listening to us. You are expecting to hear from us. You are wanting to hear the facts and the science about how pollution is impacting our children and our daily lives, and how we treat for that. And we treat for it by coming together, looking at this very complex situation and finding our place in it, because we all each have a unique opportunity to be able to impact it. And so for for Common Spirit, this coalition means everything to us. We have partners with faith groups, other healthcare systems, other NGOs, but together, the diversity of this coalition is just so powerful, and we've been so proud, Gina. Lloyd Dean, our CEO, who just retired last year, he has been co-chair of this organization, and it was really our proudest moment to be able to lead that, and so grateful to still be a part of the advisory council, and looking forward to welcoming Lisa Jackson into the fold. But it truly does mean the world to us to be a part of this. And the health sector needs to continue to move forward, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because when I was in the White House, we tried to sort of bring the healthcare sector together a little bit and talk to them about a couple of things. And one was, what are you doing internally in your own operations? And the other was more, how do we make the connection between health and climate a lot more visible to people? Especially, it was clear with COVID, the challenges that we were facing, but it's just, I don't often see the healthcare sector standing up as you're doing in a platform that makes that connection. What can we do to do more?
Well, we can absolutely do more. When I was talking about it being personal, we have to really understand what climate is doing to our health, how it is impacting our children, the elderly, the most vulnerable. You all know the story that climate change impacts disproportionately those who are least able to cope or even impacted the cause of all of this, right? So we have to understand the structural and systemic inequities that are a part of this narrative, this story, and we need to make sure that we are coming from that place of understanding that there is more to do, that the least among us need our help. We have to make it so visceral and so tangible in all that we do. And so for the health sector, physicians and clinicians, they are just such powerful voices in all of this. When they are making the connection that, on a very hot day or a smoggy day, do not go out because it's going to impact your lungs. It's going to impact, your asthma. And how is it that we can better improve treatment around that even, right, on those days? So just making those kinds of clinical connections around this issue makes it even more tangible for others.
I know, Dr. Bullard, you want to jump in. Go for it.
Yes, I do. Yes, heat is the #1 weather-related in terms of deaths. And I think it's important that the health profession understand, just like you said, the social determinants of health. Climate change will exacerbate all those health disparities that exist today. And when we talk about too hot to learn, we talk about improvements in our schools, infrastructure dollars to improve our schools, to green our schools and improve the ventilation and air conditioning, the HVAC. When it gets too hot to work outside, we know who the workers are, disproportionately workers of color. So that means when it's too hot to work, you lose wages. So climate change becomes a health issue, an educational issue, and an economic issue, because when you are working outside and you can't work, it's too hot, you don't get paid when you're sitting at home and it's too hot to work. So we have to connect those dots in terms of the health, the economics, the social justice issues, the equity issues, and deal with it in real terms. I live in Houston, Texas, which has the world's largest medical center, but also live in Houston, which has just 20 minutes away the largest concentrations of refineries and petrochemical plants and along the Houston Ship Channel. And there's a disconnect between the two, particularly when it comes to the fence line communities. And so what we have been trying to do is make sure that when we raise the awareness of the communities on the fence line, when we talk about moving beyond petrochemicals, and also when we talk about health equity, that the two are talking, and that our communities don't somehow get thrown under the bus by either. That's what we're fighting for. Health equity and the right to live in an environment, a place, a community that's free from poison and pollution coming across the fence that's killing our community in terms of property values, but also making us sick and sometimes sending our children to the hospital or death. The asthma death rate for black children is 8 times that of white children. That's unacceptable, totally unacceptable.
And that's not a result of physiology.
No, that's not normal.
No.
So sorry
Oh,
about taking
hi,
a moment.
Mayor. How are you? So good to see you. In case you didn't know it, this is Mayor Rhodes Conway, and she has been just a critical part of transitioning our U.S. economy towards a climate-aligned future. And Mayor, it's so good to see you.
It's so good to see you, Gina, and I'm so sorry. I think you have to revoke my transit card and my transit mayor status because I totally failed on transit this morning.
All of us who haven't just come here realize that there's nothing you can do about it. It's like trains or planes or elephants. It just doesn't work.
Doesn't
It just
matter.
doesn't work. Just doesn't work. Well, thanks for being here, and thanks for all of your great work with many climate groups, climate mayors in particular, but all the work you're doing with America is All In. And we've just been chatting about sort of the reinvigoration of climate is all in right now. I mean, I see Mike Bloomberg's all in on this.
Absolutely.
We're nowhere near done, and I'd love to hear from you about all the great work you're doing and what else we might be able to do together.
Well, thank you so much, and again, I apologize, and thank you all for being here, and thanks to World Wildlife. It's really, I think this is a really important conversation, and so I'm Satya Ritz Conway. I'm the mayor of Madison, Wisconsin. I'm also the current chair of Climate Mayors. Climate Mayors is a fantastic group of mayors all across the country that are committed to action on climate. And you know, I could talk for hours, and I won't, about the great work that cities are doing, but I think that the thing that I want to highlight really is the opportunity of the moment and the opportunity for partnerships. And you know, we have a tremendous opportunity with the work that the Biden administration is doing to provide resources, certainly to cities, that's my top priority, but to many, many actors in this space. And so cities are taking that seriously. Cities are looking for ways to leverage, but we need support, and we need partnership. We need partnership from the private sector, we need partnership from the NGO sector in a number of fronts, and I would just highlight a few. So technical assistance, particularly for smaller communities, I think is really, really important. Community like Madison, I mean, yes, I would love technical assistance, but we're going to figure it out, right? I have a federal lobbyist. I can access, you know, the federal government fairly easily, but I'm the second largest city in the state of Wisconsin, and there is no city smaller than me that has a federal lobbyist. They are not getting this information. Yeah. Right? And so that we need to get the information to them so they can take advantage of the resources and the opportunities. And that's a role, I think, both for you know, sort of the organizations of mayors and governments, but also for the private sector and for nonprofits. The other thing that I would highlight as an opportunity for collaboration, particularly, is work in the built environment. And I'll just give you the example. In Wisconsin, we're preempted from controlling our building codes. So we can't require the built environment to get better with respect to greenhouse gas emissions. And so we need help. You know, we need smart people to figure out how to motivate the private sector, or frankly, the private sector could just step up and do the right thing. And figuring out how to access the resources in a way that works for everybody. Because I can't, I mean, believe me, I would mandate it if I could, but I can't. So how are we going to get it done? And I think that's a space that's really rich possibility, some barriers and gaps, but a really rich possibility for collaboration. And so those are the two things that I would highlight.
Well, thanks, Mayor. And, you know, one of the things just back at you is that I know you've been doing a lot of work. To me, mayors have always kind of been the lightning rod for change. I think we all know that. It starts from the bottom up, and eventually the federal government figures it out. if we're lucky,
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
But what
I'm not going to disagree.
But what I'm seeing is that you know, more money now from the private sector is being invested in red states and blue states. I mean, it is big.
Yeah.
And I think the thing that I fear is that, you know, it's great to see all this money coming in, but we have to spend it.
Yes.
And spend it wisely.
And spend it well, yeah.
And that's the challenge that I think mayors face.
Yeah.
Is the lack of capacity. And one of the reasons for all of us to get together is think about what do we do in our world to really expand America's All In and other efforts we have underway like climate mayors to expand the capacity at the local level, because that's what needs to be done. The private sector will pay for big manufacturing because the money works out. But consumers will pay too because the money works out. But how do we reach them? What could we do that would make it easier for mayors to actually move their communities forward?
So I think it's a multifaceted answer. I think I come back to the question of capacity. So it might be embedding capacity. It might be embedding folks in a regional way to help multiple small governments access the funding. The other thing that comes to mind is that, you know, so cities, for the most part, have a backlog of infrastructure projects that we are planning on or want to do. And, you know, it's streets, but it's also pipes, and it might be city facilities. And generally, those are not designed with climate in mind. And so one place that I think we could bring capacity to bear is to help cities evaluate their existing projects for how you could take advantage of greenhouse gas reductions, how you could then take advantage of the money in the IRA and get that leverage. But and I think you've heard me say this before, but I'm not looking for shovel ready, I'm looking for climate worthy. Right. So what are the projects that are climate worthy that we want to be investing in, not just the things that we started planning 10 years ago, and are still on the list, right? So but in order to transform those projects into climate worthy projects, we need help and capacity and smart people, and so that might be universities, it might be federal government, it might be the NGO sector.
Well, it's not a secret that it's been a very good strategy to embed people in at the local level, in Congress and elsewhere, to actually move, to be laser focused on one thing, which you can't do. You know, so I think one of the interesting announcements was yesterday with the American CC, not the CCC, where, you know, you're going to have 20,000 young people wanting to learn things about resilience and being prepared for a job in clean energy. You know, we already have more than 100,000 jobs that have been created. Actually, it's 170,000. I mean, this is big deals. How do we get, you know, how do we get to universities? How do we get to folks that have experience that we want, so that the only thing they do in life is to figure out exactly what you're saying. What are the climate-worthy actions that we should take that will make our citizens' lives better? That's what will keep us moving. Go ahead.
And Mayor, I think you hit it right on the nail there in terms of partnerships and what we can do together, private sector, government. You know, I represent healthcare, and the healthcare sector is 18% of our of our finances here in this country, and so we need to be able to really align with what these project-ready, project-worthy climate actions are. And so I know that with the U.S. Healthcare Climate Council, they're a conglomeration of 21 healthcare systems who are doing just this very thing of how do we work with others to be able to move some of these collaborative projects together around climate. You know, we signed on to the White House HHS Health Sector Climate Pledge. And one of the things that, you know, we need to get done by the end of this year is to have a climate resilience communities plan, right? And so one of these things that we can do with government and other NGOs is to figure out how do we work together to collaboratively deal with extreme weather events or those disasters. And so creating the table for all of us to be able to sit together to figure out this plan, it's not just up to healthcare to figure out, or it's not just up to you guys, but all of us together. And so it's those kinds of strategic, very aligned, project-worthy things that we can all think about together.
Yeah. I would lift up, so, you know, we all know, right, biggest emissions come from transportation, the built environment, and yes, that's really local stuff, right? And so that's where we can make a difference. But I want to, and so working together on particular projects, absolutely, working together on resilience planning. But I want to lift up one thing that I think we don't always think about as a potential collaboration. And it comes a little bit out of my frustration of being preempted in the state of Wisconsin from doing anything fun. And
This is fun.
This is very fun, yes.
We're not preempting.
But I would suggest that local governments really desperately need the help of the private sector in moving the legislative environment and returning local control and advocating for climate-friendly policies at the state level, but also, if needed, at the local level. I mean, I'm not going to, you know, not all local governments are doing the best that they could be doing at this point in time. But all the private sector has a tremendous built environment. It controls a tremendous built environment. And so we talk a lot about local government and government in general leading the way. And believe me, we're trying. Can we ask the private sector to lead the way? Right, and to transform the built environment and electrify the built environment, and to go to state legislators and say we need to take this seriously. And I can go to my state legislature and they won't listen to me, but they do listen to business. Yeah. And I think that's a place that we don't often think about collaborating, that I think we really need to.
Let me just jump in with both feet. I live in Texas, the Gulf Coast. I live in a city called Houston, or Metropolis. I live in the Gulf Coast, where you're talking about heavy concentration of refineries, petrochemical plants, oil and gas that control legislatures. I live in a city where our Texas legislature just passed a preemptive law that our cities, our 4 big cities, can't do what Madison can't do. But we were not always that way. So there's a trend to move in terms of having climate mayors being the tip of the spear in leading this. There's laws being passed now to take away that. And I do think that we have to somehow push back against that as the demographics of our state. I'm speaking in the South now. Demographics in the states are changing, and you're getting more pushback and trying to move things further and further in terms of retrogressing, going back to the time when our cities had no power. I think that means climate justice also means voting, and changing those legislatures so that they can change the laws. The other thing is I think it's important that the technical assistance that's now the technical assistance grants, that's now the TIC-TAC grants, Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Grants, the way that they are awarded in terms of the regions, et cetera. Like I live in Region 6, but Deep South Center got the Deep South Center for Environmental Justice in New Orleans got the TIC-TAC grant for Region 4 and Region 6, and the Bullitt Center is part of that. So there's another TIC-TAC grant in Region 4. Working together, we can provide technical support to community-based organizations, but also to cities, small and large, so that we can get our organizations, our city council and county commissioners to apply for these grants that can come directly to the city and the county and don't have to go to the state. Red states with blue cities, The blue cities are in trouble if they're dependent on money to come from the state. That's why we have to fight fast and furious for those dollars that in the IRA that can come directly to the cities and counties, but also to the nonprofits. And we're encouraging our nonprofits, NGOs, community-based organizations to, in some ways, form collaboratives, networks, so they can apply directly for larger grants as opposed to one organization trying to apply for a grant. That's what we're doing with our Justice 40 initiative and our IRA and the bill, bipartisan infrastructure law. There's resources, but building capacity with our NGOs, nonprofits, and our cities and counties, school boards. We talk about infrastructure. If you talk about where are the schools that have the worst infrastructure, these are the places that have never heard about the money or how to apply. We have to educate our school boards about applying for this money in terms of the school buses as well as the infrastructure themselves. We have a lot of work to do, and a lot of it is about education, informing, communicating out, reaching out, not waiting for somebody to come to you, but reaching out to those communities and helping them. That's what environmental and climate, economic justice, racial justice is all about. So we have to be about the business of making sure that the money follows need. Now that's job number one.
You have two?
Oh, job number two is see job number one.
You know, I couldn't agree more, and I think, thankfully, folks learned a lesson with past laws that if the money isn't spent, it's going to go elsewhere. So what's happening is that, you know, if you don't take the state money and distribute it, we're taking it back. And I shouldn't say we anymore, sorry. They're taking it back and redistributing it. Because we're not going to waste a penny of this. And I totally agree about this. And the challenge I'm still struggling with a little bit is how do we get the private sector involved other than projects? I mean, I appreciate that change happens one project at a time, but, you know, if you have a plan in a sector and you want to achieve that plan, can we find a way to get the private sector to engage, even if it's not their exact project, even if they know it still will build an economic security, bring more viability to those communities? We have to think about that because right now they're grabbing at the opportunities, and they should, because these are all clean energy opportunities. These are opportunities that we're focusing on environmental justice communities, but we need more. We need more than that, and you're absolutely right. We should form a collaborative where they bring expertise to the table that we don't have.
Yeah, Gina, we're trying to figure that out. You know, we are so grateful that the IRA passed, and we were so instrumental in doing our advocacy work. Dr. Bullard, you would have been proud of all the voices that came around for that. And, you know, we are looking for ways to bring down the dollars to our safety net hospitals where we can have solar projects, et cetera. But again, this is project by project. But how do we do it so that we're working with local government, with NGOs, with the community to really look at a climate resilience community plan so that healthcare is seated at the table, hospitals are working alongside with all you all, and how do we bring those dollars down in that capacity? Who helps us? And safety net hospitals, you know, we're still reeling in from the pandemic, and we're still in it, and you know, we're trying to figure out how to bring, you know, upfront costs to these dollars so that we can get the IRA, but you know, the dollars won't come until afterwards, right? So we're still trying to figure all of that out. How can we set aside to continue to generate more and together with others?
Well, you know, it's going to be a little bit different in every community, I think, and that's to state the obvious, perhaps. But one of the things that happened in Madison during the course of the pandemic is that we actually did convene the leaders of multiple institutions, and it happened because I was like, I need to know what is going on. You know, I need to know what's going on at the university. I need to know what's going on in healthcare, and so we it's imperfect, but we pulled together city, county, public health, our largest hospital, the university, our United Way, and we were meeting in the height of the pandemic. We were literally meeting every Saturday. We're not meeting every Saturday anymore, but we are meeting every other month still. And we're not talking about COVID anymore. We're talking about housing and poverty and transportation and food and the challenges of our community. And so I think it is it's possible. Often the mayor is a good convener, and so if mayors can take the lead, but you can also ask your mayor to convene, please, and figure out who are the people that need to be at that table. And I think it's complicated, but it starts with relationships and people knowing each other and understanding the potential of working together. And so it seems like a sort of small and I don't know, warm and fuzzy thing, but I think it is powerful to be building that kind of network. And I do think that institutions, universities, healthcare can build bridges with the private sector to a certain extent. For example, UW-Madison already has multiple bridges with the private sector around technology transfer and development. And so thinking about leveraging existing bridges and networks for resilience planning or climate action, I think is another possibility because of those existing relationships.
Yeah. Well, one of the, the way I've always thought about the work that I've done in the environmental space and obviously the climate space is that you have to make every ask personal. You have to make it people-oriented. And I think there is an opportunity here to think about collaboration with the private and public sector. I think the public sector actually wants to think about this and support these activities. So it's really, I think, important to think about how you design this and those dialogues in a way that really focuses on the benefits. It's really not, we are at a moment in time where I don't need a different answer. I got them. I just need it to go, right? I need to accelerate it. And that's why I think the private sector might be very valuable. The thing that I probably worry about the most is the sort of state then to consumer benefits, because I feel like that needs a lot of work to get people out and about, to get the homeowners to understand it. But when your neighborhood changes, when your costs go down on your energy bill, that's when, should I say, the lights go on or off? But I mean,
the LEDs go on.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. And so, I think, it would be really helpful as we're exploring this for folks to just think about the work they're doing in communities, because I know everybody out there is actually doing something. They wouldn't be sitting here otherwise.
Yeah, I think I want to pick up on something you mentioned, and that is how do we get individual folks, particularly homeowners, engaged with the opportunities of the IRA. And this is something that we're thinking about in Madison. I actually want to shout out San Antonio that printed up door hangers, and literally went out and knocked on doors and gave people information about what's available to them. And so, I think that's a twist of, you think about like, oh, you can do that for political campaigns, but why not do that for the climate?
Yeah.
Right? Why not do that for things that are, a helpful opportunity for folks? And so that's something to look at. I think, one of the things that we think about in Madison is how do you, particularly for lower income communities or underserved communities who don't have a lot of brain space to think about the climate or climate-related opportunities, how do you catch people where they are? So where do we as a city already have a connection with people?
Yeah.
And how can we provide them useful, culturally relevant information in that context of where we already have a connection with them. So just one example, back to the issue of preemption, we can't do programmed building inspections because the legislature won't let us unless we do a blight study, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we have finally gotten to the place where we can go into a neighborhood that desperately needs it and do a programmed building inspection where we go door to door. We literally look at every house, every unit, and make sure that it's safe. And
Who's the we?
the city, our building inspection division.
Wow.
And this, these are the people that, like, if your neighbor's grass is too long, you call and complain them, right? This is the people who,
I get it.
if a building is falling down, they come and say it's not habitable, that kind of thing, right? But they're going to be knocking on everybody's door. And that's such a huge opportunity. And so when my building inspector director came to me and said, well, we're finally going to be able to go and do this, I said, great. What are you leaving behind, right? Put together a bag, right? Our library has bags, right? So get some bags from the library and put in there the information about our utility discount program for low-income households, and put in their information about energy efficiency, and put in their information about how to get your library card, and like all the things, right? And so it's that sort of creative looking for opportunities. Where are you already reaching people, and what can you layer onto that I think can help us get to households? And that's true for low-income households, but it's also true for the highest income households. Where are they, and how are we reaching them?
This is a campaign moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's really,
It
great.
Yeah, it really is. And
It really
that's
is.
the
It's
urgency
so good.
that we need to bring
Yeah.
to this, right? I mean, you all know,
Absolutely.
I don't need to tell you, we don't have any time, right? But if you, I'm sure many of you have been involved in political campaigns in this room. That level of urgency of election
Yes.
day is around the corner.
Yeah.
What more
Yeah.
can we do, right? That's the level of urgency that I think we need in this moment.
Last word for 1 minute.
Yeah, I think it's important that we connect the dots and make sure that everybody understands, just like the mayor said, the urgency of now, and bringing in those communities that historically have been left out and left behind, providing us technical support, assistance, and grant writers. We have projects, so we have grant writers that we parachute where they're needed. Being an ex-Marine, we know how to parachute when we're invited. But it's important that we do provide those support where communities have needs, and deliver good projects, not shovel-ready, as the mayor said, but good projects that are needed, that come from the bottom up, that need to get implemented to serve those unmet needs.
All right, well, this is just a rallying cry, and it's a good one. So I want to thank our panelists here. I want to thank Mayor Rhodes Conway for all of her work. Ms. Wegner, thank you so much for your long history here and your continued support. And it's really good to have you on board, Dr. Bullock.
Thank you.
You are a man to be reckoned with, and I love it. Thank you, everybody. Give me a round of applause for all of you.
Lyles, Mayor of the City of Charlotte, and a co-chair of America is All In, a coalition dedicated to climate action. I'm thrilled to join you virtually during Climate Week. In July, we were honored to kick off the America's All In Cash In on Clean Energy Tour right here in Charlotte. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. This year, we've witnessed the Canadian wildfires blanket the U.S. with dangerous air pollution, breaking emission records. Now, more than ever, a clean energy future is critical to safeguarding access to power and clean air in the face of extreme weather and other climate-related disasters. Addressing the climate crisis demands cooperation at every level of government, across all business sectors, and from every individual. Right now, the Inflation Reduction Act offers a golden opportunity for local governments and businesses, including our 40,000 small businesses in...
If folks could grab their seats, we're just about to get started with the program. Thank you all so much for being here.
Hello, everybody. I'm now managing co-chair of America's All In, so you have to behave. Sit down, get excited. This is going to be really, 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 really fun because I'm joined by two really, really, really good friends. And it's an exciting moment in time. I just spent some quality time with Mike Bloomberg doing some, talking about America's All In. But America is All In is expanding. We're moving well beyond coal. We're moving into carbon itself, which means we're looking at natural gas and how we can make sure that clean energy is the clean winner and the clear winner in our growing economy. And we're looking at petrochemical facilities and what they mean for the communities around them and how we can take the opportunity to figure out how we can stop expansions that are unnecessary in new facilities that really don't contribute to the health of our economy or to the communities around them. So this is an exciting moment. I'm really glad to be here. Oh, by the way, I'm Gina McCarthy. I should have written that down. It was the first thing I should have said. And as I said, I am so excited because I'm joined by two really good friends. Jay Inslee, whom you know because he's been part of our co-chairs for a long time, and he is obviously a factor to be reckoned with, and he's always been way ahead of everybody else, which has literally ticked me off my entire life, following in his shadow. And the other woman, who is not just going to be hanging out to talk, but she is also now a co-chair of America's All In, Lisa Jackson. So I'm not going to read their bios because if you don't know them, then you're not in the right room. All right? Come on up. You go in the middle, Lisa. I'm making you. I thought we were surround the man, right? What did you say? We can surround There you go, there you go. Before we get started, I know that there is a video that is going to be played by one of our other co-chairs, Vi Lyle, who wasn't able to make it. So it'd be great if we could watch that, and then we'll start the discussion.
Hello, everyone. I'm Vi Lyles, Mayor of the City of Charlotte and a co-chair of America is All In, a coalition dedicated to climate action. I'm thrilled to join you virtually during Climate Week. In July, we were honored to kick off the America's All In Cash In on Clean Energy Tour right here in Charlotte. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. This year, we've witnessed the Canadian wildfires blanket the U.S. with dangerous air pollution, breaking emission records. Now, more than ever, a clean energy future is critical to safeguarding access to power and clean air in the face of extreme weather and other climate-related disasters. Addressing the climate crisis demands cooperation at every level of government, across all business sectors, and from every individual. Right now, the Inflation Reduction Act offers a golden opportunity for local governments and businesses, including our 40,000 small businesses in Charlotte, to save money and advance climate action. During the Cash In on Clean Energy Tour, commercial building owners discovered how to secure tax credits for energy-efficient upgrades, lowering utility bills. Small business owners learned how to utilize tax credits for cost-effective solar power installations and adopting clean vehicles for their commercial fleets. In Charlotte, our sustainability team and policymakers are committed to educating and ensuring these unprecedented investments in clean energy are accessible to our residents and the business community. Thank you all, and I hope everyone has a great and productive Climate Week.
Thank you so much. Vi had a great event just maybe, what's it, about a month ago? It was terrific. So I really appreciate all her commitment. I also want to recognize that we have Governor Janet Mills here, who has been a climate advocate for day one. She's had some of the most fun occasions that she's invited me to, like massive occasions to talk about climate and agendas and plans, and I really appreciate all you've done, and I know Jay, when he talks, he's going to want to tell all about your story. Or you could tell it yourself, or we could drag a chair up here. Actually, I could think a little bit more clearly and just hand you a mic. So maybe that would be easier than lugging the chair. Yeah, energy efficiency. But Lisa, can we start with you? And the first thing I want to start is with her sneakers. They are so kick-ass. I love
a gift
those.
from my kids for the holiday season. They are a Nike Air Force Ones, and they were their Earth Day. They're, I think, 40% recycled. So
excellent.
We're getting there on the road.
Excellent. Well, beyond that, I have nothing to say and no questions to ask. Lisa, why don't you talk a little bit about what you're doing now, what excites you, what kind of sort of momentum you're trying to grow within Apple and also in your own life, because I know you're a woman on the move.
Talking to the woman on the move. Yeah, I'm at Apple now. I live in California now. When I left EPA in such extraordinary hands, another hand for Gina, please. I really wanted to go back and have the same level of impact. And that sounds crazy, but once you've been in that chair, as Gina knows, you know what can and can't happen. And one of the places it needed to happen is the private sector. And I happened to meet Tim Cook, our CEO, and didn't take long for him to convince me to join because I could tell he meant it, that he wanted this company to be, to demonstrate what's possible. And so we have a climate commitment to be carbon neutral by 2030. Last week, we introduced our very first carbon neutral product. Our company is already carbon neutral. We have 300 of our suppliers who make things like the Apple Watch carbon neutral because they've committed to 100% clean energy. We're committed to the circular economy, and we're committed to reducing as much as we can our carbon footprint as fast as we can. We picked 2030 because we know that people expect Apple to do things first, and so why not this as well? I'm loving it. I think the key to joy, all of us, is knowing you're doing as much as you can in the face of days or months like the past summer where it can feel like it's catching up to us even quicker than we thought. But the only way to stay in this game is to do everything you can where you can and maximize your impact. So for me, impact is incredibly important. You don't always have a huge stage, but if you have one, you have to use it. That's why I'm so honored to be a part of this one, because I'm surrounded by two people, and really three, who are using their platforms to do everything they can.
Well, thank you. I know that you're not a woman who sits still or wants to do little stuff, so it's great to see you as successful as you are. And the only other thing I would say is that you can't fool Mother Nature, is what I want to say. If you haven't seen the Apple video, man, you got to look at it, because it is just the most creative piece of climate video I've ever seen. It really. You look so cute when you were sitting there, so serious. It was great.
Well, first off, you can tell an Academy Award-winning actress because she makes you look good. Yeah. That's how good Octavia. And the second thing I just want to say, and this is important for those in the room who might be from the private sector or have friends in the private sector, I could not wait until we had enough proof points. I was insistent that we not do a marketing piece, but that we could find a way to tell that story. And so, you know, it is a testament to the incredibly creative people at Apple that they found a way to try to tell the story of what's meaningful action by the private sector in a way that's hopefully a little humorous, a little engaging, and ultimately leaves you with some hope for what you can do.
Hope, yep. Well, that's the corner that I think we're all turning, is to stop thinking about climate as a sacrifice instead of one as an opportunity. Is how are we going to make everybody's lives better this way? And that's the challenge. And I honestly think we are never been better poised than we are today to take that challenge head on and really run. Governor, you know that you have been an incredible early leader, and America is all in. You helped make this happen, and you also took on the job of really being one of the drivers in the U.S. Climate Alliance. And so from your perch as a governor, you know, what do you think's next? How do we get momentum? How do we build that kind of hope and opportunity framing? You know, I feel like we've been climbing uphill for a really long time, and we're kind of teetering at the top. How do we just get that push and move forward?
Got it. Well, listen, I will answer that question, but before I do, I want to talk about a couple other leaders, and then I will answer your question. First, I want to tell you how much of a
I'm
fan...
used to governors not answering my questions.
I will get...
Whatever you want.
I will get to that answer. But I want to tell you how much I respect Lisa. I remember we were at a little reception on an environmental cause reception years back in D.C., and we were talking, and Bo Derek came up, the famous actor came up, and we were talking for a while, and Lisa, you introduced me to her. I had not known her before, and then we had a nice little conversation. I said, hey, could I have a picture? And Bo Derek, who's, you know, quite a charming person, just got a big smile and says, well, of course. And I said, no, I want a picture with Lisa Jackson. And the actor turned around and walked off. And that's good. I want to brag about Janet Mills. Janet Mills is my hero today. She's the hero of Climate Week in New York, and I'll tell you why. She set a goal to give people heat pumps in Maine, and she reached that goal early, so those people did not have to go on gas, and she set another goal now, and she's helped the U.S. Climate Alliance, which has 25 states now. We just announced that we're going to make sure that our constituents in 25 states get 20 million heat pumps, and Maine showed how we can do it. Janet Mills, you are the hero of climate change. So now let me answer Gina's question.
Did I have one?
Yeah, you had a question. How are we going to make this happen? Well, this is a great moment. This is, as I've said many plays, I'm kind of a fan of Winston Churchill, even though he was a Tory, because he understood what a great day was. Trudy bought me a coin dish a while back, and he has one of his quotes, which was, "These are great days." And he said that during the London Blitz. So as London was on fire and was being bombed by the fascists, somebody asked him, "How are you getting through the day?" And he said, "You don't understand. These are great days." And these are great days, he said, because these are days of great consequence when you can really make a difference of historic dimension. In his case, was saving democracy in the West. In our days, it's saving the whole planet. And I think these are great days, both because of the nature of the challenge, which is the greatest challenge humans literally have ever had, and that these are the last moments we're really going to be able to save ourselves in the next couple of decades. And it gives us a chance to do something meaningful in our lives, and getting to work with people. And the idea of, we're all in, getting to work with you and getting to work with everybody and being united, and that's a great feeling. I got to play in a state championship basketball team. I thought that was cool. But this is better because we've got more people to be on the same team. And now is a moment where we can show Americans that we can do this. We can do this. We have the ability to defeat climate change. And the reason we have ability is because of our innovative talents that are building a new clean energy economy, where every time I turn over a rock, we have clean energy companies in my state. I met a little company that makes artificial diamonds the other day in Wenatchee, Washington. They got a technology that can make cars go 6% longer by having a more efficient inverter. Right next to them in Moses Lake, or down the road in Moses Lake, are two companies making a battery that can do 16% longer range using silicone anodes. Right next to them is a company making silicone chips that go into solar panels that we're manufacturing in Georgia. We have an unparalleled moment of technological innovation that is driving down the cost so that everybody can get access. One of my newspaper reporters wrote an article yesterday, and he says, well, only the rich people are getting electric cars. He didn't mention that was the case with cell phones. That was the case with every technology. The cost of these products are coming down dramatically. And we have political leadership helping maximize these opportunities. With Joe Biden, he pulled the Inflation Reduction Act right out of the hat. He's got $180 million that I can spend now on heat pumps. We're matching that with $150 million in my state. So we got a combination of technological innovation unparalleled in human history. We got political leadership both at the national and state level, and we got Gina McCarthy. So I think things are going to be okay.
Well, it's great to hear you talk about how excited you are and how hopeful, because we better be excited and hopeful. It's not going to get better than this for a while. But the interesting thing when you're talking about investment is that, I've obviously been tracking the investment, what's coming in, when I can sneak a peek at those kinds of things. And the Inflation Reduction Act was just short of $370 billion. And it was, spread over 10 years. This is going to be every year we're going to be doing more. And what we're seeing is there's almost $300 billion in investments that have been put in. I mean, this is remarkable. And I was looking to see, so is it red and blue divide here? Only 4 states said they wouldn't take the money. Good luck to them. But the rest, most of those investments are in red states. If we can stop making climate political and making it personal, making it about us and our country, then we have a real shot at getting this done. And I think one of the things that I'm interested in, and Lisa, maybe you can help with this, is how do we bring that to consumers? I mean, how can we work across the private sector so that when they're making, really good products that consumers need and want, how do we get the word out? I'm just afraid we won't spend the money and engage people the way we need to quickly, because we got to run.
Mm-hmm. Well, first off, I think I'm going to speak from the private sector part, but I have to give huge kudos to the administration and to the crafters of the bill, because they understood that if this money doesn't make it into communities, if people don't see changes in their homes with heat pumps or efficiency or the ability to rent, lease, or buy these electric vehicles, then we've lost. I mean, that's incredibly important. So, and I'll just say from the business community, Apple doesn't have a PAC. We don't do elective politics that way. But when you say political, I think small p political. How do you make it so it's every single person thinks of climate as part of a kitchen table issue, which it is increasingly, whether you're affected by the catastrophes that it causes or, the opportunities that it presents. And hopefully we're talking more opportunities than we are. So one of the things we did at Apple, I mean, from the private sector side, our goal is to make products that people love. We know that, and we're very humbly appreciative of it, but my goal has always been that same product could be carbon neutral or made with recycled materials and fashioned from plants that run on clean energy. I don't want you to know the difference unless I tell you, because for too many people, they have been sold on this idea that the future is one of want and not having. And we have to acknowledge that there are economies in the world who have always had and those who are trying to grow to have, and we have to find a way to grow sustainably. So for us, that's why carbon neutral products became so important. Part of a carbon neutral product, by the way, is any person who buys the new Apple Watch Series 9 or Ultra that are carbon neutral, we are putting clean energy on the grid to cover their energy needs when they charge it. So we're taking this all the way through the use phase. Our scope 3 includes our supply chain and our users. Why? Because just by that simple act, you've put more clean energy on the grid around the world. That's incredibly important. And then this year, we actually shipped some software called Grid Forecast. It's only in the US right now because information isn't perfect, as we know, but it allows you to know when the energy at your residence is cleanest. So we have more and more opportunity to know when we want to run appliances. I remember in the old days, we always ran appliances at night. I think energy was also cheaper. But how about people understand when there's a surplus, when curtailment's about to happen on a grid, so that they know, hey, this is a good time to use that energy. It means one less fossil fuel-powered peaker being deployed. So we're starting to give people just information to help them be wiser, greener consumers.
Well, I'm going to show my age and remind people that information is power. We used to say it, and it still is absolutely true. Governor, so how are you engaging your communities? How are you working with your private sector to really get them in the game here?
Well, I've always looked at the place government can be most effective is making sure there's a market for these wonderful products. We create the demand. Once you give this engine of innovation that we have in the United States, if you give it a demand, they will respond with great products, and they are doing this big time. And that's what we're doing in the state of Washington in multiple ways. One, we have a cap and invest bill where we make polluters pay, and we use that money to create demand, so we give money back to consumers to buy heat pumps, to buy batteries, to buy insulation. And when we do that, we reduce their utility cost. I talked to a woman in Wenatchee, Washington the other day. Her utility cost went from $200 to $50 a month because we got her some insulation and I believe a heat pump. So we can just recycle those dollars. We create demand, and the industry responds. We do some small things on the regulatory side, which is a low carbon fuel standard to require the energy companies to give us more energy efficient. We do some things that are appropriate, which is to give deadlines for the industry to respond, which is there's no reason not to be driving zero emission cars after 2035. There's no reason to do it. That technology is here today. So we say we're not going to sell internal combustion cars after 2035. And most importantly, we are taking a strong stand to say that we're not going to continue being dependent on fossil fuels. That means when you're in a hole, stop digging. We're in a hole, and we got to stop digging for fossil fuels. And that's why I'm proud to say we are the first state in the United States to, through our building code, say we're not going to have further hookups for this toxic allegedly natural gas that is anything but natural. You got asthma rates of 16% higher if you got gas in your house. It's dangerous, both to our kids and to the climate. So we're not going to have, starting next year, hookups. We're going to give people heat pumps instead. So these are all signals to the market, and the market is responding. It's just incredible how fast that they're responding to this. It's working.
Well, how is this being duplicated through the U.S. Climate Alliance? Are there other governors that are joining the cause?
Well,
probably not as much as you.
Are there any governors as good as Washington's?
That's
I
what
don't
I was
know.
gonna-
No. Janet Mills, for
and
sure.
there certainly isn't
Janet
better.
Mills on heat pumps, for sure. Yes, so the U.S. Climate Alliance, Jerry Brown and New York's governor, we started it years ago because we want to have the power of multiple states. We now have 25 governors. They all are doing some mixture of these policies. I do think Washington arguably has the leadership position, in part because our cap and invest bill is the most aggressive, both on how fast to ramp down emissions, but also the most just, because we direct 35% of all our investments to disproportionately impacted communities, largely communities of color, and an additional 10% to the tribal communities. So it's the strongest environmental justice provision. And like I've said, we're moving fastest in our building codes to reduce emissions from our building, which has been the largest actually increase in emissions coming through our building stock. But all of those 25 states are doing something on these policies. And I think this is really important, Gina, because, what President Biden has done has just been fantastic, but it's not enough. We got to go faster. And so having states go farther and faster is imperative. And states are doing this all around the country. I went to the UN the other day, and they refer to states as subnationals. We say, that's heck with that. We're supranationals because we can go so much faster than our national governments. London, the mayor of London was there. He's going faster than the national government in England. Gavin Newsom gave a great speech. He's able to go faster in the U.S. Congress, right? We don't have to drag Mississippi. So they're all doing great work.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the environmental justice issues. Because they really are some of the most challenging, but that's where money has to go. That's where investment is most needed. And so I wonder if, I know that, Lisa, you have some hand in that at Apple, looking at these equity challenges. Nothing, I think, would make you and I as environmentalists happier than to know that money is being spent to clean up air and to give people water to drink. So, want to hit that issue at all?
Yeah, well, first I just have to say hello to Dr. Bullard because I can't talk about environmental justice without giving him a
He's the
huge
father.
shout out. And I know there are others in the room, so forgive me, but there's personal privilege there. Look, in the private sector, there's two things. I'm just going to go a little broader than your question, which is policy in general. I told you we don't do politics, but we can do policy. That does not mean a company that says it cares about these issues and says it loudly or says it quietly can't influence policy. And so a great example, recently Apple stood up in our own name in the state of California and said, yes, we need to have disclosure rules, Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3 emissions, because I agree, my version of the knowledge is power that Gina mentioned was the most powerful environmental act ever, arguably is the Right to Know Act. Communities have the right to know what you are doing to them, what is happening on their behalf, what you're selling them in the guise of jobs in exchange for what exactly. And so I think just that information, and we've tried to increase transparency every year at Apple. I don't hold us up as perfect, but I do hold us up as a leader. And that's incredibly important, even on issues like environmental justice, where you might say, well, what can a company do, provided they're not engaged in a particular community? First, you have to work in the communities where you find yourselves. We have suppliers all over the world. We do use some offsets in our program, and we are insistent that they have a social evaluation lens as well as a carbon evaluation lens that gives us the ability to go into communities. And we have what we call the impact accelerator. Apple has been known for growing a business or two in our supply chain, so we're looking for Black and Brown-owned companies that are in the clean energy, climate, and environmental space, and helping those businesses to understand what it takes to really scale. So those are just some examples, obviously not as powerful as the public policy and the incredible work that was done in the IRA and the White House's push to make sure that money is spread.
Well, the IRA was really intended to reflect the mission that I think President Biden had, and certainly all of us that were working in the White House at that point in time. And it's a mission that that's the United States mission, I think. And so it's been a remarkable opportunity. And, you know, I'm so excited, Lisa, that you've joined. I'm so excited, Governor, that you're hanging in and you're going to continue to keep fighting. I think we have the opportunity of our lifetime, and I have two of the best allies and advocates sitting at this stage with me. So please thank them for this wonderful opportunity.
It never hurts to get so right. You know, I mean, really, it's like we're just right. We don't have to be like torn or conflicted. Seriously.
So, hello everyone, and welcome to this lunch session. I'm really excited that you're spending your lunch break with us here in the audience in the room, but also I know that many people and friends are listening online. So, and today we would like to talk with you about phasing out fossil fuels, why we need it and how to do it. And I mean, the science is very clear, and it was highlighted in the 6th assessment report of the IPCC that burning fossil fuels is a critical driver of climate change. And today, one day after the UNSG Climate Ambition Summit, and a bit over 2 months before the 28th UN Climate Conference in the United Arab Emirates, we would like to discuss this with you because phasing out fossil fuels will be one of the main issues civil society needs to push, vulnerable countries will push during that COP. And yeah, we would like to discuss this with you and highlight why phasing out is so critical for a transition to net zero and how this can be achieved. And I would like to, sorry, is this not working? Oh no, now I'm too fast, sorry. Yeah, as a start, I would like to introduce our panelists to you. First, we have Manuel Pulgar-Vidal. He is a global leader of climate and energy at WWF and interim chair of the IUCN Climate Crisis Commission. He has more than 35 years of experience in environmental law and policy, and he has served from 2011 to 2016 as the Minister of the Environment of Peru. And during that, in 2014, he was the president of the 20th UN Climate Conference. Thank you very much for being here, Manuel. Then next to me, we have Alex. He is the executive director of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. Thank you for being here as well. He has worked as a policy analyst, campaigner, organizer, and strategist for climate justice for 15 years, including for the global campaign to demand climate justice, the Climate Action Network, and 350.org. Then we also have Nate Aiden here. He leads the Science-Based Targets Initiative's work with financial institutions, because we know that finance is also crucial in our way to phase out fossil fuels. Since 2015, he has contributed to the technical development of SBTI, so the Science-Based Target Initiative. Within the World Resource Institute, Nate is a senior fellow with the Climate Program, where he has led interdisciplinary research focused on industrial sector transformation, methods to align GHG targets of companies and financial institutions with ambitious climate scenarios. And then, last but definitely not least, we have Fernanda Carvalho. She is the head of climate and energy policy at WWF. She graduated in law, is focusing on international environmental law, and has a PhD in international relations. So she has 20 years of experience with NGOs, governments, and international cooperation agencies on climate and biodiversity issues. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And right at the beginning, I would like to hand over to Manuel, because he was like, I think you have a mic. Yeah, or you go there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this one works. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am so happy to be in this event and to have you all participating actively in this phasing out fossil fuel session. And that picture is just before of the beginning of the week, and this is after the week. I am done, but okay. But I am sure that most of you heard yesterday some of the interventions in the climate summit. And I am not sure which phrase, which statement surrounded or sounded strongest to you? For me, it was the governor of California, when he said, the climate crisis is a fossil fuel crisis. That is, for me, the headline of the climate summit. How strong, how well-defined a statement to summarize what we are currently suffering. We are suffering the resistance of a sector that it is continue pushing back to continue or to have us continue our efforts to address not only the climate objective, but also the nature objective. And look, friends, while we were there, or listening because of the streaming, at the same time that was happening, no? that strong statement, what we heard and listened, the UK no, making a statement saying exactly the opposite. No? We cannot address, we cannot achieve our objective. So we have to be reasonable. And for me, that surrounded, again, strong. What does it mean, reasonable? And while I was coming to here, I was thinking in that famous former President Kennedy's phrase, no? We are doing this not because it is easy, but because it is difficult, I think it was. And that is exactly the climate debate. We have taken good decisions knowing that it won't be easy to move the process forward, knowing that we have to continue pushing the economy, the policy, the politics, and the society to be well aligned towards this collective objective. And easy will never be. It will be difficult. And that is why we have to, I don't know if reject, it is probably not a very polite word to say it, those kind of statements. Because if we had UK leading a strong process in COP26, they have to keep their promise. And they have, despite of the difficulties, to continue pushing towards the achieving of the net zero objective. So just in one day, just in one morning, probably it was afternoon in the UK, we had the two phrases, so different phrases. And that is the current dynamic of the process. And also, I don't know how are you feeling in this climate week. I have felt good things, positive things, and some disappointing things. But let's talk about the positive things. I think that clearly we are walking towards an economic case for climate, and now for nature. But that economic case won't be complete, never completed, if it is not by phasing out fossil fuels. So that is like the main wall in front of us. That is the main obstacle in front of us. And that resistance also it is difficulty, and I've already mentioned this, to continue moving the process forward. So that is why we do need to take decisions, strong decisions in relation to the phasing out of fossil fuels. But also, we remind, well, what we got in COP26 and then in COP27, a weak mention for phasing out fossil fuels. So that is why by COP28 we are expecting exactly the opposite. We are expecting to have a strong statement, a good political signal, well written in the cover decision, that it is defining the way in which we will finally have a clear plan to phasing out the fossil fuels. And that, I am pretty sure that will be the measure of success. We will measure success of COP because of that statement. There could be many others. I am not misvaluing the importance of finance, the global goal on adaptation, the evolution of the loss and damage mechanism, many others. But that one in relation to phasing out fossil fuels, it is the key one. And also because science has been clear, not only in defining, I think that was in the 5th synthesis report, the transition that we have to walk, but also the reference in the 6th report about of the urgency to phasing out fossil fuels. So that is why, and I am not planning to take more time, that I am so delighted to announce that WWF is joining the Fossil Fuels Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. We are very happy with that. And you know, WWF it is a fantastic but also complex organization. We have many offices and we have to balance different positions. But in this phasing out of fossil fuels, we are very clear. We have to do it, and it won't be easy. But you can count on WWF effort. You can count on WWF action to moving our action, sorry to repeat, towards that objective. That is why we are joining the initiative, because it is only by raising our voice, by raising our message, by defining a clear narrative, that we will be able to do what we have to do, what we must to do. It is so important. As Fenje mentioned, I used to be minister, so I've been in the two sides. I know also in politics it is difficult. But I think that everybody is convinced that that is unavoidable. And I am also Latin America, I am Peruvian. And I know how much Latin America, it is caught, or it has been caught by the trap of fossil fuels. And if Latin America it is not showing progress in climate action, it is because that trap. And we have to, it is correct to say, untrapped, no? That fossil fuel problem in Latin America as the only way to develop a clear vision and to achieve a net zero Latin America by, I hope, before 2050. So also that is one reason. Latin America is fragmented. Latin America is strongly depending on natural gas and heavy hydrocarbons or oil, and it is not working in developing a clear vision toward 2050. So also that is one of the reasons because we are joining this strong initiative. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I have to apologize myself because again, I have to run to the next, but I promise Fernanda to be here. And thank you very much for the initiative and for all your efforts. Thank you very much. I will put it here.
Amongst your many, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you all.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you for being here with us. And I know that later Alex will explain a bit more about the initiative and their goals. But now I would like to hand over to our next speaker, Fernanda, because she wants to underline like the need to phase out with like some science-based facts.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today with you. So we're joining the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. That's great. And the title of this event is Phasing Out Fossil Fuels, why and how to do it. So I think that when we discuss about this, of course, it's a very political and ideological ask that's on focus this year because COP is happening in an oil economy. It makes it more complicated, but it also put the subject very much in the media and on people's radars. You have seen the march. I don't need to talk to you about the march. It happened in New York. So we are, signing the Fossil Fuel Treaty because we are with those people. But what I wanted to present to you is some data because we know the transition doesn't happen from one day to the other. And we want to make it also a very much science-based and data-based ask and discuss how we work together and collaborate on this transition because that's the only way to do it. So at WWF, we started a project that is under construction that we are calling the Fossil Fuel Scorecards. And there are many reports out on fossil fuels, as you have seen. There is one that's called Planet Wreckers that puts the US as Planet Wrecker in Chief. There are efforts by the Stockholm Institute, by the Climate Reality Project. We also like to work like this in WWF since an initiative that we had that is called the NDCs We Want. We are looking at countries, comparing countries, finding a way to find if countries are doing the things that are needed. And this is, not the final product, but I wanted to show you some slides of how we are trying to translate this science and this data to people so they understand why we need to phase out fossil fuels. So these are the first graphs. The first one talks about subsidies for fossil fuels. And then you can see that Qatar is the first, followed by the Saudi and Kuwait. We have South Korea, we have Algeria, we have there the countries that are subsidizing fossil fuels. And we had a funny discussion on how you represent this with the arrows going up or the arrows going down. The arrows going up are the reality because the IMF mentioned that, subsidies this year for fossil fuels have been on the order of $7 trillion. And in 2009, in Copenhagen, many of you guys weren't even born then, countries pledged to give developing countries $100 billion for climate finance support. So 700 times we just subsidized fossil fuels in 1 year. And this money, the $100 billion, was to be delivered by 2020 and wasn't. So that's the disparity there. The second graph that I have is the oil and gas. So we have the oil and gas that's ongoing, the present exploitation. And we also have the number of planned oil and gas fields. So we're saying that the world needs to phase out fossil fuels, but we are very, very clearly not on track yet. On the other graph, we have the information on coal and coal mines, ongoing and planned ones. And then you could see that China is still a big problem with many planned mines. So yeah, and we welcome feedback on what we are translating and how we are translating to keep building on those scorecards. And there is more. This one is a bit complicated, but I thought it was very interesting because we're looking at the governance, the legislation, the enabling conditions to phase out fossil fuels. So the big bubbles are the emissions, but you also have there, the type of targets that countries are taking. You see that many countries have the targets for net zero there, and the different colors convey whether they are inscribed in law, in policies, and things like that. And there's also the kind of targets that you're talking about. There are net zero targets, there are carbon neutral targets. So those are all different targets, and we are looking at that to contrast, what countries are pledging and what countries are doing in reality. So we see that countries are in a good way to phase out fossil fuels by 2050. We see in 2060 a big problem there. And countries that, are even pledging 2070, that's the case of India because of their circumstances, and countries that have no targets. So that's the data there. And then we have some graphs on the good stuff and also what's happening, because I don't know if you guys were watching yesterday, the UNSG summit, the Secretary General summit, and there was a very crucial intervention by the head of the IEA, the Energy Agency, the International Economic Agency. And he was talking about how the market for renewables has changed. And it's also a very strong signal for me because we say many times, oh, the Paris Agreement is not working, we are not on track. But the Paris Agreement sends very important political messages and also market signals. What happened with the energy and renewables since 2010, 2011 is amazing. This market completely changed. And some of the data that he was mentioning is that, renewables capacity has increased 40% in 1 year and solar 60%. So we can do it. We can do it. We can change. It's a matter of planning. It's a matter of political will. And then we see there, for example, international climate finance, the public finance that is pledged by countries. We always want those arrows to go up. The arrows on subsidies, we expect that we'll have them going down at some point. We have there solar versus emissions. What on the bottom graphic, what's happening there? The countries that are investing on solar versus the amount of emissions, and the same with wind. So yeah, that's the how to do it. We're just not telling you to do it, but WWF wants to be a partner and share data and knowledge and work with you on how to do it. So that's my point, and thank you, over to you.
Thank you very much, Fernande, for presenting this important data, because I think it's really important to argue, to have the argument ready, what needs to be done. But you explained where we are right now and where we want to go, and Like we know that phasing out fossil fuels will be like crucial for as a next step, but why is the discussion so heated at the moment?
Well, for many, many reasons, there is a war ongoing in Europe that, it's connected to fossil fuels somehow. Science has made a very strong claim for us and for all that follow the climate issues, that the AR6, the sixth report of the IPCC, made it very, very clear that, if we don't tackle fossil fuels, we don't have a 1.5 future. So that's super strong. And the impacts, I think the impacts speak for themselves. I am from Brazil. You guys are from the US or from elsewhere. Those impacts were felt this year, somehow, everywhere. We had a number of floods. We had heat waves. The impacts are there. I mean, you just can't deny that things are happening. So if we are to stand a chance to change this situation, we have to do something. And then from a policy perspective, I don't know if you guys are such policy geeks as I am, but I think it's important to talk about this. The Paris Agreement has an ambition mechanism that every 5 years countries are supposed to submit plans and enhance their ambition. And every 5 years you have a global stock take. So countries sit together and they discuss, so where are our targets getting us and what we need to do and what we need to do in terms of implementation. And the first stock take, the first official process is taking place this year at COP28. So we want this process to keep sending those signals I told you about. We need the strong political signals that will at some point become market signals, that will at some point also illuminate the private sector. So yeah, that's why it's so important that we talk about this and then we have a strong decision that Manuel mentioned this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in your little presentation, you already mentioned how important finance is. So I would like to hand over to Nate. And maybe you could also hand over the remote for the slides, Fernando. Thank you.
Thank you, WWF, for having me here today. So I am with the Science-Based Targets Initiative, which I'll just introduce briefly with some slides, and then talk about how we approach fossil fuels, particularly for financial institutions. So SBTI was launched back in 2015. It's a collaboration between WWF, the World Resources Institute, CDP, and the UN Global Compact. And it's intended to support private sector climate ambition through target setting. So we've grown pretty quickly in the past 8 years. So now we have more than 6,000 companies and financial institutions that have publicly committed to setting science-based targets, of which 3,500 have had their targets approved by SBTI. And you can see that the financial institutions are a smaller group here. And that's because Scope 3 target setting for financial institutions is more complicated. Financial institutions generally are just used to tracking their finances, and they don't always know the emissions impacts of their different activities. So we've been developing methods and criteria for financial institutions to set targets. So this slide gives an overview of the development of the initiative since we launched in 2015. 2015 was obviously a huge year for climate with the Paris Agreement, and we launched a call to action that year for the private sector to set targets. And we had a dozen commitments that year, 10 of which were from financial institutions. So there was a lot of interest immediately about this, but again, not a lot of knowledge of how to do this and what it meant for them in terms of how to map these climate targets onto their investment and lending portfolios. So in 2018, we launched the Financial Sector Project, and in 2020, we published our Financial Sector Guidance, which is what we use now to assess near-term targets of financial institutions. And it's the basis of the 75 published financial institution SBTs we have now. As you can see here, we've published various things over the years. I'm happy to circle back. But we're moving towards developing a net zero standard, which includes fossil fuel criteria for financial institutions. And so this summer, we released these 3 consultation documents, which are part of the process for developing the standard. And you can see the first is around our near-term update of that 2020 framework. The second is around this net zero standard. And the third is this fossil fuel set of criteria for financial institutions in particular, and how they address their investment and lending activities related to fossil fuels. And so that draft basically included a 4-part framework that's elaborated in the draft. So it begins that the financial institutions have to disclose all of their fossil fuel related activities, both in terms of emissions, but also the actual amount of money that's being invested or lent. Also disclosing their transition plans for addressing this. The second is arresting, so no new capacity investment by these financial institutions, and that's clearly supported in the IPCC AR6 and IEA scenarios that have been published recently. The third is transitioning those existing investments and assets. So engaging, the financial institution engages them to help them reduce their emissions. And this is a big debate here in terms of how to do this. But then phasing out those assets that aren't transitioning in line with 1.5 degree pathway. And so we set some timelines in terms of when the engagement sort of expires and when the phase out has to happen, and what this means in terms of divestment, which is a big debate in the financial community around the impacts of divestment versus engagement for achieving goals, especially with regard to fossil fuels. This is just an overview. We received more than 200 responses to the consultation this summer, including to some folks involved here. I appreciate all of the feedback. We're still working through it, and we will be publishing the updated documents soon. And if you want to follow along with this, there's a QR code, and you can also just go to sciencebasedtargets.org, where we publish all of this work. And that was just a very rapid overview. Happy to circle back, but pass it back to you, Fenty.
Thank you very much for this very rough introduction. And I would like to follow up immediately. So how can financial institutions support the energy transition in order to phase out fossil fuels?
Yeah, thank you. So we have this 4-part framework that I mentioned, but I think there's clearly a need for more investment in renewables and solutions. And so some of the research that we included in this finds a 9-to-1 ratio is needed in terms of energy efficiency, renewables, improvements versus status quo investments. And right now, obviously, those ratios are quite a bit lower. Within SBTI, our theory of change is that financial institutions are most effective at supporting climate stabilization by engaging their clients to help them reduce their emissions. And so obviously, some of the clients will be more or less receptive to that. And then the question is, what do you do then if the client is unwilling to reduce their emissions? And that's where you get into the divestment debate. But we're really trying to put engagement first and foremost and provide the tools and frameworks for financial institutions to pursue that in line with 1.5 degrees as the first best option. The other thing here is that there's a need for more investment in permanent decommissioning of those fossil fuel assets. If you just walk away from the asset or sell it to another company, it continues to emit. So what we need is investment in permanently shutting them down and training the workers that were there so that they can continue to have good livelihoods and you're not destroying communities. So this is part of a broader transition, and the financial institutions play an essential role here, but they're still not entirely clear on how that works. The other thing here is that the returns from fossil fuel investment are quite high for a lot of them in financial terms. And so that's part of the challenge here for financial institutions, is that they refer to their fiduciary duty and their need to have returns on investment. And so that's part of the complexity of this process.
Thank you very much. And also, I remember yesterday during the Climate Ambition Summit in the thematic sessions on decarbonizations, there were also many multilateral development banks, financial institutions, talking about how important it is that we set targets, like that we are, like countries are committed, that we have investment plans in order to move forward. So as the next, I would like to hand over to Alex. I mean, I'm very proud that Manuel today announced that WWF is joining the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, because this is also one of the commitments which is needed. And yeah, maybe you can tell us a bit more about what is behind this. What does it mean?
Thank you very much. So yes, I'm Alex from the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And whenever anyone asks me, oh, what do you do? I say, oh yeah, I work for a campaign to end fossil fuels. They say, oh, like WWF. And so I'm very happy to be here and be able to say, yes, just exactly like WWF, which is very exciting. The Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is a proposal for a new global agreement to complement and implement the Paris Agreement. We know that the Paris Agreement's 1.5-degree goal is the North Star for global climate policy making, but we also know that the UNFCCC and its politics has not necessarily advanced us fast enough towards that goal. And in fact, until 2 years ago, the words coal, oil, gas, or fossil fuels did not appear in any of the decisions of the UNFCCC. So there'd been a logic that somehow we could deal with the emissions, and once we create policies that might affect the emissions, we'll have a flow downstream onto the demand, which will have a flow downstream onto the supply of fossil fuels. But what we'd seen is since Paris, that hadn't been working, and it certainly had not been working fast enough. And so many organizations, civil society organizations, founded the campaign for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative with the idea that we could create and draw much more attention to the issue of fossil fuels at the international level, and we could put focus on the gaps and needs for governance on fossil fuels at the international level. So this call for the treaty so far has been endorsed by over 2,000 civil society organizations. There's a network of over 3,000 academics and scientists who are supporting it. There are now 700 nationally elected parliamentarians, members of national parliaments, mainly from the Global South. There's a letter of endorsement from 101 Nobel laureates, including His Holiness the Dalai Lama. There's also been an effort to get cities and sub-national governments to endorse the idea of the need for this treaty, and so it's been endorsed by the City of London, by Paris, by Lima, by Kolkata, and 2 weeks ago the state of California passed a motion endorsing it in their state assembly. So it's got a huge amount of momentum globally, and there's also been an effort to build a youth activist space around this idea, which is a network of 2,000 young people from across the world who've been integrating the idea that we need a fossil fuel treaty into their work. And so why? I can't read that, but maybe you all can. We're facing a lot of concerns about how do we make this transition happen. So Nate's mentioned some of the risks around the financial exposures and some of the risks around the assets, the physical assets and their exposure and toxic assets in communities. I was saying at the beginning, we had this logic. We would address the emissions. The laws and policies addressing the emissions would put drivers on demand in another direction, and that would put drivers of the supply of fossil fuels in another direction. And we weren't seeing that work. Even though we've had this huge expansion, actually, of renewable energy in terms of total amount of renewable energy over the last decade, we've also actually increased the total amount of fossil fuel-driven energy over the last decade. It's 2 gigatons more than it was 10 years ago. So at the moment, renewables are additive to the fossil fuel capacity in our energy systems. We have to find a way that our policy making draws in even more renewable capacity while actively driving out fossil capacity. And the reason we think that the logic of only focusing on the emissions at the end of the line is that it ignores one of the basic rules of the world that doesn't always come up in economics lessons and when we're designing economic policy. And the basic rule of the world is power. Who has power in our systems? And fossil fuel corporations are some of the most powerful organizations to exist in human history. And those organizations, with every further asset that they're allowed to have, that they build, they lock us in to further fossil fuel use. They lock in their own political power to be able to influence the political debate and political decision making. And so the call for a fossil fuel treaty is about how do we change what policy making on climate looks like so that it specifically looks like addressing fossil fuels and fossil fuel production. There's a risk, we think also, this decade, if also drawing on Fatih Birol's contributions over the last couple of weeks at the International Energy Agency, if we see this decade a peak in the demand for coal, oil, and gas, which is what they are now predicting, which is what we all in this room desperately hope is right, what happens to the producers of fossil fuels, particularly in the global south? In the region I'm from, in Latin America, Colombia, for example, is one of the highest cost marginal producers of fossil fuels, of oil. If the demand for fossil fuels collapses over this decade, what is the plan for managing the economic transition? Not only the energy transition, but the economic transition for states that are currently reliant on fossil fuels for a large percentage of their exports, so currency stabilization, or a large percentage of their state income and state capacity. And so our proposal is to have a holistic agreement that draws together producer states and consumer states to get to an agreement that, one, we can have no new fossil fuels, as is clearly indicated by the science, but two, how we can agree on the phase-out timelines across countries and give some set of certainty around our expectations on that, with three, support for a global just transition, which is, the term just transition can mean different things for different folks. For us, it's not only about the workers in the industry directly impacted, it's about a broader vision of a transition of the economy that is going to need to include economic diversification. It's going to need to include different rules around their foreign debt. There's going to need to include rules about ISDS, which is investor-state dispute resolution, and the capacity of fossil fuel companies to sue countries that are trying to get out of the fossil economy. So we are really concerned that at the moment, the world does not have a plan to advance the phase out of fossil fuels. We campaign to try and get that idea into the international arena at every opportunity. We think that the UNFCCC is a really important place for us all to be working towards that, to be encouraging countries to be talking about the issue of fossil fuels there. And we believe that outside of the UNFCCC, we can create a vanguard of countries, of first movers, who are prepared to actually put into practice some of these important elements, which we think will drive the transformation and the fair and fast and funded exit from fossil fuels even faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what I take away that we need to have a plan in order to, because renewables, they can't only be additional. We really need to phase out to reduce the emissions, to not only focus on the emissions at the end. And for this plan, it's like, I mean, it's so inspiring, but what are your next steps on your efforts? And if you look into the audience, you know there are many people listening online. How can they get involved?
Thank you. This campaign does not belong to anyone. So the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty campaign is open sourced, open to everyone. So I hope you find the idea inspiring and can think about how would you take it forward in your context. And there are a couple of things that people are already doing that might inspire you. So there are people trying to get their cities or their subnational jurisdiction to declare themselves a fossil fuel non-proliferation zone or treaty supporter. And that can start with simply a declaration and then move into more specific policy making about what ending the proliferation of fossil fuels in that jurisdiction looks like. You might want to engage your government in asking them to consider joining the countries that have called for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. Currently, there are 6 nation states that have called for the negotiation of a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty at the United Nations, led by Tuvalu and Vanuatu, 2 big ocean states from the Pacific. And they are, I'll give you a teaser, going to be joined this week by 2 new countries who are not in the Pacific. And so we're seeing a real expansion of this idea. So if your country has expressed interest in accelerating the fossil fuel phase out and doing so fairly, you should be in touch with them and encourage their policymakers to connect with the countries that are already pushing this idea internationally.
Thank you. And now I'm very curious which other 2 countries are joining this week. Can't wait for that update. So thank you very much. And now I would like to ask the audience, are there any questions? Yes, they are. That's really nice. Oh, thank you. So I'm sharing my mic now.
Hi, this is a question for Nate, but obviously if Fernando or Alex, you have thoughts, would obviously really welcome them. I worked for many years. My name's Charles De Segundo. I co-founded a sustainability-focused advisory firm, and we work principally with investors in the private markets. Before that, I worked for many years at a very large fixed income firm with over $1.5 trillion of assets. And they have not signed up for SBTI, my former employer. And I had a discussion with the person who's now leading the sustainability effort there last week to ask them why not. And the gist of it was basically, first of all, we manage debt. So I'd love to get your thoughts on that. We're not a bank. And we basically, our job, we have fiduciary duty to our clients. And if our clients want to invest in whatever they want to invest in, then we're just going to get them the best returns we can according to the guidelines. And they just basically are agnostic from a sort of philosophical perspective. This is a frustrating answer, to put it mildly. If I was going to engage with them more, which I plan to do, what would you say?
Sure, thank you. So first, the fiduciary duty debate is one that's especially prevalent here in the US, but it's a global discussion. And I think, a lot of the financial institutions that are moving first here are actually citing stranded asset risk as one of their big movers here. That this, the reason that they're moving in fossil fuels, and Alex alluded to this briefly, is that they see a lot of downside risk here and that they want to preempt this. And so they see science-based targets as a credible, standardized way of preempting the downside risk there. In terms of, the mandate and the role of third-party asset managers, that's also a complicated discussion in terms of what kind of contract they're making with their clients and customers. But there's a growing appetite among those clients and customers to invest their money in a way that isn't destroying our climate. And so that's what Science-Based Targets Initiative is offering these financial institutions, is to be aligned with 1.5-degree targets. It's a new understanding. And generally, the challenge here is that SBTI uses the target-setting entity as our unit of analysis. And so, you saw in the earlier slide, we have more than 3,000 companies that have set 3,400 companies that have set targets. With the whole company, having them do scope 1, 2, and 3 is always back and forth in terms of data and other things, but that's one thing. But then when you get to a financial institution and it's their entire investment and lending portfolio, that complicates it, because a lot of the FIs come to us initially and say, well, we have this ESG climate product, let's have an SBTI validation of that, and don't worry about the rest of this over here, that's our sort of fossil closet, we're going to shut the door on that. And that's not how we work. We work across the whole entity. We don't do products. And so it's a shift within the financial institution to actually cover everything and not just try to flush some things away and really take responsibility for that transition. But it's one that requires a lot of buy-in in the C-suite, and we are differentiating in terms of asset managers versus asset owners versus banks. And fortunately, we now have a growing example of leading financial institutions in each of these categories. So I think that's part of the response here. And generally, the way that SBTI has worked is that as a voluntary platform, the reason we grow quickly is that the entities see their peers setting public third-party validated targets, and that becomes the bar for ambition and for alignment. And so as soon as a few sort of leaders jump in, then it really accelerates, and it becomes sort of a must-have. But it's really that peer competition and first mover dynamic that drives this. So that's part of an answer, but I could definitely discuss more, but I want to give space for the other panelists to respond as well or have other questions.
Thank you, Nate. Fernando or Alex, you want to add? Or otherwise, I saw other questions in the audience, so yes.
Thanks. Hi. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Jamie. I wear a couple different hats in the Climate Week and UNGA space, but first and foremost, a youth climate activist. And one thing that I hear a lot about the UNFCCC process is that it's compromised, and we know that obviously the president for COP28 has his own vested interests, and yesterday at the Climate Ambition Summit, we heard phase down, not phase out language. 600 lobbyists for the fossil fuel industry, badge to go at COP27, et cetera, et cetera. They're valid concerns. But my question is, I think specifically for Alex and also Fernanda from the civil society space, how would you all say twofold? One, what's your response to those people saying it's compromised, we can't work in that system? And two, how can we demand either from the UN perspective or from the UAE more transparency in the badging process and making sure that those vested interests are not compromising the system? Thank you.
Thank you. Fernanda, do you want to go in first?
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you're putting there. I think that this year there have been happening discussions on the future of the UNFCCC, and is the UNFCCC fit for purpose? I don't know, but I also don't see an option to that regime yet. So I think I think that, being to many COPs and following it for many years, I think that it's a learning experience that is amazing. It's actually multilateral. If we had, for example, a discussion only with the planet records, if you like, or the ones that are causing the most damage, what voice would the most affected have outside the UNFCCC? So I think there are good things and there are bad things. But I also think the UNFCCC needs to change, and this is something that we campaign for. We also campaign for, conflicts of interest, as you mentioned. And I think that, COP28 happening, as I mentioned before, I don't want to say it's a good thing because that's too much, but, this COP happening in the UAE put the fossil fuels issue very much into perspective. It couldn't have happened if it was elsewhere. And I think that, they're talking about phase down. They didn't do that 6 months ago. So that's how things change. Sometimes we get too anxious, but the time of politics is different. It's different, and it requires a lot of patience. People that know me know that sometimes we lose our patience. But, I think that those are spaces that we need to be, and that's what we need to be fighting for. And we need to discuss with the companies. The companies have a lot of power, but at the end of the day, they are the ones to make a difference. So I don't know how we change things without discussing with them, but I also agree very much that they shouldn't be in a position in which, they lead the conversations and, give the cards. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Jamie. And that's a question I think people have been asking for a long time about the UNFCCC. And I think Fernanda's answer is right. It's one of the sites of struggle in which we have to advance our campaigns. And it may be that for many people it doesn't make sense, and I respect that. And that's, to change the systems that we need to change to get ahead of the climate crisis as best we can is not going to take one thing. There's not one strategy that is going to help us win, which we will never win. All we can do is defend life as best we can, right? And there's no silver bullet. There's no one campaign or one strategy that's going to get us there. It's going to be multiple. It's going to be in the financial sector. It's going to be political. It's going to be cultural. And so I wouldn't waste your energy trying to convince someone to care if they don't already care. But the folks who do care, there are opportunities to advance our arguments and advance the cause in that space. And I think actually many young people have been involved in the Kick Big Polluters Out campaign, which didn't have, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but did change the rules about lobbyists and force them to be registered and declared. So we won a transparency fight. So that's a step forward. And I think that's also the position of the UAE. Not only did they say we need to phase down fossil fuels, they said the phase down is inevitable and necessary, which is a massive change for where that state was in terms of their positioning. So the political conditions do create change, and it can be an important driver of change. And I think that's why many people and organizations do organize to campaign and have impact there. If I can very quickly also just share a bit of the logic of the Fossil Fuel Treaty campaign. We studied other treaties to understand how do treaties work, why do they work, when do they work. And one of them that we took inspiration from was the Convention to Prohibit Landmines. Now, the Landmine Convention, Canada was a champion for it. Not a big producer of landmines. They tried to get this into the UN, and of course were blocked by the big producers and users of landmines. This lovely country that we're in, Russia, others, right? And so what did Canada do? They didn't give up because they couldn't get through the consensus process that existed within the UN. They founded a process outside. They invited other countries that wanted to lead. And they were told, but you don't have any of the big producers. How is this going to impact landmines? They said, we're going to go ahead. We're going to set a standard. We're going to create the idea that landmines should be against international law. And doing that collectively is going to put pressure on those other actors. At that time, the biggest producer of landmines in Europe was Italy. And Italy didn't go to the negotiations. But Italians knew there was a negotiation about banning landmines. And Italians said, how can it be that the civilized world is there talking about banning these horrific instruments of destruction, and Italy is the barbarian on the outside? And this idea managed to capture the mood in Italy, change Italy's position. Italy joined the treaty, stopped producing landmines, and the United States, of course, never signed the treaty because they're not great with international law, but they've stopped producing landmines, right? So international law has a way of changing state behavior. And when you change state behavior, you can change companies' behavior. So that has to be part of the logic, I think, that we have in the strategies of our campaigns. There's not going to be one way to do it, but having pressure from the international system is one lever for creating change.
Thank you very much. And I think we could have time for one more question if it's a short one and a short answer. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for being here. This has been really enlightening. My question is around energy security and grid modernization. Right now, obviously, with the shutdown of gas pipelines through Russia, energy security is top of mind within Europe, the United States. I'm just curious what the timeline, in your opinion, looks like for phasing out fossil fuels, and specifically natural gas in the United States looks like. And then on the part of grid modernization as we try to phase up renewables, what kind of interaction does the WWF and the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty have working with governments to try to modernize the grid and enhance transmission of renewable energy?
Thank you. Who wants to take that? Fernando? Or Alex?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. And I think the easy answer is as fast as possible, right? Like that's the answer that we almost always have to have for the transition. And so then the question is, what makes it as possible as possible? The question around energy security is interesting when it's framed around what energy security looks like in Europe or in the United States, because it's a very different question for the majority of the people in the world, right? There's one of the great things about the fossil fuel system, sarcasm, I'm using sarcasm, is that it's had 200 years to provide energy to the world. And there are 1 billion people without electricity and a further 2 billion people using non-fossil fuel, well, terrible cook stove materials and cooking materials, right? So there's an energy security crisis for people right now with the system that we have right now that the fossil fuel system is not meeting and not delivering on. So I think we have to also be talking about how do we scale the access to energy for people from a new system that doesn't put even further pressure on the climate. And that's one of the key pieces of the energy security discussion. We have been working with folks in our network, including WWF, on the idea of on fair fossil fuel phase-out dates, and to think about it based on technical capacity, current dependency, structure of the market, historical responsibility. There's an exposure draft that was just circulated this week, and we hope to have a full document out at the COP to try and give some more specific answers on that as well. Thanks.
Yeah, I guess I don't have much to complete, but within WWF, we have positions, and in one of those positions, we say that no new oil and gas and for major economy or middle-income countries by 2040, and for the other ones by 2050. So we envisage, and we have very clear, because we believe in this common but differentiated responsibilities, that there are some countries that need to take the lead. And on grids and energy access, I would think that one of our examples is our work in Africa, very, very much focused on energy access, because there's a region that has no access. And we are also very worried about grids. We have work in other places too, such as Australia, that, you know, the aim of WWF there, they talk about 200% renewables. They want not only to be completely running on renewables, but exporting renewables. So we have various offices working with this focus. I know the situation in the United States is a bit complicated, but I just wanted to highlight and, you know, second what Alex said very much. I think that we need to rethink energy security from a different perspective, because we are in the situation we are because we are heavily based on fossil fuels. So when there is a glitch in the system, where do you run? To more fossil fuels. It's an opportunity now to leapfrog to the transition. So I think that it should be seen like that. I mean, in Brazil, we have the other problem. For example, we have up to 70 to 75% of our energy based on hydropower. So when there is a drought, this also is affected by climate change. So how are we going to do? And we have had problems. So I think that energy security, one, is a different perspective for each country, and energy security can't be based on more fossils. We'll need to rethink that concept over.
Thank you very much. I think these were really good final words. We need to think about energy security and renewables and phasing out. They need to be linked. It can't be only one. And yeah, thank you very much for being here, for joining us. And I'm looking forward to work more with the initiative. And yeah, thank you for being here today.
Maybe one last thing, since I didn't get to go to the march, I'll take this opportunity to say, end fossil fuels, fast, fair, and forever.
Hello, everybody. So good to see you all. Thursday, Climate Week. I hope everybody's had a really great week. We have somebody that's going to be joining our panel. I think she's coming off the elevator at any moment, so we'll sneak her in. This is Councilwoman Sandy Nurse from New York City. Super excited to have her. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions on the panel that we have and myself. So I'm Pete Pearson, Senior Director of Food Loss and Waste and Global Lead for our Food Waste Program at World Wildlife Fund. I'm joined by Denise Osterhues, who is Sustainability Head, Sustainability, Social Impact at Kroger Stores. How many stores do you have?
About 2,800.
2,800 grocery stores across the country. That's Denise. Justin Kamine from Do Good Foods, entrepreneur, amazing story about a company that he helped to start, that started, and we're going to get in the details of that. Yvette Cabrera, NRDC, awesome partner, been working with Yvette for a long time, and she is the director of their food waste program at NRDC. And we're going to get started. We're going to talk food waste today, food systems, and so I really appreciate everybody being here and joining us. I also want to make this dynamic. Like, I do not want to have people falling asleep. It's like, let's make this fun. Let's keep the energy high if we can. And so we can have mics being passed around really at any time. I am totally cool with questions. If you have a desire and a strong urge, even right now, to like raise your hand, question, let's do it. Let's keep the energy high. No sleeping today, please. And hello to everybody online too. Thanks for joining. I think, do we have the ability to do questions online? No, no questions online, so we can find a way some other time to do that. All right, what I thought would be cool is to start this by just describing what's going on in the world of food loss and waste and food systems, and just do a quick, like, little rap sheet of the successes and things happening. So first thing right out of the gate, and it's the title of the presentation, the U.S. has set a goal to reduce food waste 50% by 2030. Very ambitious goal. This is in line with national and international sustainability development goals. And so what's happened since we made that pledge as a country? A couple things. One, they've created a coalition called Champions 2030. It's a coalition of businesses and nonprofits and partners who are all pledging to make that commitment. We have something that we've been working on, World Wildlife Fund and others, called the Pacific Coast Food Waste Commitment. This is really cool because basically what states like California, Oregon, and Washington have done is they've taken that national goal and they've pledged to make that goal at state level. And so you have states now that are starting to make this. We have formed something called the Zero Food Waste Coalition, which Yvette and I can talk about. We're going to go into some detail on the Zero Food Waste Coalition. And today, you should check this out if you can. Get your phones, Google this. The No Time to Waste Act was just introduced, and a press release just went out 15 minutes ago. Yeah. So really cool timing. Yeah. Some other things, like this is one of the issues, I swear, like you have bipartisan support. Like how many times can somebody say that at this conference or in this whole city right now? Bipartisan support for anything. But we've got the School Food Recovery Act, Food Date Labeling Act, Zero Food Waste Act, Food Donation Improvement Act. 10 states have some form of an organic waste ban. 11 states have tax incentive on food donations. 25 states have policy around food date labeling, right? When you get down to state level, there are so many amazing stories and things happening with food waste. But here's the reality. And hello, Sandy. So nice to have you. We just did some quick introductions. Everybody, Congresswoman or Councilwoman Sandy Nurse from New York City and Brooklyn, District 37, correct? Okay, perfect. Great to have you. Here's the reality, though. So what you're going to see today is this balance of all these amazing success stories for people that work in this space to reduce food waste. There's so many positive things happening, so many great things to talk about, but there's also the stark reality of it as well. There's the challenges, there's the things that sometimes we don't openly talk about, and so I think that's kind of the goal today. Let's get all this out on the table. It's fantastic that we have 10 states that have some form of an organic waste ban on food loss and waste. But last time I checked, we have 50 states, so we got 40 more to go. Like that's some big time work ahead of us. So with that, let's dive in. Okay, we are in New York City, and I thought it would be totally fitting, and not to just immediately go right to New York City, but one, we have two residents. Yvette, you're a resident. Sandy, you're a resident as well. And so sorry, Justin, you are too. New York City has done some really amazing work in setting up policy, in moving towards a circular economy and dealing with food waste. And so maybe, Yvette, you could kind of start this, just talk a little bit about what the city has done, and then I'd love to open it up to you, Sandy, to talk about what this actually looks like in practice on the ground, and the work you've done over the last several years in community organizing. So that'd be great.
All right, I'll make this quick because you're the real expert here. Thank you so much, everybody. I've been a resident of New York City for 10 years now. And since then, I've seen a variety of different things happen regarding food loss and waste. We've seen different kind of policies and laws kind of get pushed through. We've seen different services offered by the city. Right now, I have a brown bin at my house, which may be in large part thanks to you. And we have compost or organics collection at my household every day, once a week. There's also a variety of different kind of compost drop-offs throughout the city. You may have seen them in your time in New York City. There are orange bins everywhere. That you can open up with a QR code and drop your food waste directly in there. But there's also a really vibrant community here in New York City working to reduce food waste, not just on the composting front, but also in terms of food rescue, working with businesses to help them reduce their food waste. And it's been really a delight to work on this at the national scale and get to see it kind of happen live in New York City in my hometown. So I'll...
Well, thanks for inviting me. My name is Sandy. I knew Yvette for a long time now, and we met actually when I was running a small nonprofit organization called BK Rot, where we were hiring young people from the neighborhood to collect food waste. For like basically $3 a week, somebody would come pick up your stuff, because in my district in the northeastern side of Brooklyn, Bushwick, Brownsville, Cypress Hills, East New York, we didn't really have the infrastructure for sustained, ongoing community composting. I mean, there are little gardens everywhere, and like it's seasonal, and sometimes people aren't there, and so it just wasn't a reliable system. So we wanted to make it one based on labor, right? Because like doing this work is work, and it's backbreaking, especially when you're doing it at the super grassroots level. So we're like, this is a job, and people should be hired and paid to do this work because it's vital work for our communities.
Can I ask real quick, when did you start it? What year, around about?
2013 was when we started, was when the pilot actually launched for the Department of Sanitation in Windsor Terrace for the curbside organics collection. And everyone was like, oh, the city's taking care of it. It'll be done in a year. And here we are, it's 2023. I still don't have a brown bin in my house. But that's all gonna change October 2nd when all of the borough of Brooklyn gets curbside. So I come to this work as a super grassroots composter, and this last year we were able to pass a package of bills called the Zero Waste Act, and one of them was a bill sponsored by Councilmember Shahana Hanif for a universal mandatory curbside organics collection program. And it started in Queens, and now it's gonna launch in Brooklyn, and by the end of next year, all 5 boroughs will have it. In addition, where all that stuff will go is a very big picture question, but a lot of it is going to go into aerobic digesters at the city level in an effort to avoid trucking it out of the city 2 to 3 hours, miles and miles and miles in big trucks. And that methane produced will be pumped back into the grid to power homes. So it's complicated, and there's different feelings about it, but it is the largest municipal organics collection program right now in the entire country, not even covering the whole city. But just beyond that, and I'll wrap up quickly because I know we could go on and on about, I could go on and on about this, but there, as Yvette mentioned, there is just this decades-long network of community composters who've done so much advocacy, outreach, education. The Department of Sanitation, along with the Botanical Gardens, run a master compost certificate program. So lots of money has been put into education, outreach, and awareness, and I just want to acknowledge that work. And it's really great that we're now going to be able to scale up. But you know, these are big infrastructure projects, and those of you who've done like grassroots composting know, like once you start collecting and people know your spot, like you can't just turn it off. So they're big, huge challenges, and I think the city's doing a really great job in trying to meet it.
I just feel like somebody like you needs a round of applause for the work that you do, because what I'm really interested to understand is it's very rare to see somebody that has had both the grassroots side, but now you're on the commission, right? You're part of the New York City Commission. Council, sorry. What is the difference? Like, what advice do you have for cities or states that are just starting this journey? How do you accelerate things, and what do you notice as things you've learned being on both sides of that, both grassroots and now within the city government? Like, what advice do you have for groups?
Well, you know, I think when you're at the grassroots level, there's so much creativity that you have, and because you're not operating at a large scale, you can try out different things and you can experiment and you can pilot, and they're less expensive to do and less consequential if you get it wrong or it doesn't really work out how you think. And then when you're talking about, you know, maybe 10 million people deciding to and being required to separate their trash out, it's a massive undertaking. The logistics, it's trucks, it's routes, it's 36,000 workers. I mean, it's private transfer stations. It's huge. It's really, really big. And that's, you know, that's just there's like the public side, and then there's like the private sector with all the commercial waste. So it's a massive undertaking. I've been lucky enough when we were in the grassroots part to be a part of a coalition started by the Institute for Local Self-Reliance that has a nationwide community composter coalition with both for-profits, nonprofits, less dense cities, very dense cities. They're all trying different things. And different municipalities have more space, so they can actually do, you know, like the traditional big windrow composting. Some have no space. Like we don't have any space, so we got to figure out different solutions. So I think it's about, you know, locality, what works there, what works for your private and your public, and your, you know, it's in your schools. Like it's a lot of considerations, and I think there are lessons to be pulled from everybody, but each place will probably have like a little bit of their own unique process.
Yeah. Is the landfill ban required, do you think?
Is the landfill ban required?
Like the policy, does that make a huge difference?
I think we need to draw down as much as possible on, you know, part of our Zero Waste Act was to put a mandate that the city be on track to build the systems and the infrastructure to achieve zero waste to landfills and incinerators. You know, about a quarter of New York City waste ends up in upstate New York. That community is suffering. They're tired of it. We send a lot of stuff to incinerators across the water in New Jersey. They don't want our stuff. Other states don't want our stuff. So we also spend $500 million to just put it in containers and truck it somewhere, or it's untenable and it's unsustainable. So drawing down landfill and trying to close them, I think, is an important way to put the fire on everybody to make it happen.
Yeah. Yvette, did you have something?
Yeah, if I can add here on the kind of advice for other municipalities. So NRDC has been working with city governments throughout the US since 2015 when we launched our Food Matters program. We started off with 2 city partners and doing kind of high-level research and data analysis, and now we have 22 partnerships across the US. And I think one of the things that we found is that, you know, these big, wonderful policies that we see here, like in New York City and in other cities across the country, There is so much behind those, and many of those cities started off very, very small. Started off by piloting different programs, by piloting a restaurant challenge to engage food businesses, by launching a food waste awareness campaign, or by partnering with food banks to better understand how rescued food is moving throughout the city. A lot of cities, they dedicate a lot of time to kind of understanding the dynamics and systems behind these things before they can get to this kind of very broad and powerful policy, these policy efforts. And so that's kind of, what I've been really excited to see is how we are shifting from this deep kind of programmatic work in cities to actually passing really strong policies in these cities that'll enable us to do things like curbside collection. So I guess that would be my advice to cities is don't be afraid to start small and kind of figure it out from there, because there's a lot of groundwork that has to be laid to actually make some big impact.
Yeah, and I just want to note, NRDC has done some amazing work in cities. The Food Matters program you have, round of applause. You guys are experts in how this shapes up in cities. So Google that, check it out, Food Matters, NRDC, huge thing. Excited to get to you, Justin, but I want to talk to Denise real quick. So we just heard about how you do this in cities. How long have you been on this journey to reduce food waste within your 2,700 plus grocery stores around the country? 37, 38 states, right?
35 plus DC.
35 states plus DC. Super easy work, right? No big deal.
Super simple. Our head of sustainability is here, Lisa, so she's on the journey with us. So this isn't new for Kroger, and I do want to start by saying my role is actually sustainability and social impact. And the reason I say that is because this is actually a social topic too, not just a climate topic, even though we're here for Climate Week. Part of the work we do, and this is a Pete Pearson quote, by the way, is we want food to fulfill its highest purpose, which is feeding people. So for Kroger, we've been on this journey a long time through our work with partners like Feeding America to rescue as much surplus fresh food as possible for people in our communities. So if I take a step back, and this is all part of what we introduced in 2017, which we call our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Social and Environmental Impact Plan. Nothing, though, was new in 2017. These were existing store programs that had been going on for a couple decades, and we mapped out what we called the lovely name of the Perishable Donations partnership with Feeding America long ago. So we have been rescuing surplus food for a very long time. And the food waste recycling programs came on later. So the process we follow, and I did go check my refed stats too, we're between 5 and 6% of the problem, by the way, is retail. Households, so each of us too, is about 50% of the problem. So the city and local programs and curbside is really important because I am a failed composter myself. It's not as easy to do it at your house as right? Like I messed up and I had to start over, and I'm on the wait list for my little mill gadget for my kitchen. But so we follow a process when we think about food rescue and food waste, and that is, so I'll say too, in a perfect world, everything that comes in the back door for our stores, all of the fresh perishable food, would go out the front door with our customers. It doesn't happen that way. There will always be surplus food in grocery stores because that's just how we order. Our customers like to see, we can argue over the level of abundance we should see when we go in the grocery store, but we do like fresh and abundant produce and other perishables when we shop. So we sell as much as possible. So everyday low prices, special promotions, and then we mark down. So as food gets closer to its sell-by date, best by or use by, so use by is really the food safety indicator, then we mark it down for faster sale, which also helps people on a budget. It helps people stretch their dollars, and those markdown programs are very popular. Like we have people who ask us to call them when we have, for example, the markdown bags of produce, which we have not figured out a way to do yet, but we're thinking about it. So we sell, we mark down, then we donate. So anything that can no longer be sold in our stores but is still good to feed people, we rescue, and then local partners like our Feeding America affiliated agencies and others come pick it up. And we're trying to drive more and more frequent pickups, by the way. The more pickups a week we have, the more food we rescue and donate.
And there's more incentives for that now, right? I mean, so there's,
Right.
there's a lot of policy work and a lot of things that have happened at the national and state level to create incentives for businesses like yours to donate that. So that's a positive thing too.
That's true. And then the last resort is our food waste recycling programs, and that's either animal feed, composting, or anaerobic digestion. We operate one of our own AD facilities at our site in Compton, which was built by our friends at Divert. Sometimes tricky to run, but that in California, we backhaul all of our unsold organic waste to the AD in Compton, which can be tricky to operate, but it's helpful there. We've been mapping, so 92% of our stores are now mapped to a food waste recycling program, depending on local infrastructure and what's available. So it might be animal feed, it might be composting if there are commercial composting facilities available, it might be anaerobic digestion, et cetera. Our goal is to get to 95% of our stores by the end of this year. And I should have said at the beginning,
by the way,
which is great.
95%, that's great.
Our retail operations team has taken ownership of this program, which has been essential for us, because operating it as corporate affairs does not integrate the decision-making and accountability within the lines of business. So that was a really key part of our program, was for our operations team to take it over and run it like a business, with contracts and agreements and having facilities in place. So that has been a key step in our journey too.
Yeah. And so the thing to note here is that when you look at the constraints, it's not that the last 10% or 8% of stores don't want to do it. It's at the community level. You have this challenge and constraint because a lot of the communities, they don't have organic composting. You can't necessarily do like a grassroots effort at a grocery store because you're talking about maybe a couple thousand pounds of food waste per week that need to go somewhere, right? So this is where the community story that we just talked about is totally linked and dependent upon the work that you have to do as a business, right? So this is, I think, where entrepreneurs come in, right? Any gap like this, you would say, we can fill some of these gaps with entrepreneurship and with new businesses, and that's why I think this is cool to talk to you, Justin. Sell the crowd on Do Good Foods. Like, what
Yeah.
what have you done, and what's the innovative part of it from your mind?
Yeah, so as Denise mentioned, obviously the first and best usage of food is to be fed to humans. The next best usage of that surplus grocery food is to, if we all used to grow up on a farm, take it and feed it to our chickens and pigs and pets out back. So the background of the family is we built about $4 billion worth of infrastructure to date, energy, telecom, renewables, and about 5 years ago we said, we got to try to help solve this problem. How do we upcycle all of the surplus grocery food into an animal feed and really create a completely closed-loop circular economy? We went around for about 3.5, 4 years trying to figure that out, and going to all the major feed guys, the major poultry producers and major animal producers, and they all told us one thing: go prove to them that consumers care about this sustainability story. So long story short, about 2 years ago, we built our production facility in Pennsylvania. We've already saved in the first year about 40 million pounds of surplus grocery food, converted that into a dried feed. We've already saved close to about 5,000 metric tons of CO2. We now use that feed to now grow chicken, and we launched literally a brand called Do Good Chicken. And if anyone's been in the cafeteria and eaten the chicken, you've eaten the chicken. And what's so unique and exciting about that is that after working with the USDA for 19 months, fun process, we actually have the first ever USDA-approved, third-party verified Scope 3 carbon-reduced equation. We do real-time.
And that, so that by itself is like a win for this community, for what we're trying to do. Like getting through the ability to permit that and to have a feed that takes all that into consideration, that's a big deal.
Yeah, ISO certified, third-party verified, but we actually do real-time carbon accounting. So once again, never before been done. We track every mile driven, every kilowatt-hour BTU of taking the food, creating the feed, the distribution of the feed to the feed mill. And what's so unique about that is that now we can actually send the feed to established poultry producers. They grow and process our chicken, and then we sell the Do Good brand. So now we can truly finally bring sustainability to scale and make it affordable and accessible. So we're on retail shelves and food service aisles across the country now, and we're priced right in line with your Purdue's of the world. So if it's priced the same and tastes the same, if not tastes better, why wouldn't you now do good for the planet? And so after a year and a half of kind of selling the product out in the marketplace, whole lot of difficulties, never sold a piece of chicken. We've figured that out now. But what's so amazing and unique is that consumers care, and they're willing to care if it's priced affordable and accessible, and you're not going to ask them to change their habits. And so those are two big things that are very difficult to figure out, and we're still figuring all that out. But I'll say we're starting to figure out the way to empower consumers to now be a part of the solution. And largely food service and retail, we are getting into some QSR restaurants. The report that we ran with a very well-known QSR location stated that if they put Do Good chicken on menu, the chicken sandwich that saved the planet, you could price it right in line with everything else, 60% of consumers actually increase their perception of that store. 30% increase their animal welfare and the sustainability measures. So this is about really the recognition that people care, people are understanding that climate change is real, that we have to do something about it, but you just got to fit into the existing business infrastructure, and you can't try to reduce our way out of it and change habits. I would love that. I appreciate that. I want all of that to continue.
Prevention has to be part of it, but it's zero is impossible in this game. Like there's never going to be a point when there's just zero food surplus. And, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we kind of talk about it at the supermarket. It's like you as a consumer walk into any supermarket at any time throughout the year, and you want everything. You got to stock your shelves because otherwise you're going next door. So that's just the reality of the food system. And then the reality of the consumers is that the only reason we're in this climate change problem, resource depletion, really, is because we're consumers. We consume a lot. And so, okay, great. Now we got to use that consumption patterns that is just increasing, not decreasing, to actually now be a net positive in the world.
Yeah. I'm going to take my moderator hat off for just 1 second because I think this is important. One of the things that was really compelling about companies like Do Good Foods, companies like Mill, companies like Kipster, is they have started to focus in on this area of feed and turning our circular economy towards taking surpluses, taking food nutrients, and turning this into feed for animals. Now, why is this really important? When you look at the impact, both carbon impact, the land impact, the biodiversity impact of chicken, beef, pork, the animal proteins that we eat, the majority of that impact, the vast majority of that impact comes from the feed that we grow to feed those animals. And so when you have solutions like this that not only take the surplus food and take it out of landfills, which, by the way, last time I checked, third largest methane emission source in the United States is landfill emissions, and that comes from organic waste being anaerobically digested in landfills. You take that out of landfills, but then you're also using it to supplement feed in a way that's circular. And so right there, you're reducing the footprint of the feed system in order to put that back in a circular economy. That's one of the really compelling things for me that attracted me to what you all were doing.
And chickens are omnivores. That's what we always forget. Like, we all claim the veg-fed chicken diet, and that's just BS. It's just corn and soy. So great, chicken, if you put it out in the wild, is going to eat meats, fruits, and vegetables. So we're actually giving them a better, healthier diet with doing so.
Well, and there's one other thing, too. A lot of chefs are saying that the taste profile is different, too, right?
You are what you eat. If I gave you a bunch of corn and soy and a vitamin pack, great. If I gave you meats, fruits, and vegetables, then we're able to maintain the cold chain, so we preserve the value of all those nutrients. We don't call it waste. It's surplus grocery food. After human donations can occur, the next best usage of that food, and we bold that in everything, after the donations can occur.
So everybody's got a chance to talk. You get a flavor, a feel for what everybody's coming at. So happy to introduce it to questions. Yvette, what is the thing that, as you've been on this journey working with cities and NRDC's Food Matters program, what are some of the best practices, but the things that maybe you would go back in time and maybe do a little differently to to improve what you've done so far?
Yeah, I think I kind of was alluding to it earlier, but I think when we first started off, I think that we were very immediate results driven, right? Trying to figure out what can happen right now. And after doing this work for years, we realized that so much of this happens. Many of the successes we've had is because we've actually spent the time getting to know the city, getting to know the kind of local players that are doing this work day in and day out on the ground. And then working with the city and those local partners to really craft a kind of strategy and platform that will help advance their needs. And so I think that's been a big learning for us. Also to understand that this is going to look different in every single city. There is no cookie cutter version of food loss and waste reduction. We of course have kind of core tenets that we're going after, but every city's different, and even in the way that you kind of message to consumers, you have to think about where you are, who you're messaging to, and kind of what that local landscape looks like. So if I could go back, I would have started doing that a lot earlier. And I think one of the really exciting things that we've seen over the past 2 years, and even as recent as this week, is that when you invest time in connecting work at the city, state, and federal level, you can see some true results. And so NRDC, in partnership with the coalition, the Zero Food Waste Coalition, has really been ramping up our work on the state and federal level. And I'm happy to talk about that more if people are interested. But what we're seeing the results really come through with that. So we've advocated, for example, to unlock more funds from the federal government to support city and state governments to actually build infrastructure for compost, or to support community level composting, or to run consumer awareness campaigns in their cities. And that funding is flowing. And so, for example, one of our longtime partners, the city of Baltimore, they were actually one of the cities we partnered with way back when in 2015 or 2016. And we've worked with them since then, and as I was saying, we started off small. We started kind of by working with kind of local community composters. We opened up some kind of food scrap collection points throughout the city that were run by the city. We worked with the local food banking network, and over this past kind of year and a half, what we've been doing is trying to help them ramp up to large-scale curbside collection composting in the city. Just earlier this week, we saw that the city of Baltimore was awarded $4 million from the EPA as part of the infrastructure grants. And that is something that I don't think would have been possible if they hadn't kind of invested the time in laying that groundwork for years. So now they'll be able to build a large-scale composting facility within the city with those $4 million from the federal government, but also they are putting in $4 million of their own money as well. And so we're really seeing what happens when you can kind of connect all of these different levels and how they kind of mutually reinforce each other.
Yeah, and so this is a really important point. Like, there is money flowing in the system right now. The key is, how do we get people writing grants? How do we get this in front of people in other city councils and other cities looking at how they're going to pull this in and really target it? That's work in itself. I mean, the grants don't write themselves. Sometimes I wish we could just AI and ChatGPT the grant application.
I told Pete we can't do that earlier this week.
I don't know. I think it's possible, though. But this is, I think, what's really amazing is part of this Zero Food Waste Coalition. I've been in the nonprofit space for 8 years. What I've loved about this is we've had NRDC, WWF, Harvard Law Policy Clinic, and ReFed that basically we came together and we formed a family and said, look, let's figure out our swim lanes. Let's figure out what we're all doing well, and let's just do this work together. Let's not just make a letter and sign it once a year on, yeah, we're all in on this. No, we're like actively working together as a coalition, and it is so great. Like, it is so wonderful because I feel like we're getting a lot of really cool stuff done.
We are, and if you haven't joined already, please do. You can find it at zerofoodwastecoalition.org. We launched in April, and we already have 100 different member organizations. Thank you. Joint effort, and that's representative of 30 states, and we're continuing to grow. And as Pete mentioned, we saw the fruits of our labor today, actually, with the introduction of the No Time to Waste Act, which will, if passed, it would create an office of food loss and waste within USDA. Right now, we have only one person currently dedicated full-time to reducing food loss and waste within USDA. She is wonderful, she's doing a great job, but this is a big problem. And so if we pass this bill, it would create an office. It would mandate the federal government to do a consumer awareness campaign on food loss and waste. It would also force collaboration among the federal agencies to kind of talk to each other on what is happening related to food loss and waste across FDA, EPA, USDA, you name it. And this is only happening, I think, because of the power of the coalition. And if I could just say quickly, too, I think one of the other really powerful things, something I've been wanting to put in front of you, too, is that we've been working on developing these kind of model policies that states and cities can use to actually implement policy in where they are. And I know I said that this is going to look different in every single city, but I do think there are some fundamentals in place that can be kind of adapted and adopted in any city or state. And so we've actually, together as a coalition, we created a whole state model policy toolkit. It outlines, I think it's 12 different state model policies. And
with model legislation.
With model legislation. Thank you, Harvard, for actually writing that legislation. But you can literally go in and write in the name of your state here and introduce that bill. And so it's really powerful, and it's one of the things we've heard a lot from our city partners and from state partners is that they want to work on policy, they want to introduce these things, but there's a lot of legwork that has to go into understanding what's actually working in other places, what they can learn, and how to apply it to their own geographies. And so we're trying to cut out some of that work for them and just make that easier.
Yeah. Sandy, question for you. So as somebody who's worked at the community level, and that grassroots level, we talk a lot about putting money towards awareness campaigns and getting people aware of this as an issue. I'm curious if you have any thoughts of, in your own experience, what has worked? What's kind of awakened people's awareness towards why food waste is even an issue? What does it matter? Who cares if I just throw it in the trash? Is it part of the whole movement towards why food is important? Does that resonate, or what have you found? What gets people jazzed up about this?
Well, so when we started our project, we were on public land in the center of our neighborhood, and we kind of started, we didn't really fully know what we were doing, and you could smell it. And so people were like, what the hell is this? And then, it starts the conversation. But I think, I'm sure everyone's familiar with that beautiful, upside down pyramid with the food waste hierarchy. And I think the small scale community composters play such a vital role in outreach and education, because everyone here who gets on board with composting is the most natural ambassador to their family, to their community, to their friends, their colleagues, people they work with. And so I think that is the best way. One of the things that in New York City they've been doing is zero waste schools. So the theory of you're teaching up, kids go home and teach their parents or whoever they live with. And so we there are several, almost all of the schools in New York City will be zero waste schools. And in the cafeteria, they have people actually helping young kids of all ages separate out all the different types of waste, and locating the orange smart bins near the schools and having folks bring that from home if they don't have their brown bin yet. So I think when it comes to behavioral change, social change, it requires a lot of different strategies and in a lot of different places. And, just to piggyback, model legislation I think is really important. One of the pieces in the curbside bill was a specific part of the legislation that requires the city to do outreach and education. We even have it timed down to how many days they have to do it before they actually launch the operation.
And it's funded, like there's funding in.
Yes, so it has, all of these have budgetary components, right? Because these agencies have to pay for the outreach. And then of course in New York City, we have to do outreach in a lot of different languages. So, you know, they sent a piece of mail out, they've done social, they do ads, but then on that, they're like, if you need it in Korean or Chinese or, you know, all of these different languages that are spoken here in New York City, it's a little more robust than maybe in some other places. But that's why having, you know, kind of a mix and match of model legislation is really important. And I think one other piece, as you know, the municipality of New York City is very different than a lot of other municipalities. And from the networks I'm in as a council member, there are so many municipalities where it's very, very tiny. They have one lawyer for the entire city for all of the policy that gets to be made. You might have a city manager who has no idea what this is, or the county actually holds the power versus the city. And so there's a lot at play. And the outreach looks different. And like if you're doing a county-wide outreach versus if you're doing a very small geography. So, you know, I think there has to be multiple solutions happening. I think it's important for businesses to use their platform and their resources to encourage that kind of behavioral change, because all of the people in the choir, all of us who are like, you know, the hardcore, you know, we talk about it all the time, but, you know, we don't have the power of the purse that these large corporations have. I mean, they have the money to throw behind messaging. They really have exponential power to really make some systemic changes that at the grassroots level just takes, you know, so much longer. I mean, for us to get to curbside collections in New York City is over a 30-year advocacy fight. I mean, the first pilot for this was with leaves and lawn clippings in Staten Island like 20 years ago. So it's a long, slothy process.
In fairness, a lot of people, really dense urban environment, probably one of the most challenging in the world in terms of doing this. But your point, I think, is these things take time. Don't wait to start, basically.
Yeah, and enlist as many partners as possible at different scales and different jurisdictions and within different sectors.
Questions? Anybody have questions? Yeah, I think I need to give up my mic, actually. So. I can speak to that.
I think for online, too, would be good. Thanks. How does that education and outreach vary when it comes to all the different stakeholders? I find I work in circular economy for packaging, and we find that, you know, engaging with citizens versus engaging with small businesses versus engaging with large brands is just so different. And a lot of the times, people do want to innately do the right thing, but they just really don't know how to. So is there something that you've found to kind of help with engaging with different stakeholders in that way that has progressed forward some of the progress in making those changes become a reality?
I'll start us off very quickly. So the difference between, for example, when we started our small operation, I mean, we're talking about small bees. We moved into commercial, and so many small businesses that have food waste in New York City want to participate. Their carter doesn't offer it, and if their carter does, perhaps their volume is too small. So they're not going to send another truck for your 100 pounds of food waste, you know, or like your 500 pounds a week. It just doesn't work out that way, because in this city, it's really about the volume and density of the material. So, you know, we were something that fit in a landscape that just didn't offer the service and wasn't ready yet to provide that at scale. But it was, you know, myself and my business partner, Renee, going to a cafe, going to a small restaurant, going to a restaurant the size of this room, and going downstairs to their storage basement, seeing what the space was behind the counter, looking at their storefront. I mean, there was just a lot of labor involved, and I think there hasn't been the market readiness in New York City for the private carting industry to do that. That's coming soon. But before, it was really, you know, they're not going to send someone out for 2 to 3 hours to help someone figure out the logistics inside their business to store material, put it away, where to put the signs up for their staff. I mean, we would do trainings with staff. You know, it just takes a lot of work. Exactly, turnover is so high, and that is like very specific to businesses. But then when you're talking about New Yorkers, right, at large, and their residential, like what they're doing at home, the power of the messaging is, there is just much more power there to be amplified across a lot of different platforms and jurisdictions. You know, what we'd like to see is the state kick in a lot more money for that and really support that messaging statewide, and also to build the infrastructure statewide so that more places are doing it, just becomes common. But, you know, the power of social media, of mailers, things like that are different than what a small business that is like, I want to do this, but I don't have time, and I need someone to really walk me all the way through this from start to finish.
Yeah, I would just say it kind of speaks to the importance of a compelling message. So while I mentioned that we've been working on you know, surplus food rescue and food waste recycling and management for decades, we introduced our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste plan because we needed to communicate what we were doing and the purpose behind it. So that message has actually been a very compelling piece of work and storytelling arc for our associates and customers. So we have nearly 500,000 associates. I think in 2022, because we just put this in our report that we're just completing this week, 17% of our new hires were under the age of 18. So, and we do have turnover, but what we're hearing is that when new associates come in, they like that they can be part of something bigger. People, even if they don't really understand the programs that are beneath Zero Hunger, Zero Waste, they kind of intuitively get that it's a good thing. And the other thing is, it was our message to say, how much food should you put in the trash? 0. Like not 20% or 18%, or it was like 0. No food should go in the trash. And it is a simple message, but it does take all the signs in the back. Like, that's been a big project, is to put very clear signs, and they are different for every store, perishable department in our stores. So it's different in produce, different in dairy, right? And just to say, this can and cannot be donated. Here's where to put it, and here's what to do with what's left. And we've been working on making it easier for our associates. So we're doing some work now with a company that has a depackaging program for food waste recycling, and that has been really game-changing for us, because the associates, I mean, think of all the labor if they had to take everything out of the packaging in order to recover and recycle it. We just don't have time for that.
But think about like 500,000 employees.
Yeah.
Those people also live in communities, and that's an advocacy program that directly benefits the communities they live in at the end of the day.
It does, and they tell, right, especially because they're young people and they are more inclined to want to be part of something bigger, which is great, and they go home and preach to their families about it, which we love. But the other thing is, we did some research recently with our customers about really all of our environmental, social, and governance topics. We put all of our ESG topics into a customer research body of work that our 8451 Customer Insights team did. They are the ones who have our shopper data, our loyalty program. And we asked our customers to rate and rank the topics that are important to them, the topics that would make them shop more with Kroger, and what they would like to do to participate. And I think what is encouraging for us, I'll put a note of optimism here too, is it's a big problem, but customers do care. So the number one topic is food safety, which actually, you know, it makes sense, but I kind of don't think about it because it's such table stakes to the work we do when we are working with food. But then it was food access and affordability, so really hunger. And then it was food waste. So they're starting to get it. And I think part of it is our customers. We have 65 million loyal households who shop with us across the country. They are on a budget. They are families struggling to make ends meet, and they don't want to hear that good food is going to waste. So they want to be able to buy fresh, affordable, healthy food, and they want that for the other people in the community too. So I do think they're starting to care and want to know what to do, but we have to make it easy. They tell us that time and time again. It has to be super easy.
If there's no questions, anybody? Yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick question about, maybe Denise, this is for you, but I'm sure, given everyone else's sort of involvement with the broader coalition, that there may be some other really important points of view here. But I have a question around kind of benchmarking Kroger against other supermarkets. So you may, if I were to go to your website, there would be, I'm sure, polished images, lots of statistics about big numbers, which you've cited here in the room. But if I went to Albertsons or I went to some of your competitors, I'm sure I would see something similar. Is there something in the water, potentially marshaled by the USDA or some other third party, to kind of compare your food waste performance against your competitors? So that if I have a choice between going to you or going somewhere else, I want to go to you because you just do a better job.
Are we good with it? If I take it? I think something to follow is the Pacific Coast Food Waste Commitment. So because California, Washington, Oregon, those states have made a commitment to see this 50% reduction, what they also require is that they have to see the measured reduction. Like you have to show the progress. What I think when I say this, it sounds so like basic and why is it a big deal, but it's a huge deal and it's a huge accomplishment and kudos to the groups. You've got Walmart, Albertsons, Kroger, Sprouts, a whole coalition of retailers that have committed to sharing data. That's actively happening right now. We're putting it in terms of the West Coast measurement, but I think the trends are moving towards a kind of a national data sharing group. Yeah. I think this is the big game changing moment because this is a very competitive industry. Data sharing is not something that everybody just jumps in the pool and wants to do together. But we're kind of breaking that ceiling and it's happening. And so I think we're going to get to that point. We need the hotels, we need restaurants, we need everybody else to do that. But the Pacific Coast Food Waste Commitments really started a good trend.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, so the UN SDG, the global goal is 50% reduction in food waste by 2030 for some reason. We decided that we should do zero food waste by 2025. So that is our goal. Pete
involved in that?
Pete laughs. He's like, yeah, why did you do that? But so our goal is really two things. It's to reduce the amount of retail store food waste we generate. So that's through trimmings and byproducts of food that's made in store for sale. And then also to increase diversion from landfill of the scraps that are left over. So, Lisa has the specific numbers. So over time, the goal is to recycle more and divert from landfill as much as possible of a continually diminishing amount of food waste in our stores. So like your bar chart that you started. Right. So it's to reduce food waste generated and food that needs to be managed in the waste streams, but also to divert as much as possible from landfill to reduce the methane emissions. So.
I want to ask Justin one more question, and if somebody else has one, please. But what's the one thing, as an entrepreneur in the space, waste is incredibly difficult because of inherently what it is. It's something that's of lesser value in the economic system that we're all conditioned in. What's the one thing you've learned since launching this that is something that you're planning to do differently that you maybe didn't think of when you first started?
That's a loaded question. I think full food utilization is always a top kind of topic of ours. How do you maximize the value of the food and then upcycle it? But one thing that's been very interesting that I think is kind of in parallel with the consumers engaging with it and kind of adopting it from a community level, from a retail level. What's been fascinating as well is some of our biggest clients, we're selling to 600 corporate campuses right now. You see Baldor, Patler Freighter, all those trucks going back and forth, Cisco. They now have all of our chicken. We're selling into Google, Harvard, IBM, JP Morgan, Bank of America, BlackRock, Blackstone. The U.S. Senate is buying our chicken. World Bank, Gillette Stadium. So it's all now going through established supply chains. And then what we do is actually follow up with them on a monthly basis, because each chicken now saves 3 pounds of greenhouse gases and 4 pounds of surplus grocery food. So we actually can now quantify their benefit. And I think that's what's actually been super interesting, is identifying the problem and then quantifying the solution and driving towards bigger and greater metrics. I think that's what's been so unique and powerful, where, yeah, we can reduce Scope 3 emissions from Google by them simply buying a piece of chicken and they're moving their mouse 6 inches to the right, trying to make it as easy and accessible as possible, and then linking it to a real carbon benefit, but with the same ease.
I guess a lot of these things are food, sort of full belly problems, like developed world problems that don't exist in third world countries. And I think we're already starting to see climate affecting food availability in our communities with food deserts and things like that. And so I guess my question to the panel is, what is food waste tomorrow? Because right now I think we all agree that in the developed world a lot of food waste is wasted. So what does food waste look like tomorrow if we're all building businesses to reutilise wasted food? Does it go away? Do we do better? How does it end up working?
I can start us off. I do think what we're talking about today is a developed country issue, but I don't think it's not an issue that developing countries deal with. I think earlier today we heard that 80% of food is going to waste pre-harvest pre or immediately post-harvest in many developing countries. And we're also seeing increasing waste issues too, like post-consumer waste issues in developing countries. So I think it's something that we're working on here and hoping to kind of learn tips and tricks from the rest of the world as well, and kind of share knowledge on how we might be able to best move towards a circular system together. But I think that's what we're really aiming for. Is I think there's always going to be, as Denise was saying, like there will always be inherently some waste or kind of surplus food that's being generated from a grocery store. But what we're trying to figure out is how to kind of weave that back into the system so that it's circular and not actually ever becoming waste. So I would say that is what I'm hoping that we're moving towards, somewhere where we are utilizing food to its full capability. And if it's not feeding people first, then it's doing all of the other things that are in the EPA food waste hierarchy or food recovery hierarchy before we get to landfills and incinerators. So how do we kind of design that back into our system? That's what I would hope for.
Go ahead.
No, I think, I mean, I can show you videos of our production facility, and yeah, we could literally eat the food that we're picking up on a daily basis. So I think I think hopefully the sell-by dates, I think, can change, because that food is still fresh and can probably be kept in the refrigerator for many more days. So I think I'm hopeful for that, and the true recognition of, great, what does a sell-by date mean comparatively to that is not waste right now. And then I think from the developing country, I mean, I think you have a whole lot of additional problems with cold chain infrastructure and everything you got going on. So you're going to have a competing dynamic of food waste.
Maybe I can clarify. I just actually was using that as an example as far as, like, I guess on the answer of you need 6 apples to sell an apple because 1 apple means it's not abundant, as an example. So that's more what I was talking to when I gave the analogy. So it's more like, do we waste as much if we all agree that climate change is going to inhibit production of food? Will we actually have as much focus on abundance as a requirement, or it's like, oh shit, there's an apple?
What I hope happens is that through examples like I spent so much time formulating the answer.
The question is really, is food waste today what will be wasted tomorrow?
Is food waste today what's going to be wasted tomorrow? Is there a paradigm shift that's hopefully going to happen globally? Like, what does it look like?
Yeah, what's sludges and slurries, because we've recycled everything so much more, so the stuff that actually is now waste is no
Yeah, yeah. Is like, what is the future paradigm? What do we see? Like, what's the end kind of state that we want to move towards? I think one, it has to be an imperative that you separate food and it is treated differently in terms of the waste system. Food is always food. We have less than 2% of all available nutrients from the food system that are recycled today. Think about that. 98% of the nutrient flow goes into landfills right now. 12% is composted. That's an imperative. Like, you have got to get it out of the trash. The world has to do that. I think second, you have to realize that the food system represents a sacrifice in biodiversity, climate, and carbon. And when you do as much as you can to prevent that, you prevent all those embedded resources. And so this isn't about just linking it to climate. It's also a biodiversity challenge that we have, because we can't just keep extensifying, cutting down forests and chewing up grasslands to grow more food and agriculture.
I was just going to say, I mean, we are a U.S. grocery store operator, but we have a global supply chain, and it is a global interconnected food system. And the reality is we have abundance globally today. We could feed everyone, but logistics get in the way and prevent food from reaching people when they need it and where they need it. So I think there's some, and conflict and other global realities and challenges are making it difficult, and they're changing the equation constantly. So I think it is, sometimes when we talk about this topic, we call it the world's dumbest problem, because literally we have enough food to feed everyone who needs food today. We just can't get it to them before it spoils potentially and has to go to a landfill. So I think that's where we want to be part of the solution. We do need new ideas and innovations all the time. We are always looking for people to work with who share our mission and our goals to get things done. So appreciate that it has to be at a very local level and at a global level at the same time.
And we are totally out of time.
I do think it's really important, though. I'm just going to insert this because it's who I am, to talk about the profit margin. I don't, like, profit never entered into this conversation, and so I do think it's not just the logistics of getting food to people. It's how much people need to make to get it to people. And so as what you're saying, I think we have to look at, what is an expected amount of profit to make in order to have everybody have what they need, right? And that requires us to challenge a bunch of stuff all the way up the food chain, all the way back. So just needed to put that in there.
I think it's important. Thank you so much to the panel. Thanks for all of you for being here, and have a good day. Thank you.
to moderate this panel today on what I obviously think is an incredibly important, also very urgent topic, also very complicated and complex. So we're going to do the best that we can today to try to pull some of it apart. I'm excited because this is also an emerging topic that we're seeing more interest in, finally, I think, if you ask me. We're seeing the corporate landscape continuing to evolve in this space, and we'll talk a little bit about that as more companies become aware of climate risks and impacts on their companies, but also risks sort of posed by environmental and social degradation. So, and how these are all sort of intertwined, leading to risks sort of beyond your traditional enterprise risk management risks. So reputational risks, social license to operate risks, risks to the health of your workforce. So I want to start by introducing our illustrious panel here, who were so kind to come and help us try to tease some of this out. Madhu Rajesh, we'll start with in the middle here, because that makes the most sense, is Senior Director for Water and Agriculture at Coca-Cola. In her role, Madhu helps drive progress against the company's environmental, social, and governance goals, focusing on its 2030 water security strategy and sustainable ag sourcing globally. So big role. Madhu joined Coca-Cola from the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance, where she was the founding chief executive officer, leading pre-competitive collaboration across hospitality industry companies and developing public-private partnerships to address social and environmental issues. She spent 10 years working in operations, sales, and marketing with leading companies, including Marriott, Hilton, Starwood Hotels and Resorts, Emirates Airlines, across the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and the UK, so very varied background. Really glad to have her here with us. Christina, right next to me here, Water Stewardship Senior Manager at Starbucks. In her role, Christina serves as the company's lead water advisor, working across the enterprise and the industry to deliver thought leadership, overarching strategy, deep subject matter expertise, and actionable guidance on topics including water, biodiversity, and sustainable agriculture. She also has served as Director for Climate Resilient Water Systems at EDF, Environmental Defense Fund, where she worked at the intersection of water, ag, and climate with a focus on supporting the successful implementation of California's Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Again, big role, a lot of varied background, which is sort of where this all comes together. Also wonderful to have you, Christina. And then Alana Judah is an Associate Principal and America's East Resilience Leader based in the New York office for Europe. She's an architect, sustainability, and resilience specialist with a profound experience throughout the built environment. She's led climate and sustainability efforts on public and private sector projects around the world, as well as designed and implemented resilience and sustainability educational programs. She serves as industry spokesman and advisor to governments and has forged industry partnerships to advance climate imperatives. So again, very illustrious panel. Glad to have them. I guess Madhu and Christina are going to tell us what needs to be done. Alana, you're going to tell us how to do it. As a bit of an introduction, I'm going to get up on my soapbox for a little because, again, this is a topic that I love. Again, probably if you ask my kids, I talk more about this than anything else at home. I want to point out that company awareness of the risks climate change poses to value chains and communities, infrastructure, nature, humanity, ultimately the business, has grown significantly in recent years, owed to several factors, right? We're seeing climate impacts more and more every day. They're becoming more quantifiable and more costly to businesses. So they're starting to sit up and see that climate impacts are really having an impact on their bottom line. Consumer demand for ESG action and action on climate change is becoming a factor, driving sharp increase in the awareness of climate risks, and the regulatory space is starting to move. So we're starting to see more regulation around adaptation and resilience and the need for companies to not only report on their risks to climate change, but also do something about it. Now, as we know, reporting is an action. So companies have been reporting on sustainability initiatives since the late 1990s. It doesn't necessarily mean that that they're doing anything other than reporting on issues. This is, I think, for a couple of reasons. One is that the issues are complex, right? And nothing more complex than climate change and how it impacts everybody and everything. And a lot of these risks are outside the direct control of companies. And two, companies tend to focus on, because of these things, a narrowly defined set of risks in isolation from one another. That's traditional ERM. Well, again, climate change, among other things, is making it difficult, if not impossible, to do things in the old way. So again, why we're seeing this sort of as an emerging topic, and why a lot of companies, I think, are coming to the table with other NGOs and other stakeholder groups to talk about this, because they are realizing that they're part of a much broader system. So TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, comes along, provides one measuring stick for companies on how to integrate various risks into reporting, into their action. But again, TCFD at its core is a reporting platform. While there's an ever-growing space for companies to understand and assess risk, again through regulation or these different platforms, what to do about it is still fairly nascent. And that's why we're here today, to try to figure out what to do about all this risk. And we need to do something about it, right? We need to do something about it yesterday. We need to do something about it faster. With or without us meeting our, this is, we've been talking a lot about mitigation this week. With or without us meeting our mitigation targets, or meeting our commitments to the Paris Climate Agreement, keeping this below 1.5, there are currently and will be impacts from climate change, right? That's a reality. And this sort of leads to this new and uncertain future for people, nature, business, agriculture, goods, everything. So the future is not the past, and that's something that we need to grapple with. We're wading into this space with a ton of uncertainty, and uncertainty, we cannot predict the future. It's increasing in logistical operations, financial aspects of the global and local value chains, again, also in the social and ecological fields where I work, and this makes action difficult. So this is really a discussion, I think, today about new risk management, right? How do we manage risk in the future? A new way of coordinating both internally amongst ourselves, but also externally amongst others, building partnerships in a way that maximizes co-benefits and co-financing and minimizes trade-offs. So there's this desire to achieve resilience and sustainability in one's supply chain and network, and it's on most companies' wish and organizations' wish list, including WWF's. So I want to submit to you, sort of as a foundation to this discussion today, that it's possible that we can do this, and that you can use sustainability as a way to build resilience. And nature offers some of the smartest, most cost-effective ways to adapt to climate change. Okay, the numbers are there, the case studies are there. Mangrove protection, for example, can yield benefits almost 6 times their cost. I've seen other numbers, that are higher than that. They can prevent coastal flooding, support fisheries, forestry and recreation, nature-based solutions. Alana can tell you all about this. Or proactively using nature to solve a problem can be more cost-effective than engineered approaches like seawalls, and can often work in tandem with them. And I thought I saw Marty here somewhere, but nature-based solutions can also provide that mitigation co-benefit, right? They can help us sequester carbon, keep it in the ground, and they could provide 1/3 of the climate mitigation needed between now and 2030. But if we are to rely on nature to help people adapt, we need to help nature itself adapt, right? We need to give nature the tools to adapt to climate change as well. So we cannot design nature in the way that it used to be, because that is also currently shifting. So that's what we're going to dig into today, sort of a way forward and how. The how to marry sustainability and resilience, how to do these two things together, how to utilize nature, how to act on climate risk without compromising your sustainability goals, how to build the business case, which is vitally important, and then implement and partner to achieve impact. So let's get to it. Sorry for my soapbox, but again, I love talking about this stuff. So resilience is inherently about managing uncertainty, a difficult task for anyone to undertake when, as companies, you're asked to measure and meet short-term deadlines, right? All these things that keep us from thinking long-term, deliver on procurement goals. It requires investment. On top of that, climate impacts are local, systems are complex and dynamic, so a lot to consider when you're investing in nature-based solutions and climate resilience. So I want to start with a question for everyone on this panel. Feel free to jump in. Because we've seen how important it is to define terms, to make them sort of actionable and directional, we've seen that building resilience can often come at the expense of others. right? We've seen how one entity, one company can build resilience at the expense of people or nature. I want to understand from each of you how you guys are defining resilience, what it means for your company to either be resilient or allow it to build resilience. Because again, it's really important to set these bounds before we have the discussion about how to do it. So, Christina, you want to take that one first?
Oh, perfect. I mean, I think in the most general sense, when I think of resilience, I think the ability to bounce back from some kind of a disruption. When I think about resilience through the lens of Starbucks, I of course think of Starbucks as a company that needs to continue to thrive into the future. And at the very core of that are people and communities. So we think a lot about the first 10 feet, our 400,000 coffee farmers that allow us to produce the commodities that make our business successful, all the way through the 400,000 store partners that we have throughout the world. And so people and nature are really at the core of our business. I think just to put Starbucks in perspective, we purchase 3% of the world's coffee. We operate in 30 different countries. And so the environmental and social challenges that exist out there are very real for our business. And we try to keep the kind of social ecological perspective in mind when we work on any kind of project or work towards the sustainability targets that we've set.
So when you say we, what does that mean? Who in the company is defining resilience this way?
I mean, I work on our enterprise sustainability team, so, and in that role, I'm our global water advisor, so I help shape across the enterprise what our water strategy looks like. So I'd like to think I have a role in helping define what resilience looks like. And we have climate and waste advisors, and we all work together. And so, yeah, we help shape what that looks like and serve as advisors across the company, across all of our different strategy teams.
Have you gotten pushback on that definition?
I mean, I feel really fortunate to work for Starbucks because I think people know within the company, it's core to who we are, that we are a people community-based company. So I think it might be an easier sell. It's very directly tied to our bottom line.
Great. Madhu?
I can't believe you're asking me to define resilience, David. I have to say, for the context of everyone in this room, you can have any conversation you want to have with David, and he will bring it back to resilience in like 30 seconds. You cannot have a conversation with him without him, I don't know, in an hour's catch-up, resilience will probably come up like 75 times at least. But I think Christina did an amazing job of defining resilience. It is very much about continuing to do what you're doing in the face of shocks and setbacks and stressors. And so it goes beyond business continuity because it looks at what might go wrong today, tomorrow, and future, and being able to build in that ability to withstand that. And for us at Coca-Cola, I'd like to say we think about resilience in terms of our operations. We think about it in terms of our communities where we operate and touch people's lives, and also in terms of our supply chain. And I'll shout out to Joe because he might want to come in. Joe is my very dear colleague from our procurement team, so he works a lot on resilience and supply chains as well. And yeah, that is bread and butter because we depend on our supply chains, so that's important for us.
Sure, thanks. So, Alana, you sit in a bit of a different space. I don't think you make drinks at Arup.
We make a lot of tea.
Oh, do you? Okay. Well, forgive me.
But that's more internal.
Okay. So, first of all, can you tell us a little bit about what you and Arup do, and then answer the question on definition?
Sure, great. Could I get the mic? Thank you. So Arup is a global engineering, design, and consulting practice, and sort of the core of our business is that sustainability is everything. And of course, that encompasses adaptation. Resilience is one of our pillars of climate and sustainability. I think, in terms of what we do, in terms of the adaptation and resilience space, it ranges from everything we developed. For example, some of you might be familiar with the City Resilience Index, the Rockefeller Foundation, so we co-developed that framework. We have an Energy Resilience Index. a water resilience index, which really looks not only at sort of the technical aspects, but the governance aspects and the sort of community aspects, and really thinks about holistically, what does it take, to create resilience? How do we measure it against, of course, as a company founded in engineering, key performance indicators is a big factor. Sort of like, it's a difficult problem. How do you measure resilience? And in terms of the work we do, everything from that scale to very much multi-hazard risk assessment, looking at different future climate scenarios and also natural hazards, to integrating resilient policy planning, and then ultimately design. So it kind of ranges the spectrum. I would say in terms of defining resilience, when we work with our clients and our stakeholders, we ask a series of questions, and I personally am very influenced by an academic paper by academics Miro and Newell, who really look at asking essentially 5 questions around resilience. Resilience for whom? Resilience to what? Resilience when? So looking at the time frame. Why? And I'm forgetting the last one, but it's like the 5 W's of, through what? And so, in that paper, they took an example of how, with respect to a particular problem, those questions were answered differently for a community. And the results were fundamentally different for the solution depending on the questions you answered. And that sort of ties into, what was said before, is like, who are your stakeholders? What are you looking at? What timeframes are you looking at? And I think that that's a helpful framing for defining resilience.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I think that's something that we stress with a lot of our companies. And again, talking about how climate impacts are local. And you need to answer these questions multiple times as you walk through the resilience process in order to get some definition around it and understand what you're working towards, not only at the company scale, but then again at the landscape scale. So my next question was, how do you measure resilience? That's kind of the nut that everyone's trying to crack. It's very difficult to do, obviously. I used to have a colleague who said, trying to measure resilience is trying to measure how much I love you. I cannot tell you how, you cannot measure how much I love you. There are proxies, there are ways that I can show you that, but it's very hard to put these sort of measurable parameters around resilience, but something that we have to do, something that companies especially, right, have to do. So wondering, I guess, from our private sector partners here, how are you measuring resilience either internally, or how are you thinking about getting to that measurement space? Because not everyone's figured it out. Very few have figured it out yet.
Well, I will say that I don't think we measure in terms of like resilience itself, in terms of resilience equals XYZ. And I think that's also, resilience can be a very broad term, just as you mentioned in those 5 questions. It depends how you answer those 5 questions. But some of the ways that I think we measure the health of our business and the health of our communities and the systems in which we work. We work with Conservation International. We have the Coffee and Farmer Equity Practices. It was developed in 2004, which helps us better work with our farmers to set standards for how we grow coffee. And we have more than 200 indicators that we measure from an environmental, social, and economic standpoint. And so that allows us to better understand and then communicate across our value chain. Data, I think, is very helpful and can help you make decisions in the right direction. And then I'll also say, kind of with my water hat on, we work with a lot of NGOs on the ground, like WWF, some, TNC and others, and we really rely on that on-the-ground expertise to understand, the places, for example, that we do replenishment projects, like what are the baselines, what is possible to measure, what can we measure definitively, and what is going to be more qualitative. And so I think that's a partnership that allows us to work together to communicate that.
Yeah, and I think we can scrub the names of those other
I was
big
hesitant to say it.
NGOs.
Did you hear it? Hear that pause?
That's right. In post, that's right. We'll just bleep those out. Okay. Madhu, you want to tackle this one?
Yeah, sure. I think I'd like to start by saying that, as a collective, our ability to measure resilience is actually quite young, because it's still a very new concept, very important one, and I think, well, I certainly hope that that improves over time. But I'd like to start by saying, like Christina said, very important when we are working with partners in any basin to establish a baseline and then look at what's changed as a result of any program that you've funded. And at Coca-Cola, with support of the Coca-Cola Foundation, we've been funding Replenish projects now for nearly 2 decades. So really looking at the impact of those programs at the start of the project and end of the project helps take lessons on board and see how you design programs better in future as well. But the other thing I'd like to say, couple of things, is you mentioned nature-based solutions at the start of this. So I'd like to say about 7-8 years ago, we started looking at our portfolio of nature-based solutions and said, okay, we've supported these programs from the lens of water, but what we're learning is that there are many other benefits that these programs have to nature. So is there a way of measuring in a structured way and quantifying these outcomes? And so we worked with a number of partners. I'm not going to name them, otherwise David will not be happy. But we worked with a number of partners to start developing a methodology to quantify some of those co-benefits of those programs. And what we learned through applying that methodology to several dozen projects that we have that are nature-based projects is that, like David said, a number of those programs, even though they are water replenishment programs, have benefits that help sequester carbon, that have benefits around reforestation, improving soil water holding capability, reducing soil erosion, impact on native species, impact on tourism. So a number of different kind of co-benefits that could be quantified to be able to really see what's changed in this ecosystem to make it more resilient. And so we developed that methodology, we've piloted it, and we are actually working with, dare I say, CEO Water Mandate to make that methodology open source, and it will be available to anyone who wants to use it as of later this year. And so that's really helped us understand a lot more about programs. And then the third thing that we are now doing as part of our new 2030 water security strategy is we have a goal to work in 60 watersheds that are most critical for our operations and supply chain. And so we have, with WWF and the Nature Conservancy, developed a watershed health framework that really looks at risks in the basin when it comes to water quality, water availability, water access, other risks that might be there in the basin, whether it's deforestation or if it's a sourcing basin, whatever those risks might be. So against a number of criteria, current risks as well as how they might evolve in future, and what are some of the interventions that might be designed to the local context. So that really helps us cater to the local context, design interventions, and over time will help us measure the change in the basin as well. So a lot of work's underway by a lot of organizations, and hopefully the tracking mechanisms, I just repeated mechanism twice, but hopefully they'll evolve and become more sophisticated over time. But it's important that we start thinking about building those as we're designing new projects.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we work with CEO Water Mandate. We work with them on the resilience methodology and indicators. So, and we're all in this together. So, I'm happy that this work is being done. Doesn't matter by whom. Alana, can you sort of respond to that? And I know you have a lot of experience in the nature-based solution space, and let's start getting into that.
Yeah, I think I agree. It's a very challenging thing to measure. I know that there are many people who have been working for many years, both in academia and in practice, to really understand what the metrics are. I think there are a couple of combinations of things that need to be considered. One is modeling. So we do a lot of modeling, multi-hazard scenario modeling, Monte Carlo simulations, whatever you want to call them, that look at thousands of different scenarios for the baseline you're talking about. So even the baseline, what are those, I guess, formerly RCPs, SSPs, how do you downscale them? What does that mean? How does that translate? That in itself is a challenge. But then overlaying potential hazard mitigation measures, and understanding that delta. So that's kind of one piece of it. and then understanding what's what potentially is reasonable, or what's your spectrum that you're working with, because of course there's never certainty around these things. I think the other aspect is the other end, is the monitoring. So once you've installed, certainly there are lots of folks testing different green infrastructure solutions and measuring performance, and really making sure that that data monitoring is feeding back and validating or calibrating the assumptions. And so, for example, I worked on the green roof of this wonderful building, which I don't know if there's opportunity to go visit it. Actually, I worked on the green roof of the original building, not the expansion. But one of the things that we did was we worked with Drexel University. So this is my former firm, not Arup, but we got funding from the Javits Center to install monitoring devices to understand stormwater management. And what we found, even though it was a very, very thin system because of structural capacity of the existing building, it absorbed a lot more stormwater than we had modeled initially. And so those findings were very, very interesting, and they fed back into the DEP in New York City. So I think that combination of modeling and monitoring is really critical.
Yeah, that's great. So I think a couple of pieces that I want to tease out there with Christina and Madhu, right? So you're both very large companies with immense supply chains. It's not always easy to know exactly when, where, how something as immense and complicated as climate change is impacting your business, and how to anticipate and proactively manage risk, let alone start to measure it, feed that back into the system, really build that plane as you're flying it. So oftentimes what we see with companies is this sort of paralysis when it comes to, hey, we need to know what the future holds in order for us to do something about that. So I'm wondering, from either of your perspectives, right, how do you go from that local to global? Or how do you manage sort of that immensity and complexity that you'll have to deal with, and then instill or install sort of those monitoring systems that help you, with continuous improvement, and really sell internally to your company that this is something that nature-based solutions, or what have you, whatever resilience action it is something that you should undertake and invest in.
Thank you. So David, I mean, when someone asks me to describe our 2030 water security strategy in one line, I say it's about doing what matters the most, where it matters the most. And so by really genuinely believing in it, it becomes an approach which is very much fed in by the local teams who understand their local context better than anyone does, and then listening to them and building that into a global framework, because we have 200 countries that we operate in almost, and so getting everybody aligned to the same framework with the variations of the local context, and sort of working towards the same strategy. So it's both bottom up and top down, and a lot of listening to internal stakeholders, but also to external stakeholders like yourselves, who really challenge us to think about things from a very different perspective as well. So I guess that is one thing which I would like to say. And then when we are looking at what resilience in action means to us and how we are going to measure progress against it, we look at it in terms of what we do within our four walls and operations, and what we do outside of our four walls. So really looking at each location, first of all, we've segmented our 700 operating locations based on their exposure to water risk into 3 different categories. And we have about 175 locations that are in areas of high or very high water stress, and so we call them leadership locations, and we've set a goal of 100% regenerative water use in each of those locations, really looking at how much water we use, how can we improve our water use efficiency, and then replenish the balance to nature and communities through a portfolio of programs. So that's one element in our operations. Then we look at communities that we operate in and source from, and what are issues there, whether that is issues around access or availability or quality, or whether it's women and girls who are disproportionately impacted by water scarcity issues. And so how do we integrate more women and girls into our programs and measure improvements that or impact to them on programs, and also then looking at what does it take to make communities resilient, because it's not just always about access to wash, but it's about how communities are currently facing or will face in future impacts of climate change, and what needs to happen in those communities to increase their adaptability to climate change. And in our supply chain, it's about understanding dependencies that we have, because a huge part of our water footprint comes from our agricultural supply chain, and equally climate change. We experience it, communities as well as our sourcing regions very often experience it through water. It's either too much water or too little water. So it's very important that we factor in resilience when it comes to our supply chains as well. So we worked with our procurement team very collaboratively to map sourcing regions, and we don't have a vertically integrated supply chains. It's a very complex supply chain where sourcing regions change on an annual basis, or suppliers change on an annual basis. So within all those limitations, we've tried to map where our commodities are sourced from and how vulnerable those regions are to water issues and climate change issues, and then integrated some in our watershed stewardship goal, as well as engaging with our suppliers to promote more sustainable and water sustainable farming practices. And with each of those, then there are metrics associated internally that we measure.
Yeah, it doesn't sound simple. I wanted, Christina, could you bring us down to the landscape level now? I feel like we're talking sort of methodologies and metrics, and sort of these high-level goals that could be distilled from the ground up through multiple experiences or measurements or consultations. But could you give us an example of either where Starbucks has been impacted by climate change and you've either had to pivot, you weren't prepared, or maybe you were, and what lessons you learned from that case, and bring it to the ground for us and make it real, because again, as I talked about sort of early on, we see a lot of companies measuring risk. We see a lot of companies talking about risk, and we again are trying to really figure out what it looks like on the ground and how to do it. So I was wondering if you have any examples. And again, I love that we're all up here talking about it, because we are building the plane as we're flying it, right? It's not, no one's going to have all the answers to every problem or every question. Again, WWF included. We want to build resilience into our own conservation, conserve. There's sort of a contradiction there, right? We want to build resilience into our own programs and projects. So again, just happy to be on the learning journey with you guys. So any examples, true life examples you can provide?
Yeah, and I agree. I think we're all on this learning journey. We've kind of prioritized and dug in certain areas. But one example that comes to mind for me that is very real for Starbucks. I mean, we're an agriculturally based company in terms of the coffee that we grow, and we know with climate change, that changes the growing conditions that trees thrive in. And so with that, with climate change, there's been a coffee disease, coffee leaf rust, which has impacted trees across the world. And so recognizing that, Starbucks has done a couple of different things. We've made a commitment to donate up to 1 million disease-resilient trees to coffee growers around the world. They don't have to be directly supplying to Starbucks to help build resilience across the farming community. We also have farmer support centers in 10 different locations across the globe, and I think we have to, I really like your point on understanding the local context, right? Because, the variables are very different in different places, and I work on water, and local context is just so critical to understanding the overall system. And so those farmer support centers allow us to have agronomists on location to be able to work with growers. We have a train-the-trainer model that can help scale some of the learnings in terms of sustainability practices or on-field practices. And then I think another thing is we have model farms, right? So Starbucks owns one farm, which we're using as an innovation center, but we're also working with farmers around the world who can demonstrate good farming practices from which others can learn. So those are just a few on the ground ways that we're trying to make a difference.
Yep, learning, core component of resilience. Alana, I would hope you can jump in here with any great stories that you have.
In terms of examples,
Yeah.
So this is more of a personal example, I guess, because I'm not specifically in agriculture, so I don't want to pretend I am. I was living in Vancouver during some of the major events in 2021. There were basically a major heat wave, wildfires. There was an entire town that burnt down. Many hundreds of people that died in a matter of 3 days because the temperatures were so high and most people didn't have air conditioning. And then that was in June, and then in November there were these atmospheric rivers, what we call the Pineapple Express, that comes up from Hawaii, and because of the drastic change in temperature, that just dumped huge amounts of rain in southern British Columbia, where all the farming was, and it basically ruined, major source of agriculture for both the province and for Washington State, as well as, thousands of animals. And so I think the example there, and then the other thing that was interesting about those rains, and there was the extreme heat and wildfires actually made the sort of atmospheric river situation worse because there was, the absorption of the soil and there was an intersection between the hazards. And the interesting thing, sort of you mentioned the supply chain, was that because the floods actually caused interruption of rail traffic from basically the port of Vancouver was affected. They bring in all kinds of supplies internationally, and that actually impacted the country essentially because of the railway. And so there was, I think it was a cookie manufacturer that couldn't make the cookies the way they were supposed to make them because they were missing critical ingredients. So it sort of goes to show you that really understanding the supply chain and the potential impacts that could affect your resources and making sure that there's redundancy across your system. And as these events become more and more frequent and more pronounced, how do we think about redundancy to ensure that there's security of the supply chain?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. That functional redundancy, again, sort of one of those core components of building resilience. When we talk about resilience, we talk about being proactive, but not sort of pigeonholing yourself into trying to figure out one solution to anything, right? We're not going to be resilient to everything everywhere all at once at the same time, right? So you have to build some of these things into your system, whether it be in the natural system or in your communities on the ground, so that they have alternate resources or livelihoods that they depend on when something does hit, or in your supply chains, so that if something does happen, you are not abandoning your sustainability initiatives or goals to find something elsewhere. So I love that point about functional redundancy, and it's one of those words that okay, but what does that actually mean on the ground? And I think you did a great job of showing what that means. And Madhu, I'm wondering if I could give the Guatemala example, because I think that's the one that we learned quite a bit from, right? Is we had this landscape down in Guatemala, and there was a Coke bottler on this landscape, and the bottler, they were investing a lot. Coke was investing a lot in efficiencies, and being as efficient as they could be, in controlling what they could within their four walls. Well, because of climate change across the landscape, much the way you're talking about, Alana, and the way that everybody on that landscape, subsistence farmers and communities and melon farmers, were responding to a long-term drought, that bottler was running at 30% capacity, despite it was as efficient as it could be. So we get into this landscape, and we work through the dynamics in this landscape, try to understand how everyone is, or in this case, really wasn't planning for this long-term drought. They were planning for past conditions. They were further compromised. There was a cloud forest on top of this landscape, subsistence farmers were going up into this cloud forest, chopping down trees because that's where the water was, right? That is a sort of a panicked response to something that they weren't planning for. They didn't have alternative livelihoods that they could rely on. They didn't have early warning systems. They didn't have some of these things that we talk about when we talk about core components of resilience. So they're chopping down trees, again, through little fault of their own. They didn't know what else to do. Further compromising the water source. By the time the water got down to the communities, it was dirty and kids were getting sick. Melon farmers, they were the haves. They could just run water tubes further up into the protected area and grab more water. So then again, by the time it got down to this Coke bottler, 30% capacity. That was really sort of eye-opening for us, that we couldn't just work on one part of the system, but we had to work on everything. We had to get everybody on this same page and talk about sort of what the landscape goals or outcomes were. And Christina, I know we talked about this more recently, like what are those outcomes that you want to achieve on the landscape, because there are things outside of your control that really need to be worked on if we're going to work on resilience and adaptation to climate change in a real way that minimizes those trade-offs that we're talking about. I'll get back to this earlier question in a bit, but I want to talk about the partnerships that are needed here, right? Again, maybe the infrastructure firm or the infrastructure developer and the coffee producer aren't necessarily on the same page or valuing the same things, but it's important that they do those things. So I'm wondering if any and all of you, please chime in here. What are the partnerships that are needed on the ground? Who do we need to get on the same page or at the table? And what do we need to be telling each other in order to get there and really come up with these landscape level goals and outcomes for resilience for people and nature?
You want me to start?
Sure.
So I think in terms of partnerships, first of all, when you're talking about change at the basin level, there are, no single company in most cases will be the sole user in that basin. So looking at who are all the users in the basin, because then you map the shared water challenges that impact all the companies. And by coming together and working collectively in that basin, you can amplify the scale and the reach and the impact. And that's what's going to be needed when you're looking at long-term, measurable, sustainable changes at the basin level. So, of course, peer companies are very, very important. And then when we are thinking about other companies, also thinking about our suppliers and customers, that's very important because we are all part of each other's value chains. And so really thinking about where are there those shared dependencies and how can you mobilize action across the value chain. Partnerships with NGOs and implementing partners, like without them there's no programming, so those are absolutely critical. But then I'd also like to share a learning from earlier this year. I was visiting a country, I'm not going to name the country or the ingredient, but it was a country where sourced some of our fruits from, and the country had a drought, and what we found was that the crop was more or less wiped out from the country or very severely impacted. And I met a number of people who were working in the industry, and where what I learned was that it was a crop that was dependent on rain-fed agriculture, and so rainfall was important. Where there was a drought, only those farmers that had irrigation mechanisms as a backup actually had crop, and those farmers that didn't, who were largely smallholder farmers who didn't have irrigation infrastructure, really suffered. And that smallholder farmers, expecting them to create that irrigation infrastructure when you own half an acre of land and you're talking about sustenance farming from day to day, you're not thinking about irrigation infrastructure. So that's where the role of governments, the private sector, the multilaterals, everyone needs to come together to make that system work in that country for resilience. And so, yeah, we are all involved in this, whether you're a government, a multilateral, a corporate, a supplier, a buyer, a customer. Everyone, partnerships with everyone are critical, and of course, NGO partners.
Could you remind me of the question?
Partnerships.
Partnerships.
Mm-hmm.
Partnerships. So this is sort of what is the paper called? It was about the commons. The tragedy of the commons, right? Sorry, it's Climate Week, so I'm a little tired. getting some blanks here. Tragedy of the commons. You know, water is, you know, has no boundaries. It's the commons, and it's unpredictable. And I was actually going to ask both of you if you've been impacted. So there's drought, but also increased, you know, storm events and, you know, flooding of your supply. So I think we have to treat this like a problem of the commons, where there are private actors, there are public actors, there are different sort of users, and of course there are our non-human friends too, that we need to appreciate that this is a very interconnected ecosystem services problem. I know that's not a very clear answer, but I think we need to be really thinking, and Arab is very, very good at developing these frameworks with lots of different stakeholders and so forth, but so I always tend to think across systems, but I think understanding who all those stakeholders are, you know, including the biodiversity component, like, so who else is the water serving? How does that make, you know, how does that ensure that the ecosystem is functioning so that the water, you know, can, and the crops can be, you know, produced and grown, and that there aren't, you know, problems like the disease problems you're mentioning, so.
Yeah, I'll just maybe make a couple of additive points because I agree with what both of you said. And I do think when you think, this is another water example, I hope that's okay, I know we're at Climate Week, but they're integrated. When you think of water, you have to think at the watershed level. And so upstream, downstream, there can be some very real impacts. And a lot of times when corporates come in with replenishment projects, you have discrete boundaries for that project. And then you can still get your volumetric benefits because you came and you checked the box and you did what you intended to do. But you really have to understand, you know, what the kind of upstream, downstream, bigger picture impacts and what is the ultimate outcome that you are looking to have. And I think the need to kind of look bigger is an important place for partnerships to come in. So how as corporates can we come together and work in, you know, the same watershed, or what are the other pieces of the puzzle, the policy, the implementers, the stakeholders on the ground? And then in terms of partnerships, I'll also say that a lot of times you need funding, right? And so how can we come together to build partnerships to help support the activities that are needed on the ground? And I think that's where the Water Resilience Coalition and some of the initiatives that we're focused on now in terms of how can companies use their balance sheet to invest in WASH projects on the ground to enable access to sanitation and water in ways that empower communities and change livelihoods that really affect the system from the bottom up, but through kind of top-down partnerships and dollars.
Great. So working multiple angles. You know, I really, I hope everyone here sort of appreciates how complex, again, this is. We're talking about a lot of different ways to go about it and the importance, but then also the difficulties of getting on the same page with other stakeholder groups on the ground in different places, and then laddering it all up, and then getting financing. You know, a lot of financing is opening up for adaptation and resilience. The question is how, you know, how do we access it? Again, what does good resilience look like? So it's still a lot of questions, I think, to answer. And questions from the audience. We only have about 10 minutes, and I have a few more, but I just wanted to open it up because to make sure that if anybody in the audience has any questions for the panel or myself, please feel free to ask them. In the back.
Hi, good afternoon. How could local governments or state governments better position themselves to be better partners? I'm sure you all have worked with them, so it's difficult sometimes for bureaucracy, but I'm just curious to see how they can position themselves better.
I can start another water example, but within the United States, water is often managed at the state, local levels, especially water quantity. Water quality, of course, there's national guidelines. And so local entities are so vital in improving the volumetric benefits, the ecosystem benefits that water produces, and I would say that's true well beyond the United States and at the state level. It's water is very local, and so you have to work with those local water commissions, the local entities on the ground. One, to build trust. Like if you're going to come in as an external entity, you have to connect with those local organizations. Assuming that they have trust in state entities and government agencies, but I think there's just they're important part of the puzzle and people coming together to affect change.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with everything Christina said, but I think the couple things I'd add is, like I was sharing in the previous example, really thinking about what's the economy and what's the landscape of your country, and how can the government support infrastructure development in the countries for farming and for communities. That would certainly help in terms of infrastructure, and then having policies also that support access to water and sanitation and look at resilience in the long run. So in one of my previous roles, I was working a lot in Africa and working with poor communities that lacked access to water and sanitation, and did a lot of work with utilities. And what I learned there was that very often utilities wouldn't see low-income communities as consumers of water. And one of my big learnings was, well, nobody lives without water, right? So these people are buying water from somewhere, just not from the utilities. So what does it take to build that connection for utilities to see poor communities as consumers of water and build market linkages so that utilities can break even on the cost that they're incurring to provide water and make it commercially viable. And it's about, like Christina was saying, about building trust and building those linkages and making sure the markets work. So yeah, a combination of markets, a combination of infrastructure, and a combination of policies.
I would also add that thinking holistically about land use planning, capacity of whatever your jurisdiction is with respect to the resources you have, the population that you're serving, the economy you're trying to grow, and really looking at it holistically so that you're not off balance as a government. If you're bringing in companies that are using certain resources, you have aspirations for economic development, but also serving your populations, making sure that you're in balance. And I think that's the job of government.
So in my experience, it's also opening up the forum to stakeholder engagement, understanding what a dedicated forum. This is what we just ran into in, I guess, a country that won't be named. There's a disconnect in understanding, right, between what the impacts are on the local communities and what they need and potential policy. And again, for various reasons, because it moves slow or the funding is tight and needs to be allocated in certain ways. But I think understanding, having a committed forum to listen to different stakeholder groups is very important in moving the conversation forward and trying to understand, to get everybody on the same page. And again, I think that's one of the learnings that that I've had to learn over and over again, is that the stakeholder engagement is such an important piece, and continuous stakeholder engagement is such an important piece of building resilience, so that people value the solutions that you put forth and that you try to implement, and have a voice in the design of these things in the first place. I think that stakeholder engagement and providing that open space for communities, regardless of where they are or who they are or what economic investment they may have in the area, is vital. And having other groups that may have more economic investment or more say or more power at that same table, so that people are listening to each other, is an important step in this entire process, right? Because again, managing trade-offs, we need to understand how best to manage trade-offs so that one group isn't getting the investment or isn't becoming resilient at the expense of others, which we've seen all too often. So again, big complex web, but I think that's a good start, at least in my mind, from what I've seen in my work.
Thanks for this. In addition to the conversations about water for growing crops and things like that, what about the water usage for materials and other parts of the processes to create the product? So things like, especially disposables, we know that uses a lot of water. So what are your companies doing to manage that?
Yeah, great question. And I think, when we think of water, when I talk to people about water, they often think about the water that's used in our stores, like that water that's actually visible. But that's actually a very small part of our overall kind of corporate water footprint, and it's really about the embedded water that is in, our packaging, right? Starbucks is known for our paper cup. And so we have a couple of things that we're doing right now. We have a really exciting project in California. It's a pilot. It's in the Petaluma area where 12 stores are going completely to reusables. And it's an amazing, way to kind of test different models of how to get to, changing the way that we serve coffee. And we've conducted reusable tests across the globe. And what we're learning is that, yes, there's different ways you can incentivize, like the cup buy bring backs, or you can give stars, you give rewards, but there's a huge behavioral component, and that is just it's a really challenging piece to get at, and we're continuing to try to move the needle and test new models about what will work. So that is one, and then I think in my role as our water advisor, it's about having conversations across the company when I think about packaging, right? And it's also about like the places you're sourcing from, and is that a high risk location? There's trade-offs when you think about where you source from. If you source in the United States from the Pacific Northwest, for example, you might have a higher water footprint, but maybe you don't have the water scarcity issues. So I think it's also about really understanding the bigger picture and the trade-offs, and then trying to make those smart decisions, not in silos, but with the other parts of the company that really can help move the needle. But yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, I think I'll just supplement by saying there are trade-offs, because when we talk about packaging, for us, you're looking at moving from, let's say, plastic packaging to glass bottles and returnable glass bottles, and then that has an impact because the cleaning costs go up. Or if you're moving to cardboard packaging, that has a greater water footprint. So it's about understanding the trade-offs and not creating a new problem when you're trying to solve for another, and looking for innovations and new solutions and new technologies to be able to help with all of that. Don't know if you want to add from the building perspective.
I could add a lot from the building perspective. It might be a little bit different than what what you all are talking about. I think there's a lot of embedded water, of course, in our infrastructure, in manufacturing of materials. But I would also say that, just to sort of Madhu's point of balance, because I think in the infrastructure side, there's what we call the energy-water nexus. And we really need to understand, for example, if we are treating water and reusing water and reclaiming water, what are the energy implications? Does that increase our energy? Can we do it through renewables? What does it take to deliver water? So what are the solutions that can actually, in aggregate, reduce the impact? I'm speaking specifically energy-water nexus. There are broader implications as well. So I guess that's what we tend to specifically focus on, is how do we optimize water use, but also not negatively impact energy consumption at the same time.
So we have a minute left in short words. Any final pleas for either anyone in this audience or out in the greater universe, help that's needed, partnerships that are needed, in a couple words before we go here? From any of you. Yeah, Alana, go ahead.
I'll just pass the mic back. So you mentioned the TCFD at the beginning. So now, the TNFD has been announced, and sort of the biodiversity loss that we're facing as a planet, and the implications, in terms of species extinction, and again, how we function, we rely on so many things because of our biodiversity. And that's kind of at the core of what we need to think about holistically. So I would just sort of encourage us to really address things from a biodiversity perspective.
I'll take my Coca-Cola hat off for a minute and just speak as someone who's been working on sustainability for 15 years. And what I'd say is, very often when I talk to people about water, it is seen as a you problem. It's always there for someone else to handle. A company should do more. Government should do more. Somebody else should do more. And my big learning or my big plea to everyone is that water will always continue to be a problem as long as it stays a you problem. Unless it becomes a me problem and each one of us is more conscious about water and the impact we have, we're never going to solve it. So yeah, let's embrace it as an issue that is really critical for us. There's no life without water, and let's make the change happen together.
Yeah, I would just encourage, we're here at Climate Week, but climate it's so intertwined with water and people and systems. So, just a call to think big systems, like really understand the components and the trade-offs and how collectively, by understanding the intricate parts of the system, we can derive better solutions into the future.
Yeah. So, and then just as a wrap up here, shameless plug for looking at the quality of nature-based solutions and how to invest in the right way in nature-based solutions. The nature-based solutions origination platform launched in this room on Tuesday. So shameless plug for WWF. Take a look at the quality of your nature-based solutions. That's a great platform, a great place to start. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to everyone in the room. I know it's been a long week. Appreciate you guys coming in and listening to this, at times very, again, complicated and tough conversation, and go have some pizza. So thanks, everybody.
signal when to start, or should we? Oh, really? Okay, great. I didn't know about with the live stream if there was anything we had to coordinate with or no. Awesome. I love it. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, I'm sure they are. Great. Hi, everyone. So we'll go ahead and get started. Thanks so much for sticking around. The last session in the Panda Pavilion, we're shutting it down with, of course, the most important topic, which is looking at reducing greenhouse gas emissions in food production. I am Martha Stevenson. I am with WWF. I'm actually the Senior Director of Forest Strategy and help to lead the land sector guidance development for the forest, land, and agriculture sector, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But important to note that I am pinch hitting today for Emily Moberg, who's on our markets team, and she's the Director of Scope 3 Greenhouse Gas Accounting and Food Systems. Unfortunately, she's come down she's sick, so I'm having to jump in. Apologies for that, and so I will be presenting content that is not my own today. So I beg your generosity of spirit as we work through this together. But also happy to dig in on Q&A. I think it'll be fun. So what I wanted to do is just first welcome our panel. Very grateful to have Lisanne and David with us today. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves a little bit about their business. Then we'll go into some of the technical presentation to tee this up. So I'll present a little bit about looking at greenhouse gas intensities across different commodities, focus on the forest, land, and agriculture guidance for a few minutes. We'll pass it back over to the panel. They can talk about data and tools and, of course, the corporate experience and looking at these various tools and guidance. Then we'll move to Q&A. We'll both be asking the questions and answering some of them also with my panel. And then we'll open up to the audience for some back and forth. So that's the schedule. Again, thanks for joining us. Thanks for those online joining us. And Emily, if you're there, we hope you feel much better very quickly. So please, Lisanne, if you could introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for the invitation to speak here. I'm really glad to be here. So my name is Lisanne de Weert. I work as a life cycle assessment specialist and sustainability consultant at Blanc Sustainability. And as you might have heard by now from my accent, I'm not from the US, I'm Dutch. We are situated in Gouda in the Netherlands, but we're expanding to the US. Actually, we're opening an office in Washington, DC soon. And what we do at Blanc is, on the one side, this consultancy, so helping companies understand the footprint within their value chain, and on the other hand, developing databases and tools to facilitate this work. And everything is in the food and agricultural space.
Great, thank you. David.
Hello, everybody. Oh, that's loud. Hi, my name's David Wright. I'm the Vice President of the Footwear Divisions for Tapestry. It's a luxury brand group. Bit about my background and why I've probably chosen to sit up here today. I'm a leather chemist by trade, and my family's been making leather for over 200 years. But through my experience, we're going to be looking at the backside of when the animals in the agriculture part, what do you do with the raw materials when they come off? So I work for Tapestry. For those that don't know, we are a group of luxury brands consisting of Coach, Kate Spade, and Stuart Wiseman. We were established in 2017 as those brands, but from the Coach aspect of it, was established in 1941 as the original house of leather, and we are focused on those programs. I would say that Tapestry, we're celebrating our 10-year anniversary of our CSR report this year. 10 years, you could think it could be a short period of time when you compare some other brands like Nike and Timberland and programs. But I would say in the last 4 years, we've been on overdrive, adapting lots of different programs. We've established science-based targets. We've done a lot of collaborative programs with WWF around deforestation. We're heavily involved in Leather Working Group, which I can talk about a little bit. And you know, we have an ESG program, which is called the Fabric of Change, where we basically, it's the blueprint on how we weave together our business programs against some of the most pressing concerns that we have for our environment in this industry. We're based on 4 pillars, you know, our people, power of people, where we work with equity and inclusivity, sustainability for materials for our planet. So we have to look focused on how can we use those in the best possible ways, making the right decisions. Uplifting our communities, that's one key thing as well. Supporting individuals, communities, and business needs. And lastly, of our product, where we like to create product with care. because we think if we can create something that's designed to last, you can actually have longevity of a product and therefore reduce the amount of emissions going through. So there we go.
Great, thank you so much. And for some of those insights, I look forward to digging in a moment. Okay, so why are we here? Food systems obviously have a significant impact on global emissions. If we include the entire life cycle, estimates are that they contribute about 30% to global emissions. And if we kind of consider what we need in order to be in line with a 1.5 degree target, so looking out to 2050, we need to reduce those emissions by about 80% by 2050. I do want to note something here that I think is often a misconception, that we need to get to net zero within the food sector. It's actually not the case. We're going to retain about 5 gigatons of emissions if you look at all the IPCC models. Largely that is N2O and methane emissions, but this sector by itself does not get to net zero. When you include it with the forestry sector, and we'll talk about that a little bit more when I get into the flag work, that's what makes it get to net zero. But I think sometimes ag folks think that they need to get to net zero all by themselves, and no, that's not actually the case. They need to focus on making food, fiber, and fuel sustainably. So I just want to kind of highlight that from the outset. A lot of the emissions that this 80% reduction represents, most of the emissions are on-farm emissions. So we're looking at things like land use change, fertilizer emissions, introducing silvopasture and others to the grazing systems and different farming systems. So those are the types of activities that we're going to be discussing today. So producing the food, the same food often can have a 10 times difference in the GHG intensity of how and where it was grown. And so these two plates here show the actual values of greenhouse gas intensity for the same food produced in some of the most and least greenhouse gas intensive ways. This means that it is critical to understand the impacts from a specific supply chain and looking at these different sourcing regions. You can have drastically different emission factors depending on the practices, on the location, on the efficiency of that system. This graph in blue is showing the modeled target of greenhouse gas emissions intensity for soy. So we're looking at just the soy pathway right now. And it's the global average pathway for soy from the SBTI forest, land, and agriculture model over time. This is compared to an average business as usual footprint, which is on the left. So you can see the green is land use change, and then we're looking at farm fuel inputs and N2O. The current soy footprint mostly comes from those emissions that are reflected on the left. But if we look at, instead of the average intensity, the highest intensity, that has come off the, okay. Imagine a green bar appears right now that flies the whole way off the chart to the top. And so that would be if you're sourcing from a region where a lot of deforestation has occurred, it would actually go off the charts of what we have represented here, because recently cleared land just brings with it such a greenhouse gas burden that it would be much, much higher than the global average. In contrast, if we look at some of the best practices, you could see that the on-farm footprint could be quite low, and that's what's reflected here if we just look at the blue and yellow bars here on the left. So one of the critical things for us to think about is how we change the trajectory from our current business as usual emissions, now shown in the red on the graph over time, to meet these climate targets. We think that focusing on the drivers of differences in emissions is an important way to identify priority production systems, regions, and emission sources for intervention. The WWF Markets Institute has produced briefs on the practices that produce high and low emissions for 10 key commodities that you can access for more info. And if you were to Google just WWF Markets Institute, GHG commodities, the website will come up and you can find all the various briefs that Emily and her team have developed. Very insightful, particularly if you are starting to think as a company, how do I want to get started on some of these targets? It's a great resource to get started from. So as mentioned earlier, one of these critical differences in production is land use change, and eliminating this from supply chain is one of the critical elements for reaching these climate targets. This line in green shows the effect of this business as usual footprint when land use change is eliminated from the supply chain and the accounting for those emissions ages out of the purchases portfolio. So again, I think you're hearing a general theme of how important and how critical eliminating land use change is from these commodity supply chains. So, I'm going to switch now to the topic that I know more about. I'm sure you'll all be pleased with that. So I've been asked to give just a 5-minute overview of the Science-Based Targets Initiative's Forest, Land, and Agriculture Guidelines. So how many folks here are familiar with the Science-Based Targets Initiative? Okay, great. So this is an initiative, we launched it in 2014. As of, I think, today, we have 6,033 companies who have committed to setting science-based targets. It was a collaborative project between WWF, WRI, CDP, UN Global Compact, and it has recently incorporated into its own organization, so it will be established as a UK-based charity in order to reach kind of its next phase. And that's something that WWF does a lot. We kind of incubate something and then we spin it off, like the Renewable Energies Buyers Alliance or Forest Stewardship Council, et cetera. So these are all different types of things that we spin off into the world. So very excited and kind of cheering SBTI on in its success as it establishes itself as a new organization. Focusing on land specifically, from 2014 until 2022, we did not have land sector emissions included within the SBTI. So companies were not required to report on emissions from land use change and deforestation. A lot of companies who were in the food and ag space would include fertilizer emissions or maybe enteric or methane emissions, but other land management emissions associated with soils, with forest management, with silvopasture, grazing, that was not included. And I think that's something just to remind ourselves, a couple years ago, none of these emissions are in there. The flag guidance is here. It's not perfect, but it's better than zero, right? It's better than reporting nothing. So, we're on a journey here where we are trying to fill out the emissions profile. And it's really important because the AFLU sector, the agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector, contributes 22% to global emissions all in. So that was a huge chunk of emissions, almost a quarter of global emissions that were not included within the SBTI framework. So WWF established this project to develop the flag guidance and close that gap of 22% of global emissions to make sure that companies could set targets on that. So which companies, and maybe it's helpful to explain, so if they weren't including land sector emissions, what were they including? These are primarily your energy emissions, your industrials emissions, various gases, et cetera. So that's kind of your traditional science-based target. Your flag target runs in parallel to your traditional target, and the reason is because we've allowed removals to count within the flag target. And so we want to make sure that there's, no opportunity to cross the streams here. We're thinking back to Ghostbusters, or maybe I just dated myself severely. But we don't want to cross the streams between the two because we can't have removals in the land sector, counting against emissions within the energy sector because we need all of these activities to occur in order to make sure that we are decarbonizing or transforming these supply chains that we need to according to IPCC. So that's why they run in parallel to each other. The types of companies that are required to set a flag target within the SBTI framework are agricultural production, food and beverage processing, food staples retailing, and tobacco. And then any company that has more than 20% of their emissions coming from these forest, land, and agriculture emissions. So those are all the companies that will be required to set these targets as part of getting SBTI approval in the future. And then the types of emissions, we break them out into 3 categories. First is land use change emissions. So here in companies' inventories, you would have to account for, all land use change from deforestation, from peat draining, from, peat burning, including conversion of grasslands, wetlands, savannas, woodlands, et cetera. So all of that will be included within the land use change category. Within the land management emissions, here it's forest management and degradation. You're looking at soils degradation, different tillage practices on farm. Obviously, depending on if you do these well or poorly, they can be a reduction or a removal, right? You're looking again at fertilizer emissions, at manure emissions, and enteric methane emissions. The last category is those removals. And if you look at, we used Stephanie Rowe's paper for 2019 as the backbone of the model. And here we have about 50% of the activity we need in this space is reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and about half of it is increased removals within this sector. So this sector has a really special role to play, but it's not removals for offsets, it's removals for their science-based target. Because these are not, this is what we need the sector to do as a whole in order to get to 1.5. So everybody has sort of their individual marching orders. So these removals include things like silvopasture, which I've mentioned, agroforestry, different soils management practices and biochar, and then of course also improved forest management. So those are kind of the technical guts of what's within a flag target. And maybe the last thing, you saw in Emily's slide, the importance that land use change plays within the overall greenhouse gas inventory of a company. And of course, many of us here and beyond, and certainly WWF, have been working on deforestation and conversion-free supply chains for a long time. And so in addition to the quantitative greenhouse gas target, SBTI also requires you to set a zero deforestation target and recommends that you set a zero conversion target, just to make sure you're very clear that if you don't address those emissions, there's no way that you're going to align with these greenhouse gas reduction pathways. So we do have that added requirement. So I will stop there on the flag targets, and Lizanne, I will turn it over to you to start talking about some of the data and tools.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you covered so much ground already, so I think that's a really good basis to talk further on to. Because I think the aim is really clear. There is a high contribution, but also a high vulnerability of the agricultural sector to both the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis. So there's not just an opportunity, but there's a big need for reductions in this field. But then, of course, we all have limited resources available, limited time, limited budgets. So where are we going to focus those to have the most effective strategy for mitigation? And I think then the challenges lie in obtaining traceability throughout your supply chain. So how do you get that primary data from your suppliers in order to really get your Scope 3 value chain emissions totally mapped, so to say? And then the second point is the complexity of the calculations specifically for the agricultural sector. So as we're talking about enteric methane, nitrous oxide from fertilizer application, and many different of these kind of mechanisms that make it much more complex to calculate than other sectors might be. So I think a solution for that is to use what is already out there. There are a lot of databases that have been created over the last decades even. One of the databases that we make is AgriFootprint, and it contains, for example, a few thousand commodities, agricultural commodities. So you can think about plant-based commodities, but also animal production systems. So instead of starting with gathering all this primary data in your supply chain, use what is already out there and make a quick scan, let's say, find out what are the hotspots in your supply chain and focus your attention on those. And I think to illustrate that with an example of a project that we did, we worked together with Lidl, so a globally operating retailer, to do this sort of Scope 3 inventory based on secondary databases. And for this, we used a food lifecycle inventory database that covers a few hundred food products from cradle to grave. And basically, that doesn't have to be much more complex than looking for representative products in those databases and multiplying it with the quantities that you purchase those products within your product portfolio. Right? And what you can see then is that the hotspots for that retailer were mainly in beef, pork, cheese, and then also in milk and eggs. And actually, that is quite similar to other studies that we find on a diet level. So if you look at a human, like personal daily diet, then also those are the same kind of products that shape about half or more of the impact of our daily diet. So in a second step, you want to go into more detail, get some primary data. So we try to engage in the supply chain of Lidl to get some primary data for those main animal-based systems. And we built some models, quite simple Excel-based models, but still they allow for some flexibility in input parameters so that you can sort of see how certain interventions can cause certain reductions. So as you were also mentioning, things like manure management, so how do you handle the manure in those animal-based systems, but also how do you make sure that you shrink the amount of land that you occupy so that you can actually halt deforestation? Because we cannot just commit to zero deforestation if we don't reduce the pressure that we have on expanding land. Apart from the need for reducing our land occupation to free up land for regeneration of nature, of course. And then on a third step, we have identified some of these interventions that are most potential to reduce these emissions. And together, I think we're only over 10 interventions that could already reduce the footprint of this product portfolio with about 50%. So that's major. And those are interventions that are not just on the agricultural side, but also closer to the scope 1 and 2 of these companies. So for example, creating products that are hybrid. So instead of full beef-based sausages, add in 20 to 50% plant-based fibers to make this shift to way lower impact ingredients, sort of. So you have that whole chain. So it starts with your product portfolio, what are you offering, your product formulation and your packaging, to the ingredient suppliers, logistics throughout, waste, so losses throughout your supply chain, and then all the way back to that agricultural field. Yeah, and then in the end, of course, you also need to look at some other aspects. So what are the costs of implementing those interventions, both implementing and perpetuating them, how do you say it, and maintaining them, but also if there are any environmental trade-offs. So it was already mentioned, we're not just in a climate crisis, we're in a biodiversity crisis, and other issues like water use, land use, are all interconnected. So we have to make sure that when we are reducing our carbon footprint, we don't actually have an environmental trade-off or a spillover, a negative spillover within some of these other categories. So yeah, I could go talk on for hours and hours on this, but I'll just leave it at this for now.
Great, thank you. And David, share with us the company experience.
So from our perspective, so sorry about that. Okay. So obviously when we look at things, we're taking our product, which is an end of life from the meat sector. So the leather industry itself, you know, it's a byproduct of the meat industry. And so from a Tapestry perspective, we're trying to look at things, what can we do for us to influence and benefit or make change in our world? Because we're taking somebody's waste and then creating a value product, putting it through and creating value, which a consumer buys. So we're asking the question, so what impacts can we do here today? We're working with programs like we're engaged with regenerative programs with the Savory Institute, for example. So we're looking at supply chain and seeing the value of having regenerative farming practices for cattle, and what can that do to impact the leather that comes off from that cattle, and can we actually force more farms to go down this avenue, which can help. We're also engaged from our supply chain trying to look at food additives in the cattle rearing. So, you know, there's programs, whether it be a seaweed or further additives that are being used, and a lot of work being done in Europe. We're trying to see, with our influence as a finished good manufacturer, which has a much higher profile to the consumer, can we influence industries to, you know, make changes within their farm practices, which can help too. One of the things that when we look at, when we're looking at product, is also our finished articles. So we have to look at things that have an impact on performance. So today like I said earlier, we're the original house of leather, major consumer of leather. Today in the US, I think last year there were some statistics that were put out, over 5 million hides were actually put to landfill rather than being put to use, putting into a final product. And in Brazil, in Argentina, it was over 12 million hides that were put into those programs. So a massive amount of waste that goes in that creates emissions too. So we encourage that work. Last year, or actually 2 years ago, Tapestry invested with WWF in creating starting a pilot program of a deforestation-free, certification-free program connected to the leather supply chain. We understand that Brazil has gone through lots of deforestation. People connect it to potentially to cattle, to soy, to this kind of growing. So we're working as an industry to benchmark this and spearhead all this kind of work, which makes it quite interesting. And through this work, we're actually engaged now with Textile Exchange, LWG, where they're actually encouraging other other brands to come together and sign on to this call for action for leather. And hopefully through those programs, we can make change. Great. Not as detailed as your answers, but you know, certainly for those that don't really know, that Leather Working Group is a program where a group of brands came together about 15 years ago. There was brands of Adidas, Nike, Timberland, Clarks, and I was actually on that committee where we created a protocol where a brand could go in and evaluate a leather supply chain manufacturing and be able to score it based on what their emissions are for whether their water management, their energy management, their waste management, chemical management, regardless of the country where it's being manufactured, and actually see how you can score them, and you can give an award score program, whether it be a pass, a bronze, a silver, and a gold. And through the years of this work that's been in progress, there's been like a 20 to 30% reduction in their energy and water consumptions once supply chain starts looking at that manufacturing, saying, how can I invest in programs to actually have reductions? Because obviously it saves them money, but also actually saves on the environment. So those are some of the exciting things that we're working with in our supply chain.
Great. So as a follow-on question to that, and I think to both of you, but maybe David first. So, not all data is useful for decision-making, but some can be incredibly insightful. And so using the example that you just gave, how did you all identify those key hotspots within the value chain that you were looking at? Can you walk us through the process to then know where to focus and where to really engage those suppliers on those reductions?
Well, I think the first thing we do is go investigate into our science-based targets. So we had to do measurements for our materials, whether it be a leather, a fabric, and a hardware. We had to evaluate what their emissions were. In pulling the data has been quite a struggle because the leather industry has this leather working group, which is a really useful tool, which is standardized and it's third-party verified. So you have auditors come in to these facilities and validate. But when you look at the other supply chains, you have to rely on tools like the Higg Index and programs like this. So where we're able to evaluate, make change, and then make conscious decisions. But data today can be complicated. So what we have to look at is it stops at certain places. But when you have to take into the fact of you've got a durable product. So if I have a leather bag, for example, I may purchase it and it may last me, for a lifetime. And then at the end of this, we're working on programs inside Tapestry called Reloved, where we take the product back and it's on four pillars. If we can bring it back in, can we repair it for the consumer? Can we recycle it into another product? Can we repair it? And then if we can do those things, can we resell it? So then it avoids the creation of another virgin product that comes through. You're reselling it in prevention of going through. So for us, those are kind of some of the programs that we do. But over the next few years, we have to really focus on getting these true data points set in our industry.
Great. Lisanne, staying on the data thread, what have you seen as you've been working with companies to do these hotspot analyses, et cetera, that has been kind of produced aha moments, to really help people understand where are those places within the supply chain that we need to focus?
That's a good question, like general learnings.
Yeah.
I think some of the projects that I have personally found the most interesting that I did were projects that we did with WWF on diet optimization. And we've done them in various regions in Europe and also the UK. And basically we looked at what is the current diet and how do we optimize it to fit that 1.5 degree target. And to see how that diet shifts, I think says a lot about how we have to shift as a whole. And I think what we generally see, of course, is a reduction in red meat consumption, both for health reasons, but also for environmental reasons, and more plant-based proteins or plant-based products in that diet. So I think that is something that is interesting to keep in mind because it's easy to focus on the supply chain that we have in place or the products that we are creating. And I think sometimes it's nice to think outside of the box. How can you as a retailer or as a food producer take radically different input materials or ingredients that are inherently more sustainable? And then, of course, in some cases that will not be possible, and in some cases still for those inherently sustainable products, we still need to make them more sustainable and reduce emissions there. So I think you've talked about a few of those key aspects that keep coming back in the work that we do. So how do we reduce enteric methane? Well, you mentioned it, food additives, these kind of things can be really effective. Manure management, but also reduction of fertilizer use and better application methods of fertilizers to reduce these nitrous oxide emissions, which are a real big chunk of the agricultural emissions. And then indeed to tackle this land use change emissions, that is a big issue that we're also trying to navigate what kind of advice do we give companies to reduce those land use change emissions, because you don't always have a direct impact on that. But in general, what we do know is that we have to reduce this pressure on land use. So being more efficient, so closing yield gaps, for example, is a way to do that, or choosing for products or ingredients that are inherently more land efficient, so have a high yield per hectare, so to say. And I think then if you have those insights, it's also about communicating them. So it's also about giving the consumer, for example, insights that they can make decisions based on. And for this, navigating a landscape where you have greenwashing on the one hand, and then this is a new term that I learned today, greenhushing. So the willingness of companies, or not having the willingness to communicate about their sustainability efforts of companies. And I think if we have harmonized methodologies for example, environmental labeling, then we can provide actionable insights for consumers. So yeah, for example, the work that Foundation Earth is doing in that, and we've worked together with them as well to create this harmonized life cycle assessment-based methodology are helpful in that sense. So those are some of those thoughts in that direction.
Great. If we step away from data and tools for a second and start thinking about action planning and transition planning of companies, so you do all the inventory, you identify your key hotspots, you set your target. Now, when you start getting into this action planning phase, how are you all approaching this, or how are you approaching it through working with companies or as a company moving forward? And David, we can start with you.
Me again, thanks.
Yeah.
So one of the things, obviously, when we look at it, we've made our commitment through our science-based target, and we have to put reductions into place. Through the whole supply chain of manufacturing, whether it's a leather, a fabric, or a hardware piece, or even anything, furniture, and so forth, there's always a waste that's created. So for us, we've been evaluating our entire supply chain that we're not involved necessarily in. I mean, we buy a finished article that gets made into a product that's crafted to last. We are now looking at the entire upstream processing manufacturing. So last year, we actually invested with a company called Gen Phoenix, which takes waste as you're going through this manufacturing and can create a new virgin material. It's a recycled leather, for example. So therefore, something that would typically go into landfills, thousands of tons would go into landfills over the years because it's literally tiny little pieces of waste. They're able to create through this patented technology where you can grind up the material, you can do a hydroentanglement, so you're not using a lot of chemical additives, and then you can create a finished article, which can then be made into a beautiful luxury product which the consumer can have for years to come. And the value of looking at it in those kind of avenues, we can have a reduction in what we're getting, going back to how much of our virgin material we're buying. So those are some of the areas that we look at for trying to make change. Also, when we look at things, when we talk about regenerative farming practices, that's another key topic for Tapestry, where we made a commitment about a year and a half ago, where we started working with Savory Institute and a company called OHP, where we could actually, through traceability programs, we could actually source cattle coming from farms that have regenerative practices, and then through the supply chain, we can consume those hides. The biggest challenge that we have is actually getting to the consumer to actually have them understand the difference between why would I purchase this product over this product. We know a lot of the meat industry today is supplying into some well-known shopping market brands that can have the access, but they're not talking about regenerative at the consumer-facing front. So we as brands are left to try and figure out how do you market it? Because when you have these startup programs, there's usually costs associated with it. So you have to charge more for the finished product, or you can't make the value of the product. So we're really working and scanning the globe for where these farms are located, and that's another avenue how we can then have a further reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions. The biggest challenge is the meat industry is continuing to grow. The beef industry, and it's what do you do with those? The other part is like we touched on earlier, is the deforestation-free situation in Brazil. I think with the program that we're engaged with WWF, Textile Exchange and Leather Working Group, to come up with a certification program will further, reduce the amount of people that are doing deforestation programs for the farmland management. Because if you have to certify it and you can't have this aspect, it will actually eliminate it because there'll be no source or where it can go. Biggest challenge we have there is government institute. How do you get this registration programs? So these are all things that we as a brand, and many other brands don't look at this, But we're really super excited because we're working on all the way down through the farm aspect of it. A lot of brands look at things and stop, just at where my product comes from, but we're invested, which is super exciting to be part of.
Great. Lisanne, how are you seeing companies approach the transition planning?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. And I think a shift that we sort of see is that we've done a lot of LCA work for individual companies working on either certain product LCAs or complete portfolios. And then they start discovering that we've been working for actually their suppliers. And then they start asking, hey, can we get that data? Because that's super relevant for our Scope 3 emissions. And they start asking each other for permission to use that data. And actually everybody is really eager to share that data and to in that way help build each other's Scope 3 inventory. And I think that is the beauty of this whole system inherently, that if there are improvements in your supply chain, then everybody in that supply chain benefits. So if you can prove that you have a footprint that is lower than the average that we have in these kind of databases, then that is a really good value proposition and everybody in your supply chain can benefit from it. So I think just starting by asking your own suppliers, hey, do you have life cycle inventory data or do you have greenhouse gas assessments that we can use? And even if they don't have it, that might encourage them to think about it. And that's how a lot of companies end up asking us, for example, or starting this journey on footprinting, because they say, yeah, the market that we're supplying to is asking us for this, and we need this as a license to operate. We cannot keep up like providing our products without having any environmental data related to it. So I think putting the question out there and either getting a response that you can directly work with or planting a seed, and you might end up with the data a few years later. And I think also just with that, asking the question in the same context for reductions. So what are you doing on reducing your footprint and how can we help with that? So what do you need? What is holding you back? And how could we help you in that sort of? So I think it's really the connections that you can make within your own supply chain that can really benefit everybody.
Yeah, and just, I mean, this week and before, I think some of the innovative financing models that we've seen some companies do as they're starting to really reach in and do both shared risk and shared benefits with their supply chains, setting aside funds, asking their suppliers to apply to those so they can start funding some of these reduction projects or removals projects within their supply chain, I think are really exciting, and exactly, from the outset when we were starting the flag guidance, the kind of shift that we wanted to see within the supply chain. So really excited to see some big companies take these types of approaches.
I was going to say I can add on to that because that's what we've done inside Tapestry too. We've created an ESG fund. So when people consume a product from us, we're creating a fund which we're then doing the LCAs with different suppliers. Mm-hmm. So we have other traditional recycled leather programs going on. And for them to have this value data, which is key to actually how we can put these data together, we've invested with them, and we're going to continue investing with them. And then as you build that model up, you'll be able to have more rigid information, which is exactly what I think we should be doing.
Yeah, that's great. So last question for me, and then we'll turn to the audience. So we know that climate action needs to be happening faster and on a broader scale, and we often suggest collaborative approaches for that. So what are concrete steps that companies who are new to this could learn from those who are more established? So you talked about the Leather Working Group, these others. How do you even get something like this started? How do you take that first step?
Me again?
Yeah.
Great. No, I mean, that was a perfect example. I mean, that was something that was established 15 years ago, and it made a major change. The entire leather manufacturing industry has been impacted by this. So multiple brands have basically adopted and said, look, you've got to be either gold or silver. Our Tapestry goal has said, we need to be by 2025, 90% of our supply chain from gold and silver rated tanneries, which is the best in class. So it means that those suppliers that are manufacturing, they've been given notice and they're investing to make those improvements. So it's a collaborative approach. That work could never have been done by one brand. It was the fact that you had some of the major players, like you had Nike, you had Adidas, you had some of the smaller brands, Timberland, Clarks at the time, coming together. But we used the manufacturing industry too. We used NGOs. We actually had NGOs that actually evaluated that program after because it was key. WWF back in the day had actually evaluated it and actually said this is one of the most advanced systems they've seen to be able to take a material stream and actually give it a valued score based on environmental impacts. So the most encouraging thing to do is to have a collaborative approach. So if you're new to this, it's figuring out what are your peers doing. I think we're all very open today. I mean, Tapestry, we're here today talking about programs like this because we want to encourage other brands that are in the sector. If they don't know what to do? What can they join? You know, Textile Exchange is out there putting a lot of programs together. It's all a very collaborative program. And that's the strongest thing that we can say is anything. And together we can make change. You know, even our deforestation-free program, when we launched this, we said very clearly we can't do this by ourselves. We can't make change in Brazil. But what we can do, if we come together as a whole industry, we can make a significant impact. Fun fact, if you think about it, in Brazil, 80% of the meat stays in Brazil, so 20% of it gets exported. So the meat industry can't enforce this change. But 80% of the leather gets exported out of Brazil, 20% stays in-house. So it's the brands that are taking that leather supply chain can make and force those changes. So that's what I say.
That's a great example. Okay, let's open it up. Do folks have any questions? And do we have a microphone running? Okay.
Thank you for the panel. There are 6,000 companies that are setting science-based targets, and presumably a significant fraction after they set flag targets. My question is about whether you see standardization of tools happening. So Blanc, Lisanne just mentioned Blanc has a tool to look at a lot of agricultural footprints, but people could use other tools. It sounds like Leather Working Group had a great multi-stakeholder process to come around a tool, but someone who uses leather might not work that. And it seems like there could be value in just having standardization, but just curious how at the SBTI level, if you know, what that looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly talk about it and welcome Lisanne to as well. You know, the greenhouse gas protocol, land sector and removals guidance is still being developed. And I think this is something that, you know, we all know needs to be finished to really move this along. Right now, flag targets within SBTI are optional. They're in piloting phase, and they won't be made mandatory until 6 months after this guidance from greenhouse gas protocol is completed. And so Lisanne and I were actually in a workshop all last week trying to resolve some of the final issues on the accounting guidelines for this particular sector. And a lot of what we're trying to do is articulate what those criteria need to be for direct land use change measurement, for statistical land use change measurement. Are we looking at sourcing regions? What are attributable managed lands within those sourcing regions? So very technical and boring conversations, but super important if we want to have like for like when we get out of this comparison. So I think what I see emerging from this is a very clear set of criteria of what are the allocation rules that we need to use, how do we define what lands will be included within these emission factors, et cetera. And then I don't know if everyone will agree on kind of one database to rule them all. That usually doesn't tend to happen, but I think as long as we have kind of the same principles in terms of, allocation, boundary conditions, et cetera, that it will get close enough to use within any of these applications. Lisanne, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think that covers a lot of it, and I think indeed the Greenhouse Gas Protocol land sector and removals guidance is doing a great effort into harmonizing as much as possible. But of course, with the variety of specific sectors that fall within this flag category, it's really impossible to make it really specific to the level like what model should you use for enteric methane and what specific allocation do you use for co-products at a dairy farm, for example. And there are specific sector guidances created, at least in Europe there's a lot of development in this, for example, under the product environmental footprint umbrella, sort of. And a lot of sectors have collaborated on creating sector-specific guidances. And I think then there's also a big responsibility, as you say, within those producers or, providers of tools and databases to make sure that they are aligned with those sectors and that they're transparent about which sector standards they are following or other types of overarching protocols they're following. Because even though the Greenhouse Gas Protocol is quite specific already, there are still so many open gaps and so many decisions to make on a case-to-case basis. So I think it's indeed a big responsibility on the tool makers, and I think there it's also important to verify those tools to make sure that the user can just be certain that it's in line with a standardized, harmonized methodology.
Yeah, and I maybe just back to what I said before, you know, this is the first sector that needs to get to net zero, and it's the last sector to get targets and guidance on how to account for it, right? So we are really living within this interesting tension. 3 years ago, we weren't talking about this at all. Now we are. Anything's better than zero. So I think we just need to move forward with kind of grace and empathy to try to do the best that we can on accounting for this sector, but know that out of the gate, it is not going to be perfect. And I think we all just, I mean, it's spatial. We have intercropping. There are so many more complex issues with this sector than with energy. So I think it's just going to take some time and patience. I know everybody feels the urgency. I do too. But we can act without, you know, accounting as well. We can take those actions when we know we need to do them.
Maybe to add on to that really quickly, because I think you made a really good point that also reassured me, because I'm really interested in these kind of discussions, like what allocation is the best and most appropriate, or what kind of data should we use. But on the other hand, we need to make sure that we can set a baseline and that we can from there on start measuring reductions. And it's more about consistency throughout time for a specific company. So you can debate about what is the most accurate allocation method, but several can be not wrong. So as long as it's not wrong and you're consistent over time, it might be good enough to track that progress and to actually start acting upon it and not being stuck in that discussion about methodology.
Yeah, great. Other questions in the back?
I lack technical knowledge or technical language related to this, and I have sort of two different threads. One is related to the production, and one is related to the waste, right, breakdown. So the first with production, I mean, looking in historically, these issues have began thousands and thousands of years ago when we changed agricultural to mass agriculture, right? And so I'm wondering if any of this is really considered and looked at, or is it looked at in a more immediate, small scale, meaning taking action with certain immediacy rather than looking at the overarching problem that has, you know, begun and continued over thousands and thousands of years with in relation to production, right? So that's one thing. The other is, you know, of course, the disruption of the carbon cycle. And with that, I hear you talk about carbon, but I haven't heard you mention methane, which is much more immediate and, you know, lethal, you know, in a shorter period of time. So I do know that there are studies, I haven't looked at all of them, but I was in contact last year with people who are doing research on small-scale methane digesters, and they're using them they built them on a on a university campus in Ohio, and they also have been using them. They got another, I think, agricultural grant related to beer and hops production, and trying to use that to mitigate the waste from that production, which is a smaller scale. So there isn't very much research apparently on small scale methane digesters, but there is a lot on larger scale. And I'm wondering how that is, you know, fits into this whole picture. Okay, so yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm happy to take a crack, and then if you guys want to add anything, does that sound okay? So I think to your first question, so the models that we use to develop science-based targets, these are both forward-looking, so we are kind of starting today and saying, what do we need to do to reduce emissions based on the current state of emissions? The only exception to this so far is actually deforestation, where we actually look 20 years backward. So I try to describe it like if you have deforested on land, you kind of have a 20-year backpack of emissions that you bring in to your target. And so that's the only place that we do include historical emissions, so it is really forward-looking ambition. And so, but that, you know, another project, and I know we're not highlighting that here, but it's something we're working on at WWF as well, is the Science-Based Targets Network, where we're developing nature targets. And we're looking at targets for freshwater systems, for land systems, for oceans, and also biodiversity. And one of the things, when you start looking at, you know, what do we need to do for climate, but what do we need to be doing for these nature systems, you get a much more balanced perspective. There's a lot of overlap in the types of activities that you would be doing if you're trying to deliver on climate and nature goals, but the how is really different. Tends to bring in more kind of landscape level aspects, tends to bring in more kind of agroecological principles. You might want to do kind of high efficiency in some regions and more extensive based management in others. And so I think, you know, bringing these kind of climate and nature targets together is something we're looking at to really figure out how can we find this balanced approach to addressing the issues that we have in front of us today. So that's kind of in response to your first question. On the second one, you're right, I do shorthand this to carbon. What I do mean is CO2 equivalents. And so methane, nitrous oxide, everything is included within the inventory of companies setting flag targets, all agricultural emissions. And also all of those are included within the solution set as well. It's just we all do shorthanded to carbon because we use CO2 equivalents as kind of the unifying metric across this. So I apologize for shorthanding that, but yes, don't worry, methane is accounted for, nitrogen's accounted for, it's all in there. I think we just get a little sloppy sometime on the technical side, assuming folks know what we mean. So anything you all would want to add here?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting questions because it puts things also in a broader context. Also, as you mentioned, the time frame, I mean, what you were mentioning was thousands of years, right? So if we look back 10,000 years or more, we were nomadic and we weren't settled, so we didn't actually do agriculture, we were hunter-gatherers. And I think it's impossible with the number of people that we're now to go back to that lifestyle. But we could take elements of that and see how we can integrate that with agriculture. And I think things like food forests are a really interesting part that is not well studied in life cycle assessment. So how can we create systems that benefit with well, not really an agricultural system, but more an ecosystem. So how can we make sure that these different plants and perennial crops work together? And it also means that we might need to implement a diet shift. And that's also, you know, how do you create that diet shift? There's also responsibility in the product portfolios that we offer, but also product formulation. So what kind of ingredients do we choose? So I think that's a really interesting part. And then
you know, weather manipulation is a big factor. So the fact that whatever we're doing down here on the earth, somebody is doing something up in, you know, the skies that is changing weather patterns, right? So it's not only, it is largely what we do here, but it is also largely what we're doing, you know, all over on all levels, so.
Right, yeah, and I just wanted to get back also to the methane part. As Martha already said, it is included, and sometimes the methane part worries me a little bit because the way that we're comparing different greenhouse gases to each other is by looking at a certain time frame. So we've all agreed that we're taking this 100-year time frame to integrate the effect of different greenhouse gases and to refer to them in this common unit of CO2 equivalent. Actually, if we look at methane, it has a half-life of 10 to 12 years. But at the moment of emission, it has a radiative forcing that is about 300 times more potent than CO2. So actually so if we integrate it over a 100-year time frame, it breaks down pretty quickly. And we say, okay, it's roughly 30 times more potent per kilogram than CO2. But if we would look at a 20-year time frame, which you could argue is a more relevant time frame for the urgency at hand, sort of, then actually methane is a much more stronger greenhouse gas, and we should maybe even be more worried about methane. Luckily, it's already included, and it is on the radar in most of the mitigation options, but I just also wanted to put that out there, that there's a lot of methodological choices that underlay that the prioritization of these mitigation options.
absolutely. A question in the back. Oh.
Thank you for the panel. This might be going off topic a little bit, but you mentioned SBTN, so I would love to ask a few questions there. So we know that the agricultural, food and beverage sector is the highest impact on biodiversity, and it's one of the few where the strongest argument can be made for impact and dependency. So in terms of engaging with companies, I work for a shareholder advocacy organization. You know, we just want to get moving and get companies setting targets. So I guess my question is, through food emissions calculations, do you have a sense if companies have enough information on their impacts on nature right now to start setting targets? Or do we want them to use the SBTN technical guidance to really understand their impact on biodiversity through that very specific lens? If that makes sense.
I think it does. So I would say, you know, we released in May 2022, and again, this is different than the subject of this panel. We released the science-based targets for land and freshwater draft guidance. It's being piloted right now by 17 companies. I think what we have found is that the data is quite challenging to gather, and I would even say the targets that we set, we have a much longer term, you know, a 2-year research agenda where we're trying to really develop a lot of the, trying not to use technical terms, and it's really hard here. So we call them characterization factors, but they're equivalent of emission factors, but they're just for different metrics outside of CO2. And so we're having to develop a lot of that technical information so then companies can even map their activities to the impacts that they're having on nature. So that does not really exist in a robust way just yet. And that's a lot of what we've been developing. So I would say the first draft of the targets is good enough to get started on and focuses companies on the biggest activities that are causing the biggest impacts. And that's what we're trying to do, is more of a prioritization approach to this first round. I think the other nice thing that we've done both in the freshwater work and the land work is coupled in supply chain actions like stopping deforestation and land conversion, shrinking the land occupation footprint that Lisanne highlighted. We can't just stop deforesting, we also need to free up some of the tensions with a landscape engagement target or a basin engagement target. And I think if you want to get at system drivers, you have to work at one bigger scale than just a company kind of farm by farm. And so we're really trying to bring in landscape approaches, basin approaches to complement in supply chain activities and put them in the same incentive structure. So it's a yes and instead of the two kind of competing with each other, which is what we have in climate right now that I think is causing a lot of the unpleasantness that I would say of the week in all the land systems conversations. So again, huge data gaps. We have huge data gaps in flag, and I mean, to be clear, and we're facing even bigger ones in nature. But, again, let's not let the accounting get in the way. If we know what the big activities are that we need to activate on, let's get them done and just keep moving forward. So I think that's how we've been approaching this. Yeah. We had a question over here. Yeah. And I think this is probably going to be our last one. Please.
Oh, okay, great. My question is about skills and workforce development. Like, this is such a new area. You were saying 3 years ago we weren't talking about this. It's all coming really fast. And I'm just curious, from both of your perspectives, what are the roles and skills that are already emerging and will emerge in the coming years?
Do either of you want to?
That is such a great question. I think you can talk about really practical skills like learning to work with certain softwares or being able to perform certain calculations, but I think those are not necessarily key because you can learn them, but it's more about critically, constantly reflecting whether the thing that we're trying to improve, like the impact that we have on nature or on the climate, is actually being reflected in the models and the calculations that we perform. So I think it's more, to me, that is the main skill, sort of constantly reflecting on the models and the methods that we're using and trying to improve those. And then the practical hard skills sort of that come with it, I think they will naturally come over time, and tools should become more intuitive and easy to use. So I don't think that that's the bottleneck, sort of.
David, on the implementation side, any skills you would call out?
I mean, I think it's about education. I think it's about self-training, because these are areas from we can see that people are skilled in. You know, they're working through it. We're learning as we're going, and I think there's a younger generation that's coming through, which can bring into our industry people that we would never really have looked at for bringing that to us. I mean, we've been expanding our ESG team with teams that are actually helping educate. I mean, I've gone through years of education now, and I was trained as a technician, but it becomes that kind of aspect. So I think it has to happen.
Yeah, and I think, I feel like a lot of the big, in particular on the data side, a lot of the big consultancies that weren't really playing in this space now are, and so I think you're seeing a huge shift there. Also, I guess on a more personal note, a lot of poaching from the NGO sector is going into the private sector, and it's very hard for us to compete with that. So I think there definitely is a bit of a brain drain going on, but it's also exciting because that means that this stuff is being taken seriously and is really starting to move. So I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword, but yeah, I agree. I like, Liz, on your comment of just making sure those people who know how to make sure that the numbers are actually reflecting the physical reality. That to me is really knowing the system that you're studying and making sure that it's reflected well in the data, so we're not just doing computer sustainability, but actually it will land on the ground effectively, I think is definitely an area that we need to see more growth. So great. Well, thank you all for your great questions. And again, thanks for your patience with this presentation in absence of Emily. I know we all miss her. And I hope it was useful to you all and that you had a wonderful climate week. And thank you again for spending some of your time with WWF. And we hope to see you soon. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Let's do it.